What's some
Did y'all
slush?
when
I hear slushies, I think of ices.
This says ABC News reported. Me too, with slushy. Now I want one personally.
Right.
ABC News reported Thursday that Trump expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service in exchange for the creation of the $1.776 billion fund to be used to give settlements to individuals who claim they were wrongly targeted by the Biden administration. What the hell?
Wow.
The fuck?
Wow.
Damn, man. Just Jesus Christ. So this article.
I mean, well, let's dig in. Let's see what was problematic. I know what it sounds like on the surface, but let's look at it closely. Go ahead. What did it say?
Yeah, it says top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee on Sunday blasted the potential fund to compensate allies of President Donald Trump, calling it a political slush fund that he said is illegal and unconstitutional. Only Congress has the power to appropriate money. Congress never voted on creating this $1.7 billion political slush fund at the Department of Justice, and Congress would never pass that, Jamie Raskin said. Oh my God. Can this actually be done, y'all?
I don't know, but I'm glad you read that. Because what Congress saying about the money. Like, where is he? So, but wait a minute. He's saying that he's going to drop the lawsuit. So he's saying pay me separately, and then I'll take that money and then give it to the IRS.
Yeah.
The IRS can pay the people out.
Yeah. Oh my God. What?
He trying to bring his own money to pay stuff off.
Oh my God. How is MAGA going to defend this?
I just told you because he's suing them. He's saying, I'm willing to drop it. But take that money and pay back the people who were impacted by Biden. What's the thing on Biden?
Yeah, it says that your mama says that's not what it is. This explains more in detail. Wait, I haven't even read this. What he's planning to do. But yeah, firstly, isn't that crazy? Did we hear about this?
Well, man, she said that's not what it is. So what part is
Let me read the actual creation. But he wants them to apologize. I'd almost forgotten why he was suing the IRS first lady.
So he's not going to use the money. He's asking me to set up the fund. That's why Mr. Raskin said only Congress can appropriate money, because that would be the IRS appropriating money to use for settlements or like a settlement fund for people who were quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration. That were his allies.
Has this been done before? And what does quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration even mean?
Correct. Because I was targeted.
Me too. Class action lawsuit. We about to get on the change up in here.
Wait a minute.
Corporations is funny.
What is that?
Kansas J6ers. If those motherfuckers get $1 million payouts, I am marching on Washington my goddamn self. Wow. You gotta be freaking kidding me.
No way.
Oh, he trying to buy votes. Oh my God. This mother sucker. Oh man.
Look at Keisha, me too. No, get out the way. Me first.
The implications of this would just be insane. I can't imagine that they are going to allow this to happen. Can he demand that?
Well, we gotta see how they're gonna go about doing it. I mean, clearly the way things have been, everybody would say no, but who knows what they've got in the background. So I don't know.
That's what the article says.
Well,
They would have the authority to settle claims which could be brought by the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection to the J6 attack. So Ban is correct.
oh Lord.
Raskin said compensating the now pardoned J6 rioters would be a violation. If he gave those motherfuckers $1 million each, that's the amount. Oh my God. What? Just when you think that this man can't do anything else. And word out of my mouth is wild. That's because I was just being quiet earlier. This just really, I'm sorry. I need to touch grass. This has pissed me so much off. Jesus Christ. Just the fact that it's being discussed, though. Just the fact that he's suing the IRS. I haven't really gotten incensed by anything Trump has done in a while, because I said that I was just going to, chill on that, because you'll just, run up your blood pressure. As Omari pointed out, I'm a big girl. I got to monitor my blood pressure. I'm a black woman in America. I just cannot believe this. I mean, he was suing them for $10 billion, Pete. Can he actually get away with this? Where's the legal, or your mama, if you knew about it, I'm so sick of this man, y'all.
Alright, so when was this announced?
This was announced the 15th. So this interview with Raskin was Friday.
Okay. Okay. So on Friday, this came out. But because, everybody's paying attention to China. Just distracted.
It hasn't been done. It's not finalized.
Right. It's just he requested that this be done.
It's a settlement.
So,
Calling it a settlement.
yeah, okay. Requested a settlement. But
yeah.
So
What
okay.
impact
So
do you
as
guys think that has on the everyday American? Like I understand we upset about it. What real world impact does something like that have?
Well, one real world impact is that it corrupts our institutions. So the IRS is paying presidents, political allies, and supporters. Where do you think the $1.7 billion is going to come from? The couch.
I mean, also, this is a crazy precedent. So if he wants violence come election time, he can say, yeah, I compensated my people the last time they were violent, disrupted government institutions, etc. So go ahead and do your dirt so we can get you paid this time around. Crazy.
And look at this, y'all. The settlement terms are expected to prohibit Trump from directly receiving payments related to those 3 legal claims. However, entities associated with Trump are not explicitly barred from filing additional claims. You got 50 million and 11 goddamn entities.
People don't have to feel the effects of things for it to be bad for the country, for democracy, for the constitutional order, etc. I probably wouldn't feel the effects of a president being bribed, lots of other things, but as a new president, you bribe. So I don't understand the question.
Well, I guess where I was getting at is if this is something that I think you guys' answers are fine, but I think that there's more things that's happening that has actual effect on pretty much the entire country that Trump is doing. That
you become being capable of existing in non-solidity.
Thing right here, and I don't think that it is about the entire IRS. I don't think he needs to corrupt it.
So the one was quiet, and Reform just read a news item, sir. We talk about those things all the time. But again, people come in once a week, once 2 weeks. If you don't talk about the things that they want you to talk about the way they want them to talk about it, then the shit you talk about is not. This is insane. The lady that was quiet in here, she just read a news item. The other day they was talking about Jamal Bryant's wife's dress. You watch a movie, a movie came out, they was talking about. We're not allowed to talk about that either because it doesn't affect everyday Americans. Like, what's going on? These kind of conversations are these kind of comments are so pseudo.
It definitely impacts. I mean, if this shit goes through, it definitely has an impact on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that about practically anything. Somebody could say, well, does it impact me if Trump is going to China? I don't understand. And clearly, and Kenny, honestly, I'm surprised that you were a Trump supporter. I had no idea.
You should listen to these people speak. You can always tell. I mean, I don't care. My neighbor's down the street can abortion. It doesn't affect me, so I guess I shouldn't care about abortion. We should discuss it.
Right. And the average American should be concerned about this. Like, how is this okay? It's not okay that the sitting president of the United States is suing the IRS for $10 billion. Did you know that he was suing the federal government in 3 lawsuits at least? Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't think that that's a problem.
You don't think it's a problem that a sitting U.S. president is literally suing his own administration? You don't think that's a problem?
What do you mean by suing his own administration?
Okay. I'm good.
No, I'm not rolling. Well, no, the reason I say that is because I thought it was a fact that his tax documents were in fact leaked by an IRS contractor. So that is okay. So again, whether or not I think it's okay, I mean, I'm just talking about it is a fact that illegal. He has to, because he's the president, just like bite the bullet. Is that the argument?
Well, you can wait. Well, one, you could have done it at the time before you were president, or you can wait. There's all kinds of things presidents can't do while president and after the presidency. Presidents can't drive. What is the zone? So how can you be partial and the chief executive of your own entity that you're trying to get $10 billion from? I'm actually kind of surprised by that question. He can sue when he's not the president. Why would the president sue an organization that he's the chief executive of? He does the hiring and firings of. He could have sued in 2022.
There's another grant and another business.
I'm sorry, I was speaking. I couldn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead. It's fine.
Did you complete your thought?
Well, let me respond. Mara says, is it illegal? The legality of it suggests that it probably wouldn't go through, which is one reason why they won the settlement. If you actually read about it, parties can't sue themselves. Anyway, I don't know, man. Donald Trump can do all kinds of stuff, and people like Kenny, Omari, and others who voted for him. Hunter Biden sells a painting and is corrupt because he's the president's son. He's suing an entity where he hires and fires the people. He can wait to sue. Why? How can you have impartiality if you're the boss? So the IRS, you're going to be the lawyer for this is just
I was about to say something for sure. I'll get on mine. Once you if you're in business and you educate yourself on and the CEO of the business and you do
do something underhanded in the midst of pursuing some economic gain or some profit, then you're actually done. That corporation is burnt completely. Any insurance adjuster will tell you, you sue DC, you're not suing DC. Actually, you're suing the insurance company. And I'm very, very familiar with that procedure from my attorney, Dr. Attorney Malik Sulu Shabazz, who schooled me on enough to say something about some of this. Once Donald Trump has been discovered of impropriety or some inappropriate function, including potential derelict of duty or some form of public deception again, you know the drill. Out of the period, he knows that he's got all that several times with the mic. We here in Washington, strike the master to call. But we need the support of the people to put the remainder of the Islam. You have to put the dirt to declare them dead, and a funeral service done called Janasa. You have to place the dirt on it. So I'm awaiting the rest of America to place the dirt on. I think I've said enough to Mike. My associates, including Judge Al Green and John Lewis, who has passed me, God please bless him. He impeached Trump on the first day in office. A lot of people would forget that. He bought nearly it was more than that. Matter of fact, he had more than 1 million women, predominantly black women, on Capitol Hill today during the eulogy of Donald Trump. People remember correctly. Just people that follow up with their congressperson. They don't fall in with John Lewis. They don't come in with Judge Albrecht, Congressman, Congressional Representative Albrecht of Texas, Harris County, Texas, down a little slightly below Houston. Sheila Jackson Lee attempted the same thing to tell you those messages. The public didn't chime in. Mind you, John Lewis and Sheila Jackson Lee and John Conyers and others, they tried to follow. And then you let them die without getting the political substance. The journey, you don't use that juice skillfully and effectively against their point. If you saw them doing it, then naturally, if you were with them, then certainly you should be doing at least something that they were doing to indicate that the good holy book Quran says that they don't die. Don't speak of good service as dead. Nay, no, they living. But yet you perceive not. You don't treat them as a living document for reparation. Don't treat them as a man. I'm trying to compete. Even Benny Thompson preached the film at the goddamn impeachment himself. We didn't get behind. So we're not supposed to ride up and down. And ma'am, yeah, I release the mic, but we're just not following with our own congressional representative. And we don't demand that the GOP also have a form of congressional black caucus in order to balance the scales. Just listening, as we always do.
Well, I wanted to respond to and I don't think I was arguing, that either. I do think that if there's a legitimate grievance and we're going to have a principle like, hey, presidents should not, there's a conflict of interest, and presidents shouldn't be able to enter into settlements with agencies that they have control over. I think that is reasonable, and I actually agree with that. The problem is I try to look at things from like a realist, pragmatic standpoint. So I think I can look at my politics, but is there a way to actually make it that no other is technically not breaking the law? So I think actually put things in place. Like one, we can have like some sort of independence. I know a lot of conservatives disagree. They argue that it's basically going to be like a corporate.
They're saying in the chat box that they don't think that you're genuine forthcoming. They don't believe that you're honest and truthful on your statements. Not from me, sir. I'm just saying what they are. I sometimes very rarely quote what they say, but that's what they are saying about you, sir.
Oh, I'm happy to say it. Sir, do you know that even Donald Trump himself said, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know that decision would have to go across my desk. It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. Trump even acknowledged that he's literally paying himself. And did you also realize, sir, under the terms of the potential settlement agreement, Trump would actually have the authority to remove members of the commission when the fund without cause, and the commission would be under no obligation to disclose its procedures or decision-making process for awarding more than $1 billion. Are you kidding me?
No, so what
Are you kidding me? No, I'm not done. Just because, is there a law that says the president shall not consume a child in the middle of the freeway at 4 o'clock p.m. on Houston on Christmas? Does that mean that it's legal for him to do it? Y'all kill me with this shit. Y'all literally kill me. You are the reason that there are so many damn laws in the first place. Because you and your substantiation of the foolishness of this man. Did you have a father in the home when you grew up or what? Did a white person take you in as an orphan or something? I'm sorry, First Lady, I'm sorry.
Someone mentioned you was sheltered
I
as a
retract that
child.
last statement. The point is that is it legal? Is it legal? Y'all would have been the people sitting around saying slavery was right because it was legal at the time. Like, where do y'all get this from? Where do y'all get this from? It should piss everybody off because I just don't understand how you're trying to substantiate what is going on. First, you tried to say it wasn't a big deal because it shouldn't impact the average American. Then you tried to say that as average Americans, we should be worried about other things that should be more prominent or concerning that Trump is doing. Then you tried to say, well, is it illegal? Now you're trying to say, oh, we should prevent it from happening, but it's okay that it's happening now? Brother, you all over the goddamn place. My joke is not going to come out right. Anyway, whatever.
So I'll answer your question. Yes, I did have a father in the home. My late father actually passed away in February. He was a great man. To the second part, I do think that what I'm saying ultimately is that you have two competing issues. You have, let's prevent presidential corruption, right? Right. Now you're saying, well, we should just hope that our presidents don't do things. Well, obviously that's not working. So if the grievance is, well, we need to, presidents shouldn't do it. Well, I'm saying, well, we need to create laws, or Congress can create guardrails to prevent it. The problem with those guardrails is that by preventing, presidential corruption, especially when we're talking about, the agency. My argument is that I think that potentially is going to open up the door for unelected bureaucracies enter into a space where they're unaccountable themselves. So I think ultimately, I actually don't really know how to feel about this issue. I mean, I don't like that he's suing IRS, obviously, but I don't really care about that. I'm more practically, okay, am I serious enough about it to where I think something should be done? And it can't just be, well, he should stop. Should we appeal to Congress and say, like, there should be laws preventing this from happening?
Are you saying, sir, that mom and them did not allow you to play with the big boys Until after you were 21? Until after you were 21, sir? Was that being done?
Come on. So, Kenny, when did you learn about this?
When I learned about what? What are you talking about? You're bringing up, I don't know if I hear you, but say it again.
Bit of a matrix.
Yeah, I don't know. You're breaking up. I don't know if you're what you're saying.
When did you learn about the topic?
When did I learn about the thing?
Yeah, no, the settlement.
Oh, the settlement thing. Oh, I just heard that today.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Who were the parties in the suit?
Well, I would assume the IRS is one of the parties.
Okay, I don't know why I'm doing this like this. So there's a concept when people sue each other, they have to be in what's called adverse relationship. So if you go on Judge Joe Mathis, although it's not really court, you're in an adverse relationship with somebody. Donald Trump is not in an adverse relationship with himself because he'd be suing himself and defending against himself. Do people understand that?
Did you get that point?
Do you understand? Like being in a adverse relationship. Congress passes the law because you were saying, oh, we don't know if it's legal, but it's legal. I guess you were saying. Well, I don't want to say what you were saying. I don't say exactly what you say, word for word. You say that I'm being bad faith. But in fact, let me not even speak to Ken. Let me speak to Ken. I gotta stop speaking to people because people get annoyed at me when I speak to them. The point is that no one knows what this would have been because he would be suing himself and defending against himself. That's the problem. Otherwise, if you allow this, what would stop presidents from doing this all the time? Or other people. That's why you can't sue yourself. But hey, if it doesn't affect the everyday person, then it doesn't matter. Murder up the street. There was a murder in Chicago last night. Didn't affect me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There are children hungry all over. My children are well fed. Doesn't affect the everyday person. Doesn't matter. There are 700 some homeless people in California if you want to talk about. Doesn't affect the regular person outside of California. Doesn't matter. So we can only have conversations based off things. So that basically, I guess that would be gas. We can only talk about gas, I guess. And maybe food prices. Maybe. Doesn't matter.
In the short and long of it, you certainly can't quadruplize or quadruply jeopardize yourself by suing yourself 3 or 4 ways. He's moved to stop a major payment that was authorized by a judge, a few million in there that was going to he had been an obstruction to justice in several of these cases very recently, and people are again doing a drive-by. I don't know why, with all of the bureaucrat lawyers that are hanging around, stuffing themselves full of hors d'oeuvres and filet mignon at this hour. Just very inquisitive to me why those judicial processes have not stopped being. We have such a genuine Supreme Court, 3 or 4 major players selected by Donald John Trump himself, and don't forget the depository of this depository left by Bush Warren, Nicholas McClellan Thompson, and others who sit and listen, and they don't talk, they don't speak, they don't act, and we wonder why are they Supreme Court justices at all. He's made the point very clear. You cannot sue yourself. anybody's court of law and bring this much weight to the table in a lawsuit such as you have to prevent from paying taxes or paying your bills, paying as being caught liable of a lawsuit, paying your bills to do your own personal housekeeping is not the purpose of the Supreme Court, the local courts, your Solicitor General, or any other valuable person around this judicial system. As I land my plane on the facts, as we all know them. Just by saying my, it looks so terrible for a story to tell the captain today. My.
The United States blew up a school with 187 girls with a Tomahawk missile. Didn't affect the common person in America. Doesn't matter. Just give him the 1.7 billion. And the crazy thing about the settlement is that it wouldn't go to him. In a strange way, I would feel better if it did go to him as opposed to what they're trying to set up. I mean, I would feel best if it went to court and the courts solved this issue. Now, the court will probably have to sign off on a settlement, so they'll probably be involved. I don't think this is going to go through, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to go through. But, hey, if it does go through and it didn't affect the everyday person, it doesn't matter. You know, who cares? There was a recall on food. Most people don't eat that food. It doesn't matter. Let the people get salmonella die. It doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't matter. You know, let's talk about something, according to Kenny, that affects the everyday person. So we should change the subject. Kenny, would you like to offer the topic of the room a topic that affects the everyday person, since this one doesn't matter?
Yeah, I think we should definitely get off of this topic because
What you got?
I think that how do you guys feel about feminism?
That doesn't affect the everyday person, how I feel about feminism. It doesn't matter.
Really? How does it affect the everyday person?
How I feel. You asked me what I felt about it. How I feel about it doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm actually like, can you prove that?
How country of 300 million people feels about that. How I feel about it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we're moving away from that though. I thought we moved away from that.
You just asked me how I felt about feminism. I said it doesn't matter how I feel about it.
It doesn't matter how you feel about it?
Correct.
Who doesn't it matter to?
The everyday person.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about it.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if I'm asking you specific?
Because it doesn't affect the everyday person. That's the standard you set up for the room. So whether you got the room.
I didn't set up any standard for the room.
You did. You told us when you first brought up Strike the mask. Not only are you entitled to it, we're using it as a guiding principle for the conversation. Are you listening? Obviously, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm following your lead. You're a strong black man. You believe in the black family and the black woman should submit. So we're going to follow your lead. Some men need to submit to other black men. So we're following your lead. What topic you got?
I actually don't believe that. I don't know.
Okay.
I know you don't know me, and I know that's what you've been doing pretty much since I've been in the room.
I got you.
Follow my lead.
No, you just said you don't believe in that, so we're not going to follow you.
No, I said women. I do believe you should follow my lead, though. So follow my lead like you do. Or you don't contradict yourself. Okay, thank you. Go back to me. Actually, no. Okay, yeah, I know you're not. Cause now, okay, so like I said, I actually don't believe that. I don't teach that. I actually teach the complete opposite. Now, you probably believe that yourself, and that's why you're projecting that on me. But I don't teach that men should be home. And I don't even believe the Bible teaches that, by the way.
Okay.
You got something else you want to try to project on me?
No, I think you're an idiot, Kenny. I'm going to be honest.
I know you do. Well, you should have said that from the beginning.
I didn't think you were an idiot.
You were pretending.
No.
Yes, you were.
I didn't think you were. May I respond, sir? May I respond?
No. Now I want you to go back on mute. You said you were going to follow my lead. So go back on mute. You, from the moment I came on this stage, you pretended as if you wanted to have some sort of intellectual conversation, when really what you wanted to do was project something on me. And you just did that by alluding that I believe, or that I posit, that women should submit to men, when that's not even what I teach. And all of my opponents on this app know that, and I argue with them every single day. Now you can speak.
Thank you, Kenny, sir, leader, submission, Lord, smart man. So I did not bring you up to have an intellectual conversation. We don't really do intellectual conversations on Clubhouse. There are no intellectuals on here. Maybe there's a hidden one. Maybe Steve Crow. The room was dull. Reform was literally reading stuff that was popping up on her. If you don't want to have a conversation, you might have a conversation. I don't know how we got fucking feminism, but if you want to talk about feminism, we'll follow your lead, sir. So go ahead and ask your questions about feminism. We're actually going to follow your lead, sir. What would you like to discuss on that? Is somebody speaking?
No.
Okay, leader Kenny, excuse me, my leader Kenny wants to know what you all think about feminism. There's a everyone's lot, but you can't talk about, possible criminal corruption, billions of dollars of tax dollars, people that got pardoned from Trump, they're pardoning. We can't talk about that. Mike, who wants to say something about feminism? Okay, would you like to define what feminism is, sir? Since it's your topic, why don't you define what feminism is so we have a shared language? If you don't,
I actually don't have a definition for it. I'm curious what your definition is for it.
well, I didn't bring up the topic, so I don't have a definition. I'm just going to follow your lead. So how do you understand? May I answer your question? May I answer the question? And may I answer the question? So since people have thank you, sir. Since people have competing definitions, maybe we should use a master definition so we're all on the same page. That's one way to have a good conversation. And since you brought it up, I'll let you provide a conversation.
I guess you could define feminism as women being treated unfairly because they're women. And feminism responds to that and says that that's a wrong, that women should not be treated unfairly. They should be treated like a human being. That's how I define it.
Any response? He wants to know how we feel about that definition. This is a scintillating conversation. The conversation that Reform brought up doesn't affect the regular person. We should shut the fuck up. So this is a scintillating and tantalizing topic. And he gave a definition of feminism that even Wollstonecraft herself would be proud of. Thank you, Kenny. Would anybody like to discuss this wonderful and important topic that Kenny, the teacher, brought up? Because remember, he teaches.
You've done a great job moderating. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Ben was talking about very important thing affecting our daily life. I'm sorry, Kenny. No one cares about Kim Kardashian meeting use as every day. We need to hear something. The fucking gas is $6 here. What the hell are we talking about? He was really talking about a very important thing, and you're as curious about feminism. I don't give a fuck. There's a ton of gay people. They are fucking each other in the ass. I'm sorry to be very clear. They don't give a fuck about feminism.
Not sure why Big Devil S got in there, or how it got in there, rather. Whatever. So I'm going by that. So yeah, you suggested something, it didn't work. So we're just gonna move on.
Wait, first lady is there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me? Am I breaking up?
Lady?
I'm here. Am I breaking up?
No, you are not. Just that.
Can you hear me, First Lady?
I can now.
Okay. So, First Lady, you're saying that the man that told us our conversation was shit, but it didn't affect their average person, the teacher, the man who teaches about households, even through the Bible. You mean to tell me he offered a topic and no one's interested in it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it
Okay.
appears to be that way.
Okay. Oh, as you were saying, okay. Okay. Can we now go back to presidential corruption and the fucking reason why we have the United States, in part because of corruption of the sovereign or the executive? Or does anyone talk about feminism with arguably the worst single definition of feminism I've ever heard in my life?
I think everybody wants to finish what we were talking about and keep Katie and Kim Kardashian alone.
He said he can't conversation alone. Yeah, perhaps maybe we can swing back and to that conversation later, but we're gonna move forward. Okay. The corruption. So I don't understand why people don't see it. Yes, he was done correctly. The real question is why couldn't he wait another year and a half?
Or sue before. He could have sued. He had a year and a half to sue before he got back in office. He specifically waited until he was in office. That's the issue. But I don't want to belabor the point because presidential corruption and the corruption of our government doesn't affect the average person. Who are going to pay for the $1.7 billion?
I don't think it makes sense. Why would he wait to actually, if he can actually ensure that he's going to get the outcome that he wants, why would he wait? If he actually wants to win the suit and he can be in control of the negotiation process because he's heading the executive branch, then why would he wait if his goal is to actually win?
Right. So if he can do something, so as the head of our country, if he could do something unethical, immoral, and we don't know if it's illegal or not, why wait? That's right. Why not be corrupt? Why not steal taxpayers' money? If you have the final say on it and you're the boss of the people who are going to give you the money, that's a great point. Why wait? We should have local officials do the same thing. Right? They should be stealing money from the municipal workers. Why wait? When you're in office and you're in charge, go ahead and steal. Just go ahead and take, because you're in charge and you get the outcome you want. That's right. Get in power so you can take taxpayer dollars. And this is the intellectual conversation I wanted. This has been it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what white men have done for ages. Is this new information to you? Why not do it?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? And we should just roll over and take it. You know, we shouldn't talk about it. Parsley, what do you think of feminism?
Don't laugh, man. I'm just, Omar, why are you giving him a 100? That's what I want to know, because I don't, to be in office, to have the control over that office, you're the boss, and I don't see how y'all don't see where there's a conflict. I don't understand.
I think Omari was saying that he's corrupt. I think Omari was actually.
I saw that he put that in there, but he did 100 on the boy when he was saying something else. When Kenny was saying something, I'm like, why are you saying that? What are you doing?
Well, black male Trump supporters have to do everything to find ways to justify. Everybody's got to do it too. They have to normalize. Yeah, they have to normalize Trump. So they have to do it. Tuffle is the only one with integrity so far that's really come through. I at least give him credit for it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still. I mean, I'm
He breaking up, buddy. Is he breaking up for you?
It doesn't matter either way.
It does. Because Kenny, we can't hear you, Ken. Kenny, we couldn't hear what you said. I want to hear what you have to say. But is it possible, because when I'm sitting here and I've been listening, I haven't said anything, haven't interrupted, I haven't did any reactions, nothing, zero, different things. But I continuously hear you use the word opponent. Do you think this is a game? I want you to really think about that tonight when you lay your head down. Is this a game for you?
This is for blacks. You're not welcome hanging out. You called me a nigger 4 times the other day. You were calling all these niggers. You're not welcome here, bro. You need to leave on your own, and they'll lose you. So you can do what you want to do. You call us all niggers. You didn't want to talk it. We were talking about. So you can either leave on your own, or we'll just boot you. We'll give you a few seconds to decide. All right, First Lady. This is the man that called all of us niggers the other day because he came in a conversation that his moms were having. And in the midst of that conversation, he didn't like it. He said these niggers are taking over the space. He used niggers several times. So we'll see. Okay, he's still here. Bye. Lock for life.
And you say,
Bye. All right, sorry, First Lady.
No worries. No. So
That's an N-word execution right there.
yeah.
That was a good one. He set it up good.
I mean, so what does that mean? Why are you continuously speaking as if
Hello?
this is a game, like you're fighting on side my opponent? Right?
I'm actually not. I'm not following.
You don't follow it. I'm asking you a question about your use of the word opponent.
Oh, but my use of the word opponent was directed at Ben because for some reason Ben deems me as an opponent.
I don't.
He used that word?
I didn't use that word. I said I wanted to know how.
Functionally,
Wait a minute. No. It was quiet in here. Reform was reading the back of a brownie's mixed botany 2A. She was done. I said, I think Kenny does. Hello, guys. This is why blocking spam call. I can't even understand it. Is that me?
No, it's not true.
But what I don't necessarily tolerate is, am I breaking up or something?
Yeah, the whole time. We've been trying to tell you that, but you're yapping.
Kenny, okay, so let me, I was trying to stop you, but then I just want to let you go because I didn't want you to think that I was trying to.
Well, regardless, irregardless, let him go. I've never heard someone correct themselves after saying regardless with irregardless. I've never heard that. I love this app. I hear things I've never heard in real life. He said regardless and then corrected himself by saying irregardless. I never heard that. That was interesting.
All right. So Kenny, I was saying or asking about the opponent piece because I was relating that to the fact about how you're not taking a moment to look at the case and understand your argument. You're arguing saying, well, why wouldn't he do this while he's actually there? Well, because it's supposed to be America first. So, you wait and have it litigated by people that you're not the boss of. That doesn't mean he's not going to win. And he's definitely probably going to win. I mean, if he was wrong, he was wrong. So,
So I guess, let me try to tell you why I said that, right?
Okay.
If I posit that Trump is a fascist, right? And I know I'm not saying you're doing that, but that's typically the narrative. Maybe you agree he is a fascist, but he's a narcissistic fascist.
I
Right?
don't put titles
I
on
know, but
anyone.
I know, but the majority of individuals, that's what.
So now you're projecting on us. I thought you didn't like when people project.
I'm actually not.
Now you're projecting.
Hold on for a second, man.
You said the majority of people do that. The majority of people don't do that.
Yeah, so let me clarify. You're right. Let me clarify what I mean by that. So the majority of his opponents argue that he is in fact a dictator, narcissist, fascist, all of those things, right? So what I'm doing is I'm taking that to its logical conclusion. In fact, that's what he is, right? Why would he wait? If he is a corrupt fascist, why would he wait when he could just wait until he actually gets power and then sue when he actually has control over the negotiation process? So now I'm asking you guys, what's wrong with that?
You already lost.
Who he is. What's wrong with it? That's all I'm asking.
Well, just because a person is a thing doesn't mean that it's okay to go ahead and be that thing.
When will you fight?
You always hope that people make changes or
Fucking
try to do the right thing.
You are pathetic.
But in the way that you're tking, you're
pathetic.
saying accept him for what you already know that
or $1
he is and allow him to do the thing that we all know is wrong. That is upside down thinking.
Oh, man beats his wife, First Lady. We know he beats his wife. Why talk about it? Let him beat his wife. He's a wife beater. Doesn't affect the everyday person.
Pathetic. When will you fight to win?
If man beats his wife, we know it's a wife beater. Well, of course he should beat his wife. This is the wife beater. And
Exactly.
it doesn't affect the everyday person. Just beating one woman. Who gives a fuck? Let's move on to talk about feminism.
Yeah,
What do you think about feminism?
And that's why earlier I initially was trying to lay out if we're gonna have.
Hey, Kenny, do you drive this 150?
1 second, let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why I initially laid out is that if I'm gonna have a particular grievance with this, which I don't necessarily like, I mean I think it's problematic, but I don't take grievance with it, meaning that I'm gonna go vote towards it. My point was that if it's something that we feel like should not happen, then Congress can easily just create guardrails preventing this to happen. But that's not a part of the conversations
Yes.
that I've heard. I haven't necessarily heard individuals, when they're discussing this, is only a way to just say Trump is evil, Trump is bad, he's corrupt. Which, okay, I agree with all of those things. If that is the case, though, we can easily create drills to prevent things like this from happening. And that was my suggestion to the room.
We can
Somehow
easily.
because Ben deems me as an opponent.
Yes.
He wants to continue to reduce the nuance of my position down.
It's not nuanced.
Try to make it as if I'm derailing the room when he brought me on stage.
Kenny, I'm trying not to have any crash out.
Listen to Kenny's logic. Congress could easily pass a law curbing Trump. I want people to hear that. Congress could easily. That's what he just said. It's the
That's
nuance.
not what I just said. That's not what I said.
You did say that. You said Congress could easily.
You keep doing it. You don't even realize you're doing it.
You literally. First, did he not just say that? Hold on, Kenny. Hold on, Kenny. First Lady, did he just say Congress could easily pass a law doing X, Y, and Z?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he did.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
I said
That is
Congress.
what you said.
Okay, well maybe he meant something else. Let's just
But
hear
that's
it.
what he said. Is
Okay,
that what he said or not?
that is what he said.
Thank you.
It sounds like he wants to say something. That's not the interpretation he was trying to get. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so that's actually not what I said, guys. I didn't mention anything about Congress passing a law to curb Trump. Congress can't do anything at this point to curb Trump. They really can't. What I was saying is that there's an issue in regards to the argument is Congress could introduce guardrails to prevent these types of things from happening. Conservatives argue, and this is the actual argument from conservatives, if Congress were to do something like this, all it would do is create a fourth branch of government. That's what I said earlier. And because ban.
Wait a minute, slow down. There you go. Slow down. Let's just get you to. You just said it again.
No, it's
Come on.
you guys are missing it.
Okay, all right. One more time for me, because I'm slow.
Trump is already suing the IRS.
Yes.
He's already president. So what I'm referring to is in the future, not right now, because Trump's already doing it. Okay?
Mhm.
He's already in control of the executive right now. I'm saying to prevent things like this from happening. Not to curb Trump, to prevent things like this from happening in the future, Congress could introduce guardrails. That's what I said. Not nothing about Trump. Because Ben, again.
Okay. Kenny, stop doing the menace.
I'm sorry. I want him to crash out. That's why.
I know, but wow. Wait, so.
Because it's fun. I'm having fun.
Okay.
What does that mean? Congress could introduce guardrails, and if it's not a law. And then the second question is, what will the fourth branch of government that conservatives say that will be created from said guardrails? I don't even know what that means. Break that down. That makes absolutely no sense.
Sure, I can explain to you, man. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Do them one at a time. I can't understand it. Is that just me?
No, you're breaking up, Kenny.
presenting. Can y'all hear me now? I'm on.
Yeah.
Explain the guardrails that Congress could create and how do they create it?
Sure. One, you would require an independent special counsel or some sort of federal judge to approve settlements involving a sitting president, right? That could be one potential guardrail. A second guardrail, you could straight up ban presidents from financially benefiting from settlements that are being negotiated while they are in control of the executive. Irregardless of any of those things, the argument from conservatives is that is a fourth branch. It's going to have a fourth branch problem because all of these individuals would be unelected bureaucrats essentially. And my point is, if I were to take the position that, hey, this is wrong and we should prevent not just Trump, but every president from ever being able to do something like this, regardless if they have a grievance or not, they should be able to do something like this, then I believe that you have to be on the side of, hey, Congress should introduce what I just laid out.
Okay. How is a federal judge a fourth branch. So of the people he named, federal judges were one of them. How would that be a fourth branch? And why would conservatives be upset with federal judges doing things when federal judges are quite literally Article 3 of the Constitution? That doesn't even make any sense. Secondly, on the independent counsel, there's already laws on the books regarding independent counsel. Thirdly, depending on the settlement, there's already laws that judges have to approve of them. Irregardless, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's all Greek to me, as Casca says. I don't know, man. People swear they know what they're talking about, and it's hard to have conversations with people who suggest that federal judges would be a fourth branch of government. They're quite literally in the Constitution in Article 3. I don't even understand. Irregardless, that makes no sense. I don't know, First Lady. I'm not going to crash. I got 10 seconds left before my next set. I'm going to use every 10 seconds. I got 5 seconds left. I'm just saying irregardless until I'm done. Irregardless, 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 irregardless.
Hush. Yeah, you just trying to trigger that boy. Now you know that ain't right. Kenny, did you want to respond?
No, because he didn't. I mean, I don't disagree with anything he said. He wasn't arguing against my point. I said conservatives. I think conservatives argue that it's a fourth branch. I agree that it's not a fourth branch. But that's what conservatives argue. Like that's what a lot of them look argue. Like I said, so I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying. Again, what the problem is that ultimately you have to take a side. Like you can. Okay, so you don't have to take a side. Let me rephrase that. You can just say, hey, what Trump is doing is wrong, and you can complain about it, right? In my opinion, I think that's fine. I think complaining about it, saying your grievance, it's wrong, he's corrupt, et cetera, et cetera. I think that there's another side of the group of individuals who are saying, hey, we should prevent anyone from ever being able to do these things. Because if, in fact, he's doing it right now. He's doing it. We all agree with that.
But listen to this.
My point is that if you're going to have, if we're going to have there's another conversation that we can have that can be centered around, okay, is it imperative for Congress to prevent things like this from happening in the future? And I think that it is, because if they're going to argue and debate about it, I don't think it should just be centered around Trump is corrupt. I think it should be centered around, hey, this shouldn't be something that's possible.
Well, let me just let you in on something. I need to rewind the tape real quick because, people go about different ways to have conversations. When we were in the middle of having a conversation, you butted in and said, I don't think we need to be talking about this. You don't remember that? So, yeah, we can have the conversation. We can get to that. If in fact that is the idea. But part of the problem, and nobody's necessarily focusing on the corruption more than understanding that we're breaking laws and norms that we all have been used to. And once those things are broken, it's hard to go back to them. So you're saying, and what you're suggesting is, well, just go ahead and let him do it. Go ahead and let him do it. And then we'll fix it on the back end. Right? That's what you're saying. That's your suggestion.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying, I'm speaking from a realistic, not saying you guys aren't. I'm saying that he is doing it right now. He's going to continue to do it. So he is in fact suing.
Okay, so you said don't fight this battle.
I'm not saying, okay, hold on for a second. Okay, again, I don't know how much more clear I can make this. I'm not giving like some sort of prescription for what everyone else should do. I am saying that what Trump is doing right now is that he is suing the IRS. I personally think that that is a conflict of interest, and I believe that it should not be something that's able to happen. Now, am I willing to think that there should be guardrails that Congress imposes? I don't know. That's where I'm on the fence about it, because I don't know what that would necessarily look like. I know what the arguments have been for that I've heard when I've had conversations with Democrats. What they said should what these guardrails should look like, but I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. I think that ultimately, if we're going to have agreements about it, I think it should be principled, and it shouldn't be Trump just centered at Trump. I think it should be a principled position. Hey, this is wrong. Presidents should not be allowed.
Let's go back to feminism. What's the conflict of interest?
They should be able to take money from taxpayers, essentially.
I don't even know what could you describe what the conflict of interest is with, I mean, just as a principle, a party suing another party.
What's the other party?
So you're saying Trump is suing the IRS. Where's the conflict of interest?
Okay, so is Trump in control of the executive? Is he not the one that's gonna? Is he not in control of the individuals that's gonna be negotiating these things?
You talking about like him having an attorney within the IRS?
No. Okay. So is the IRS under Trump's fear?
It's not a conflict of interest. He can sue personally. It has nothing to do with him sitting in office as an executive, and 9 times out of 10 he has an attorney. He's not pro se suing the IRS.
What do you guys say? I don't understand what you're
No, that's actually not. Maybe we can put the.
I guess what I'm confused about is like when, just as a general matter, like how does it become a conflict of interest? For example, if you are an employer, you sue your employee. If you're a superior, you sue an inferior. Just as a general matter, I'm just curious about what the conflict of interest would be, and how could a judge not resolve that conflict of interest?
I'm gonna explain how.
Wait, we're putting Black Freedom. Maybe you can get caught up with what's going on. So a judge has already ruled. Dan, can you explain it again?
I haven't been following this particular matter. So.
I'm confused.
Adverse possession, not
Wait, you're
adverse.
you're saying the sitting you don't see it. I'm not confused. Do you know the IRS, Trump versus the IRS?
I haven't been following that litigation. I'm just curious about like the actual term of art, conflict of interest. Like what's the particular conflict?
The conflict of interest is that, okay, so Trump is the plaintiff, right? So he is the person suing. The IRS is a part of the executive.
So we're talking about suing your own agency, essentially, within let's say the executive authority, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so the individuals that Trump is suing, right, are part of the executive branch, which Trump is control over, which means that the president he appoints all of the executive leadership. So that means the DOJ that's defending the government, like they're defending the government against the plaintiff, which is the person that put them in leadership. Do you not see the conflict of interest?
No, I was.
So you saying that the government can't sue the government?
Wait, let me read this part, and then I'll put something for Black Freedom. So Trump is suing the IRS. He's trying to make a settlement. So the settlement is expected to stave off a concern raised by the judge overseeing his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, who has ordered Trump and the DOJ to justify by next week why the case should be able to proceed. In a ruling last month, U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams questioned whether Trump and the defendants, the Treasury Department, and the IRS are sufficiently adverse for the case to proceed. This is her words. These are her words. Moreover, although President Trump avers that he is bringing this lawsuit in his personal capacity, he is the sitting president, and his named adversaries are entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. Indeed, President Trump's own remarks about this matter acknowledge the unique dynamic of this litigation. Trump's words were in October. It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know that decision would have to go across my desk. It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. So this is not theoretical. This is literally what's happening. But I'll put the article in the chat.
Okay, that's different. There's no adversarial party. I was thinking like as an actual technical legal term, conflict of interest. Like normally, so for example, if I have a conflict of interest, it's because, for example, like let's say I would have to if there was an employee of mine or an attorney of mine who was representing an adverse party, I would have to wall that person off.
So that's literally what's happening. Because the DOJ lawyers are defending the government essentially, but he appoints them.
Yeah, I put the article in the chat. Black Freedom. If you're not familiar with it, it's actually a pretty big thing. Trump is actually suing. I think he has 3 cases. I think one was for. So one is for the IRS for the leak of his returns. The other one is when they went to Mar-a-Lago for the documents. I think he's suing that for $320 million. Does anybody remember the third one? I can pull it back up in the article. Ben, do you remember? There's a third case that he's suing. I can't remember, but it's 3 cases. But the IRS settlement is the one that's at issue. I'm still reading about this, y'all, but yeah, Black Freedom, you may want to read up on it.
There's a couple where
Yeah.
there's a couple where he is pursuing the payment of a civil suit that was won against him, and he's suing to stop the payment on that lawsuit. Everyone that has really studied Trump knows that he is self-determined not to pay one penny, dime, nor a plug nickel, not even a red cent in taxes. If he does happen to be entrapped and has to pay taxes, he will go after them to get the goddamn money back.
I think they already ruled that he doesn't have to pay E. Jean Carroll. Sorry for interrupting. Is that what you're talking about?
I know exactly. You know exactly. Listen,
I think that they already
the point is Bradenton. The point of the question. Now, the pertinent cross-examination question again is contained in the statement. The judge who asks, why in the hell should I allow this matter to go forward? That is the pertinent cross-examination question. You can't sue yourself. You can't reward yourself. You can't be in between you and the law that has been put in place to bring justice. You cannot do justice by yourself. You will naturally, by human nature, rule in the favor of yourself, regardless of the witnesses, regardless of the evidence, and regardless of the testimony, that you will rule in favor of yourself every time. Who goes down and says, well, I plead guilty and I'll sentence myself to 7 years in the penitentiary, which is there about what could be, if there is a Justice Department at all, there's at least 7 years contained if it is discovered a scandal or an impediment to justice or unidentifiable means that he is the one being sued or he's the one that would suffer the loss. So when he said identifiable meaning he is the accused and he turns around and becomes the accuser.
Yes, sir. I think
not only is it an obstruction to justice,
okay,
it's an impossibility to arrive at justice.
Right. I think
and I land my plane just in my mind.
Okay. I think we're just explaining it for Black Freedom. But anywho, yeah. I'm gonna look up the third reason. And I just want to point out what Amari said. I know I'll leave the chat in the chat. But Amari, just because Black Freedom is not familiar with it, that does not mean that it's not a big deal, sir, respectfully. Just FYI. This is a very big deal. And the slush fund would be even more of a big deal, or whatever it is that he's trying to do. Big, illegal, unethical deal. But Black Freedom said he was reading about the specifics. What are you talking about? It came up on the New York Times Google search.
The creation of the settlement came up, sir. Yes, because I pay attention to this. We've heard about this. Like, are you serious right now? All of our information comes from the news. I don't think any of us are correspondents. And as much as you stay in Donald Trump's ass, you rarely bring any actual news to the table, except when it had to do with the subjugation of black men, because you forget that you a nigga.
What's
So
going on?
you want he's talking shit in the chat. I'm tired of him. Like, always got something to say. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about this because it is news. Like, what is going on? I don't understand. It's news. You should be happy that Donald Trump is getting a settlement. Your big daddy is actually going to settle with the IRS. Your fellow brethren, the J6ers, you're not going to praise the fact that 1,600 white people are going to get $1 million from Daddy Trump? You should be excited about it. Okay.
Now, unless if you snap your
No,
face at
Uncle,
justice.
one second.
Miscarriage of justice.
Uncle, please, one second. So, Omari, you said, so if I got this right, he was saying, well, Black Freedom doesn't know about it, then it's not that important. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the lawsuit, but what I will say is that again. Go ahead, my bad.
He said it's a big deal, and he said a big deal on Clubhouse. And he said outside of Clubhouse. I said yes, it's big in the federal courts, and for those that care about the constitutional order of the United States. And he said Clubhouse real lawyer didn't even follow this case. So yeah, he was saying because that he didn't follow the case, then it could be a big deal. Of course, it is a big deal because it has everything to do with adversarial parties in court around the president, something that hadn't been worked out before. It literally goes to the relationship between the branches. It goes to the core of the Constitution and order. But it's a January 6th thing. And you have to remember, his homegirl got shot down. And so he's always on Trump's side of January 6th because they shot his homegirl down. Remember, that was Omari's friend, the girl that got killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the good news again is it has if we the people decide to stop that goddamn case, it will be stopped. It's just you don't have enough self-determination.
Ambassador, please.
Well, I'm just saying to you the truth. If you don't want me to say the truth, it's fine.
Well, don't say the truth. Don't say the truth.
Fine. But again, the case can't be stopped.
Well, it may not be a top story, but there wasn't a story that we wanted to talk about because we had already covered it. What are we doing? Chill back, chill out. Yeah, because right now, if we leave from this, there's nothing else to talk about, for real. So, I mean,
I'm okay, First Lady. I forgot that I haven't eaten, so I'm gonna go eat. But Omari, I follow news about the IRS, sir. I suggest that you do as well. But anywho, thank y'all for having the discussion. I did not realize that. So he's maybe Dan, you look like you read a little bit more. So he's suggesting the settlement. Yeah, I saw that, Your Honor. He's suggesting the settlement, but the case itself is still being litigated. Interesting.
Well, the good news is this is not the evil of Kamala Harris. You know, she had an abortion policy. When people can have a personal responsibility and not have abortions, or you have a better economy, which leads to fewer abortions. But even though we know this guy's evil and corrupt, he was still the lesser of two evils. So that's a good thing to know. Because we're in a war, 187 girls killed. Those kills don't matter, but they're Iranian. War all over the world. Prices through the roof got worse. Gas through the roof. But guess what? This is not as evil as Kamala Harris would have been, because she would have had an abortion policy that I don't know what the policy would have been, because presidents don't really seem to set abortion policy because they're now done at the state level. But hey, it doesn't matter that Trump's abortions have gone up since the overturn of Roe. It's her policy that was evil. And that's the worst evil, right? Cutting food stamps and meals or Meals on Wheels, or cutting Medicaid to take care of the poor, which actually comes directly from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, for those of you who know the Beatitudes. That, of course, was more evil. So her policies is more life-giving, but she was the evil one. It's because she's a black woman, and because she's a woman. We all know it. Everything she was going to do was more evil than this guy. Can't crash now. Got some more spots to get to. I'm done.
The way that MAGA substantiates any and everything that Donald Trump does literally has to be studied. So Omari's supposition is now that it is a quote-unquote filler story. We literally have individuals come in here and talk about random counties all across the country that none of us live in, have been to, know a single person, and we talk about,
Well, let's talk about this part of it, the downplaying. I think it's very dangerous for them to continuously downplay stuff like that because it normalizes it. So I agree with you in regards to the downplaying. If in fact the thing is wrong, you gotta work on the thing that's wrong. You can't downplay it and say, "Oh well, it's just this." No, because then people think that you're accepting it, and then they do more, and then they do more and more and more. It just gets greater. So the more you ignore, the more you actually welcome it in this situation. So yeah, you gotta stop downplaying it. It's not cool.
Let's talk about feminism. What do you think about feminism first? Let's go to the topic that's really gonna affect people's day-to-day lives. What do you think about that?
I don't know, child. I don't know. I'm grateful that I didn't live in a time when feminism did not exist. I know they say they had several different waves of it, but I don't know.
How do you think Kamala Harris's policies are more evil than Trump's? Because remember, they were too evil. So, which one of her policies? Give us a few policies of hers that are evil. I got 7 seconds for the next set. Opponent.
Yeah, I thought it was irregardless.
Let's switch with each one. Opponent.
This guy's crazy. I don't focus on those. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. That's my answer. I just know that it doesn't make sense for somebody to have a conversation about abortion and then not care about what's happening to the numbers in the present time.
It's insane, isn't it?
That's pretty weird.
That's pretty weird. No, that gets blamed for flattening nuance. So I'm talking about the material effects on the ground, which, if you're interested in abortion, as it should be, it's not a normative concern. It's an applied one, right? But I'm the one that's not into the nuance. It's insane.
So since we're back to my view now, I'll go ahead and stop in here. So again, there's a difference between the number of something that happens and the legality behind it. So one side advocates for federal protections for abortion. The other side advocates that it goes back to the state. Both of those views to me are evil. Like Trump's view is evil. Kamala Harris's view is evil. Both of them are. Because in my opinion, the non-evil view is federal abortion ban. So, but because I deem both of them are evil, I have to see which one of those are the lesser of two evils. A person that says federal legal protection for abortion, and the other one that says, hey, it should go back to the states. That was my position. What you did was that, well, under Trump, it's still more abortions happening. When that's, again, my principle of why I voted was on the basis of not how many, it's not like I voted for Trump, like, oh, abortion is going to go away now. The idea was, well, at least it's moving away from at least it being a legal right. So that's why you removed the nuance. Hold on for a second. You did remove the nuance, and you actually just did it again.
You never mentioned state and federal ban.
You never mentioned federal and state bans before.
No, moderator privilege. Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on. Just be fair to me, and I'll let you finish. Hold on, Kenny. We don't want to move you down. You never mentioned federal and state bans before. You never said federal and state bans.
Yes, I did. Come on.
No, you didn't.
Come on, man.
He doesn't tell the truth. There's no need to have a
No,
conversation.
Kenny, what's going on, bro? You never mentioned federal and state bans.
You're being ridiculous, man.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
First lady, did he speak to...
What am I talking?
No, he never said anything
Hold
about.
on. First of all, if you were speaking to policy... Okay, but let me answer. If you were speaking to legalities...
I can't help
Let
it.
me answer. Let me tell you. If you're speaking to legalities... Shut the fuck up, yo. Shut up. If you're speaking to legalities, you would actually be speaking about Dobbs. You didn't mention Dobbs. You didn't mention a federal ban. You didn't mention federal protections or state protections. Okay? That happened in 2022. The election was in 2024. Okay? Opponent. Regardless. He's another dummy. I gotta be honest with y'all. Why do Trump supporters lie? We just heard this man lie like 4 times in 20 minutes.
At least.
Did anybody hear him mention federal ban? Federal
No.
protection? He did not.
No.
Did y'all hear him say he did not say that Congress could easily pass?
And then came right back and said.
That he didn't say that? Come on, man. I think replays are silly because people, do weird stuff with them in chop and screw and stuff. But I'm starting to reevaluate replays. He literally said Congress could easily pass X, Y, and Z. I didn't say that. Oh, I mentioned federal bans. He never mentioned federal bans, federal protections, or anything. He's an idiot. It's hard to have conversations with these people. They all lie. All of them lie.
Yeah.
The only one that doesn't lie, if you talk to the negative, is maybe Jamal. He might be the only one that doesn't regularly lie. They all lie. It's strange. It's really strange.
Well, I think the reason why he don't tell too many stories is because he's too busy bullcrapping around. So.
Well, he said he's a teacher.
Oh.
What? Kenny. Oh, I'm sorry. He says he teaches. He didn't say he was a teacher. Did you hear him? So I don't teach that. Did you hear that?
No.
That's
I heard
wild,
you
yo.
calling him a teacher, but I wasn't paying attention when he said.
Oh, when I said the thing about submission, he was like, "Oh, I don't teach that." They didn't say that. People wanted to know what he taught. Yeah, this is what he be strong. You know, go back up because I don't lie. You can see it. That level of lying is insane. I never said Congress could easily pass a thing. And then he said there's a bunch of conservatives who would call it a fourth branch of government. He named one. I talked to Democrats, and Democrats have these guardrails, and I don't know about it. He ain't one guardrail, one Democrat. Kenny is a prime A1 bullshitter. That's all he is. He's a liar and a bullshitter. He lies and bullshits.
I thought he was a good guy. He had a nice.
I thought he was too.
Did he have a little suit on, a little shirt and tie?
And he was kind of cool. But then with a lot of this stuff online, I know y'all don't like what Crooked does. A lot of this stuff, I'm telling you, Donald Trump would not have won if it wasn't this online gender stuff. It is this gender stuff. I'm telling you. And now he has to double and triple down. You heard him say, well, why wouldn't he do it when he's now? Huh? Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, but then he was sitting there fighting to tell Black freedom, why it's wrong and all that. I'm like, what? I said, I ain't gonna say nothing, I'm just gonna let him interrupt.
Oh, no. Look who's on the court. My self-esteem is not low today. But if I play these guys, I'm gonna come out of here feeling like Anthony Edwards.
You need help.
We're on this one. I'm about to go over there.
Not paying the YN.
They playing full court. You gonna play with them? Is it the East Asian?
Yeah. I cannot confirm or deny, but I will say, if I could brought my laptop in to be fixed, they could fix it.
That's nasty. You play too much.
You can't even have a honest calm look. That was an insane. That man said he mentioned federal protection. That man never mentioned federal protection. I don't understand it. Jamal is the only one. I was wrong. I don't understand. You know why it is, though? Personally, you know why it is?
No.
I tell you what the problem is.
No.
They feel like it's racial betrayal. I think a lot of Black Trump supporters who said, let's try something different. I like it. And they see the bad effects on them and their communities and Black people generally. I really think they feel like race traitors, and this is how they deal with it. That's what I really believe. I really believe they'll know that Donald Trump is terrible and terrible for their communities, whatever that is, and they just can't bring themselves to admit it. Whatever that stage of grief is, and I don't know if that's the first stage, but they know it's bad, and so they get around people like me and you and others, and I'm like, come on, man, and you want to actually, they just can't admit it. They feel like they're race traitors. I never heard a bunch of Black men going around talking about loving Donald Trump. This is the weirdest thing. What? This dude is 80 years long wig, and you defended him like he's your daddy. You 50-year-old man in love with a president like that? That's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, okay, so I hear you. Maybe that could be the case for some. I also think that a lot of them grew up telling stories.
You
Some
said
of
you
these-
got a lying habit.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah. I'm being super 100% honest in how I feel.
Yeah, you say this a lot.
Every time I speak with them, it's always, I gotta pull the truth out. I gotta go here. I gotta go there. The only way I got to get him on track was by asking him about the opponent. I'm asking him, is it a game? And then it was like it started softening him up. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, well. He's like, well, I didn't say it was, I'm not saying it is right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, why don't we focus and do this? Now he's coming up with all these creative ideas. Why weren't you there a few minutes ago? So I think it's just the ability to come up with these stories and be able to tell them. Because all of them had the same talking points. And, some are very creative with the talking points. Some can't sell it as well. But I think, they didn't get corrected as a child in telling stories. Or if they did get corrected, they just learned how to lie more. So That's my theory.
I don't think people supported Obama this much. That's what's crazy to me. And I've noticed that, like, they will double down on defense. Like, where's Notorious? Like, they will just, it's like they are in love with Donald Trump. And I don't understand it. Like, they can't articulate or regurgitate any of his policies, any legislation. You're right, First Lady. It's like they all get the same YouTube channels or Fox News or X.
It's a secret download.
Right. It's like, but to hear them mimicking white MAGA because they're in this spaces because they're not welcome in white MAGA spaces. That's the crazy part.
No. That's not true.
I mean, if somebody's calling them the N-word, a lot of them have come in these spaces because we've argued with these people for years on the South. And I'm like, why aren't
Well,
you
I
with
don't
your
want to be in
brethren?
a place where people are calling, that. But, here's the truth coming out. Because I do believe that they created this, let's come together and fight, these Democrats because they are just bad. They're trying to change the world and we don't want that. So they came together, they united under those premises, forgetting that a lot of these people are still racist. So then you're like, okay, well, I can't sit with them because, I still have some kind of dignity. Not all of them. I literally heard some of them sit there and kiki with it and be okay and find ways to continuously fit in. So I think there's something about how, the acceptance of that side means a lot to them. And they also are addicted to the badass about Trump. Trump is badass. I ain't gonna lie to you. I will, y'all can hate me if you want, but he, the way he talk, all that, they love that. They enjoy it, and that's what the Democrats hate. The Democrats don't like it, So, but these people, they eat it up. They laugh at it. They find it funny. So they like that macho kind of thing. I think that's the feeling that they vibe off. So, and because they like that feeling, they'll do and they'll say anything to continuously keep it. That's my rant. I have nothing else.
I don't think that Trump is a badass. He is a privileged, wealthy, billionaire white man. There's a dime a dozen. They can like Peter Thiel. They can like the CEO of Apple. They can like. I mean, there's hundreds to choose from. He's a foul mouth, orange, diaper wearing. Like they literally look. I was looking.
What about Musk?
Musk is a racist. Have y'all seen him online railing against James Cameron because Lupita is in the now if y'all want to see that, thank you, Christopher Nolan. Have y'all seen that shit? Him literally losing his mind because Lupita is in the damn Odyssey movie. Elon Musk is a racist. I do agree. Trump just said it's anti-boule. It's anti-establishment. It's like it's trendy to be pro-Trump first lady, which I don't understand. But I don't think that Trump is a badass. I don't. He falls asleep in meetings. I look at the man in his suits. Did y'all there is something back there. And I'm not hating on the elderly, right? Because, Jesus be offense with incontinence. It can happen to any one of us. We don't know how we're going to be in those elder years. But my God in heaven, that man, the back of his suit, it hunches up like that. You can literally see it. That man is wearing a diaper. That is a big ass Depends.
Okay.
And nobody can tell me otherwise. I'm just saying.
Okay. I mean, I'm not good with the baby.
Well, that's not a badass if he's wearing a big ass diaper. That was my point.
Okay. And
But I have some conveniences.
your point is well taken, and I'm gonna pass it right to you.
People in the chat were just like,
The
we got
badass part, if you don't think
somebody
it,
saying
then that's
excuse me.
fine.
No, I said no
What I
brands.
think is what I think. I think that he's badass. The fact that I can fall asleep and still have a fucking job on TV, yeah, I'm bad. Hello?
Reagan
Yeah,
had
what you
dementia.
gonna do? Who on chat?
No,
Once you stop,
Yeah, I'm bad. I can walk around with a diaper and shit like that and still have people respect me. So, again,
once you see a mental why Sandy
so
I think they see power in him. I think there's some other people that want to introduce some additional stuff. Go ahead, Ben.
To get out on people. Lupa Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy is the daughter of Zeus.
we're just like, we got enough.
I'm actually
On and on. People in the chat were just like, we got enough.
I'm confused. I actually not.
This is my real life, and I am throwing it away because it's not real. I have been trying to be.
USA safe country.
I don't know. I don't even think they've read the Odyssey. I don't think they read the Iliad. I don't think they know who Odysseus is. Like that Kevin Sorbo, who y'all remember him, played Hercules. They were like, your ass ain't real. So you played Hercules. Tweeting shit. They're tweeting shit about like the coastline, saying look how it's being portrayed in this movie. And he put like a resort picture of people like stupid so that they couldn't find it. Like they are melting. Have y'all seen this on X? Talking about the beach is not attractive, all kinds of crazy shit.
This is why I'm confused.
This is your
I
moment
saw
to.
he had tweeted out or retweeted somebody. Like and I'm confused because I didn't know that was in response to the Odysseus movie. To the Odyssey. So I'm not an actual person. Many of us have seen in person.
this next one might get.
I remember the responding to people playing.
You can't say that you okay.
Because you can't use real people.
Oh my God.
I did not.
Emily, drop it. Drop it.
When do they find out who the actual author of
Am I in a stressful situation?
No.
It's easy to say, I guess I kinda like the way you know all the pain. And now the day bleeds into nightfall. And you're not here to get on do it all. So my wife just had her wisdom teeth removed, and she is not allowed to eat
How you want to live
more foods for the next week. So to improvise, we got some Alaska king crab, and since the meat is so soft here, she's able to eat it. So we found a good middle ground for her to be able to still eat good,
It was very,
but not hurt her wisdom teeth. So enjoy your little crapsicle.
Get after it.
But you know,
Time to say goodbye to the giant pile of foam in my backyard. I got here when I shoved it all out the door after having ripped it off my walls. It was in my workshop. I made a custom foam room, but I'm moving out, so all my hard work has got to go. What's crazy is that when I recycle this, it will get turned into carpet pattern, so my art installation is going to get reinstalled under someone's carpet. We're putting all this foam into the recycler's truck, except it's full of all the other stuff I'm recycling. Yeah, these guys have... Do you want to receive a free Bible?
And yeah, this is what Dave was saying. Ryan Gosling played Barack Obama Alan He tweeted 6 minutes ago, I agree that she is beautiful. Casting a black woman to be a white woman in a foundational work of beauty and service is no more right than casting a white man to be my God. I don't know why you're Did you say a white foundational? White foundational? I'm sorry, y'all. That is funny as shit. The Odyssey is a foundational work of a white. Oh my God. Elon Musk is tweeting about Shaka Zulu. That shit is funny as hell.
A Mannheim attack, and Afghan attacks, and anti-Islam rally. And
John's tenor is absolutely insane. My personal opinion is, for what it's worth, is that she's done.
Just
She
one. I got
smoked her.
several.
She had her chance, had her shot, and she missed it. I don't think she'll be the Democratic nominee. I would love to.
yeah, that's just insane.
Wait. Let me rephrase. The person who wrote Iliad and Odyssey was not Homer.
Okay, yes, we've known since before I was born that it was a collection.
That was my literal statement, man.
No, well, it's not.
We were literally talking about the fucking Odyssey.
There you go, folks. You see how?
Was a collection of Greek bards. However, there was someone called Homer that scholars have found. That's what I said. Your literal statement was Homer didn't. It's fine. We agree. We ultimately agree. That's cool. There was not one single person who wrote the Iliad. That's true. But there was a poet, although an obscure one, who was called Homer, who literally existed.
Yeah, Homer.
Cite papers from under.
By the way, we can't hear you, man. You keep going in and out. I've read several different papers. This is in a lot of scholarship. And by the way, I actually just
I know it is.
Hold on, just to be clear, there's several Greek historians. They've been doing a ton of interviews since the Odyssey's been coming out. I don't know if you watched any of them. They all come out and say, well, yeah, Homer really didn't exist.
I don't have to watch them. I go to them. The classics department's in my building. I know them. I don't have to go on YouTube like you. I studied Homer in graduate school. Did you?
Okay, then you should know exactly what I'm talking about.
What I said was correct. What you said was incorrect, which is fine. We now agree.
Oh, wait. What are you saying? I'm saying it's incorrect?
You said that Homer literally did not exist.
No.
And
Ban.
That was your first statement.
No. Ban.
Oh my God, bro.
The person who they believe wrote the Odyssey, this person did not exist.
No one believes that.
Don't say no one. People do believe that.
No, I'm talking about scholars.
We had this girl from Sudan earlier, and she said that their women are getting raped as well.
It's a collection of ancient bards.
I mean, how long has Casper been in power? Nearly 80 years.
However,
He's been starving those people for years. And, they made, not the Cuban people, but Castro, when he took over, they made their choice. They cozied up to the Soviets. Obviously, that didn't work out for them, right? I mean, but it got to a point to where they were allowing the Russians to, they didn't successfully do it, but they were going to allow the Russian or the Soviets to station nuclear ballistic missiles in Cuba. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? But, that was all turned around through some agreements and secret agreements in exchange for Cuba not hosting Russian missiles. We would secretly take our missiles out of Turkey, I believe it was at the time. But it wasn't really well known. But anyway, they cozied up to the Soviets. That didn't work out for them. And then they cozied up to the Venezuelans, who were supplying their only source of oil. Obviously, that's not going so well. Maduro's out of the picture. So they're like, it's kind of sad. I mean, it's not awful, but there's a bunch of children and women and elderly who can't get hospital care because they don't have electricity. There's blackouts everywhere. It's a real shame. What's up, Pepe? Looks like Cuba's about to fall here soon, bro. But they're saying, now this is Facebook. I gotta really be careful with what Facebook says, but I've seen a couple news outlets that are saying that Cuba is apparently building up 300 drones to attack the Guantanamo base. So I don't know if that's true. But it could be one of those things where, we were saying that Maduro was sending in drug boats from Venezuela to Trinidad, eventually making its way to America. We could, it'll be the same thing. We're charging them with something like that, posturing up, and, they're about to collapse. They just need something to really kick it off.
I don't think it's going to be as hard as a battle or operation like in against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think it's going to be quite. I think it's going to be a faster operation. Maybe not like in Venezuela, but a bit different, I would imagine. But I don't think it will take so long.
The thing is, I've read quite a bit just because I like the movie A Few Good Men. The relationship between the soldiers in Guantanamo Bay and the Cubans that have to basically be their mere or sentries outside of the base. So they have a pretty good relationship. It's all pretty professional. They haven't had any.
Go to Wall Street. Go to Wall Street with millionaires at boy, them boys that cocaine.
Y'all ever met somebody that niggas off of pills?
No.
There's some cocaine has a certain sound and look and effect. It's not hard to tell you do coke.
No. He was just like
not that.
I don't think the Cubans are willing. Most of them are willing to fight the Americans. They know that ain't gonna fucking last long. But maybe I'm wrong. Peter, what are you listening to?
what's Peter?
Sounds like fucking North Korean propaganda or something.
I swear to God, I was watching.
Yeah.
Because last time when we had a discussion, as soon as he found out that I was a monarchist, he attacked me and the other monarchists. Such a democratic person he is. And then
Glue, why are you a monarchist? Why do you think it's a better form of government?
a moderator. Now you will see what's going to happen.
Hey, what's crazy about Cuba? I think
Now it is not possible to be taken. The medal, I just have it on this stage.
what's sad about Cuba, though, man, is
That's
that
what you're saying.
It is
Vegas.
not possible to be bought by money like premium account. It is something by militaries.
I cannot understand what the fuck you're even saying, Bart.
I can never
You don't
quite
need
catch
to
what you're saying.
understand. You don't need to speak after that. Everybody else understand. If you understand.
Hey, Glow, yeah, I got a question for you about your monarchy. Glow, why do you think monarchy is the best form of government?
Well, first of all, you have to look at the region you're in, and you have to look at what types of monarchies there are. When you have a republic, you have a parliament, you have parliamentarians. You can have parliamentarians in your republic. You can have parliamentarians in your monarchy. You can have a constitutional monarchy, or either a full-on monarchy. If you look back at before '79, you only had a monarchy, and officially a constitutional monarchy. So you have to.
Yeah, have you thought about just having a parliament but not having a king and a queen and a royal family? Doesn't that make more sense than to have a royal family? Hello? So you're saying that you need you're saying you need a strong monarchy to kill other men or women. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده پیتر.
That is a voice I like to hear. Did you hear that? What? Speak again, please. What was that again?
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده پیتر.
Excellent. Yes, thank you, man. Anyway, people are about to fall. Before I ran this thing, it's not easy. I said this before, it's easy. But it will be resolved. The price will go back down. It's going to be fun.
Well, I don't know. Who's going to come in place? I don't know who will be
releases, and they were all saying, like, if you release these videos, I'm going to fucking jail. Like, I'll disappear if people see these videos. And there was a woman spy watching him, and there was a Cuban. It was fucked up, man. Cubans, will make these people disappear. And but some people are willing to talk, other people won't. But you gotta watch that video. It just released. I mean, like a week ago, and it's eye-opening. Like, these people can't speak out against the government, or you will fucking disappear. And like during the Cuban boat crisis, like when he released a bunch of people out of insane asylums and jails and just political opposition, he sent them on boats to go to America in the 1980s and shit. And we a lot of them we granted amnesty, but if they were like convicted murderers, we sent them back to Cuba, and he killed them. Like he murdered all of those people that eventually got sent back. And so yeah, I mean, Castro is a murderer, bro. I mean, he'll make you disappear. He'll send you to a prison with no fucking air conditioning and stuff, and in the heat of Cuba, and he'll kill you. He's a crook, bro. So it's really fucked up. But the literacy rate is about 98%, which who the fuck cares when you don't have any money or food? You know, it's fucked up.
Oh yeah, and it's been like this, I think, for quite a long time.
About 80 years. And what's sad is that they have a lot. It was a very prosperous country before, and had a lot of sugar cane and stuff, and they were known of making rum, and obviously Cuban cigars and stuff, and it was a destination people wanted to go. In fact, the mafia, that was what Vegas was supposed to be. They didn't want to set Vegas up in a fucking desert with no water. It was supposed to be Cuba, you know, and it was going to be cool. Like, my grandparents are conservative, religious people. They say that Vegas was a lot better when the mafia ran it in the 60s and 70s. You know, it was cheaper, it was safer, it was cleaner, more affordable. You know, that was what Cuba was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a vacation destination, and those people were going to be doing well, you know, only 90 miles away from Florida, in a great place. It shouldn't have happened this way. You know what I'm saying? But that's what communism gets you, dude. And then they just steal from these people. That communism is a fucking lie, and they'll even say it on there. Communism is a lie on that Nick Chili video, and because everybody starves except for the people that are in charge. You know,
Exactly.
It's a fucking shame, man.
The regular people are just equally broke.
Yep.
So it's when you tell them that, they're like, no, but it hasn't been done right yet.
Right. Well, you know, I just want to add to it now and say communism is for the peoples, but in those communist countries, the leaders are living capitalist lives.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's the truth, man.
See, they have pure capitalism is really what America was founded on, and we've gone so far away from that because the separation of church and state and the separation of government or state and economics, now that is where we can really all thrive, because the government 9 out of 10 times makes bad decisions on behalf of we the people. And so if we wanted more freedom, more abundance, more liberty, more prosperity, we wouldn't have an economic state government in the way that we do now that has plunged us into a financial catastrophe. Imagine if instead of $40 trillion down the hole for Medicare, Medicaid, and the military-industrial complex, we were all to just issue ourselves checks for $400,000 20 years ago. I'm 100% sure that everybody here would rather have a check for $400,000 20 years ago than right now. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hello?
No, you just gotta let them go.
What am I even talking about? What do you think I even just said? Hello? You don't speak English.
All right, so John, the richest country in the history of civilization, the richest country even currently, is the United States of America. It has the highest GDP. And second place is China, and between the two are trillions, not billions, 10 plus trillions. So it's a testament to how successful the capital, even with its flaws.
40 trillion in debt? 40 trillion in debt?
But it still has the highest GDP.
The country's bankrupt.
Sam.
And it's the second GDP and the third GDP.
Sam.
You want to be
The point that he's trying to make is while we have the highest GDP, the allocation of resources in individuals that contribute to that GDP are otherwise allocated in a way that is disanalogous to the point of meritocracy. I feel like this is a lot of what John is saying that people just want to ignore. So when he asks the follow-up question, I recognize that what he is saying sounds like trolling, but if you actually understood the person behind this troll and his certain level of business acumen, you could understand that this is not most definitely a troll.
This is,
Like he's
I am
asking
an
a
R
very
word
simply
now.
pointed economic and financial question.
all right. Could you kindly tell us what his question is?
It's not a question. It's just a statement of information, meaning that separation of state and economics, that's true laissez-faire capitalism. That's what we need. That's the solution. Not more government spending, not more government intervention, not big government. Small government is the solution, ladies and gentlemen. Smaller government, smaller problems. Bigger government, bigger problems. Hello?
Now, when you look at the GDP per person, the U.S. real GDP per capita, if you take all the money in the USA and divide it by its citizens, the GDP per capita in the United States in 2017 is $70,000 per person. That is a very high standard of GDP per capita compared to other countries.
Where when you adjust that to actually the cost of living in major cities in America, you know, if you look at a city like Los Angeles, for example, a household income of $2,000, you would actually, based on that sole income of $70,000, fall below the poverty line in that state. So I mean, what are you talking about? The man actually is making a very solid point.
There are 50 states.
Hold on.
There are 50 states. 70,000. You go to West Virginia. 70,000. You're living like a prince.
Okay, so when you look at the major, when you look at where the majority of our population is anchored, is the majority of our population anchored in West Virginia, or is it anchored in places?
If you can't maintain the cost of living for your standard.
Okay, so we just hand back the majority of the land in the United States back to Spain and Mexico? Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
Now here's the thing.
There has to be a scaling effort towards economic affordability.
Oh, so you want to live at the best places of the country and not pay for it?
Who said that?
Well, you're living in LA, Los Angeles.
Said that?
Then what are you complaining about? Deliver, make the money.
Again, I'm not complaining about the cost of I'm not complaining about the cost of living.
You just did.
His point is, again, people's perception in how we are engaging in capitalism, not taking into consideration the regulation that hinders, right, the fruits and the gains of what capitalism was intended for at the inception of this country is no longer possible due to overregulation. That is what he is saying. John, am I wrong? Is that not what you're saying? Like, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to, well, maybe you just simply don't understand.
No, you want to make your money.
Maybe you just don't understand basic economics.
Dude, I don't live in LA. I live in Jersey. I'm a multimillionaire. I can live in LA. But I choose not to because of the high cost of living. So you're a multimillionaire.
So you're a multimillionaire that lives in New Jersey as a multimillionaire, which again, if you look at the actual economics behind the numbers in the cost of living between New Jersey and Los Angeles, you know, if you're not able to afford to live in Los Angeles, you're struggling in New Jersey. So I don't care what you want to say.
I'm using my money wisely.
Listen,
you want to live a sweet LA life. You got your gay community. You want the sun. You want the restaurants. You want the nightlife. Pay for it, dude.
Isn't that the American dream?
Pay for it.
Isn't that the American dream?
Put your money on the table and pay for it.
Isn't that the American dream? So what you're asking for is feudalism.
If you can't afford it.
So what you're asking for is feudalism. And this is why you need to listen to what Kitover is actually saying. What you actually need to listen to.
Money.
Okay.
But you want me to pay
to listen to is what Kitover is saying, because what you were asking for is a feudalistic society. And the economic aims behind what Kitover is fighting against is moving us away from a feudalistic society into a capitalistic society. So
let me just.
You simply do not understand economics. You simply do not understand economics. Montana.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone understands economics because everyone knows how to buy low and sell high. It's not a complicated question, but let me just read to you what Ayn Rand wrote in her book, Virtues of Selfishness. She wrote, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control have been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past. It is the system of the future, if mankind in America is to have a future.
What are you putting Ayn Rand? She's the ultimate capitalist, dude. She wouldn't tolerate any of this nonsense that Doc is saying. She's the ultimate fiercest capitalist. She doesn't even believe in altruism. Thank this them.
I wholeheartedly agree with Myron.
See, to say that she doesn't even believe in altruism, what she actually does when she says...
She doesn't. She doesn't believe in altruism. She says...
I get it. But Sam, the question is really, what's the best economic model for maximum productivity, maximum abundance, and maximum equity? So when I ask a girl on Hinge to go out on a date with me, she says, before I go out on a date with me, you have to tell me your politics. If my response is economics and equity, she says, you have to explain more. And then I say, bitch, what more is there than economics and equity? You know, so, Sam, what's your problem? Are you not having a good day?
Dude, listen, Chad, here are the ranks of the top GDPs in the world. United States at 30 trillion. Number 2, China at 19 trillion. Germany 5 trillion. Japan 4 trillion. United States is number 1 at 30 trillion by 10, 11 trillion more than China. The proof is right there in the numbers. United States, baby, all the way.
I thought the proof was in the pudding.
No, that's different. Uh-oh, now we got the counselor on board. Okay.
I'm on the train. Okay, I can't talk loud, but why the hell would someone choose Jersey? If you have money, just asking.
It's temporary, Abby. I'm just selling my properties because I'm moving down to South America.
Oh, you're going to get kidnapped down there. Could you imagine unloading everything in America, becoming a passport bro in Colombia, then you end up dead in a closet because you're looking for a wife on Hinge or Bumble? Good luck, Sam!
I'm going to spend the next 10 years traveling South America because there's a lot of investment opportunity there. And the culture.
Your perception of GDP and the inherent nature of this conversation as it relates to the economic conditions that we're in America and how that translates into individual quality of life. You simply do not understand economics. When you look at the GDP, it's an aggregate. When you look at the GDP, it's an aggregated number. It is an aggregated number. You have people walking around in North America worth $700 billion.
Dude, when you get to the top 1.05%, come talk to me.
When you get there, then let me know. Because you are in New Jersey.
Sam!
You're in New Jersey. You're in New Jersey.
Sam, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse.
I'm rich too.
Yeah, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse and say I'm rich and you're not. Ha ha. Like that just that can't possibly make you feel better inside, right?
So how did I make my money?
Yeah, how did you make your money?
There are ways you can make your money. If you put in your time, you become a doctor, a lawyer, you can make six figures. But if you put in your extra time, you can learn investments.
If you're making just six figures, you're not in the top 0.5% percentile of the country. So this is what I'm talking about. You don't understand economics, and you definitely don't understand, simple basic numbers. And I'm questioning, do you even have
Wait, Dr. Adams. Gentlemen. Let's just ask. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, let's just ask Sam a quick diagnostic question. Sam, what is 600 times 300?
18 and add the 6 zeros.
That's not an answer. You failed the test. Second question. Explain inflation, if you will.
You're ridiculous, man.
Can't do it? Okay, 0 for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this millionaire's credibility in Jersey has gone to 0%.
Is there any way that we can verify the amount of money that you actually have?
Yeah.
Can I look you up or something?
Yeah, you can look me up. They know me on Clubhouse.
What did you do? What do you do for work?
I used to be a physician, but I retired in my 40s.
That's amazing.
voluntarily?
Yeah.
Voluntarily. You didn't have your medical license pulled?
Yeah. I don't have my medical license pulled. You can go to any medical board. There's nothing on me, no malpractice. What I realized is I did some simple math. I was like, dude, man, I'm seeing these hospital CEOs making $1 million or $2 million. And I'm like, you know what? I can do this. And so I made a decision. I'll make 10 years of my physician salary in 1 year, and that's what I started doing.
Where did you go to medical school?
I was an international medical grad.
How do you see the link I posted up top of Yale discriminating against white and Asian applicants?
There is discrimination in medicine. What are you talking about? Like any other field?
Yeah, so how do you feel about that?
I'm experiencing myself.
It's Hanson's old school.
Are you a white passing?
No, he's never been.
I've told my story many times on Clubhouse.
So, Sam, if you go down to South America and you make all the right investments, are you looking to get married and start a family with a beautiful Chiquita banana?
No.
Because,
You're gonna have kids. Fuck you. Never mind.
I'll tell you about something. You go on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll help you all. I'm a nomad capitalist. Go on YouTube. There's this guy, Nomad Capitalist. Look him up. And he'll open your eyes to opportunities that I keep talking about in Clubhouse where people are restricting themselves to the United States of America. Once you understand how big this world is, how many you could just look for, there's so many opportunities.
Well, Sam, everything's on the internet nowadays. There won't even be any roads in the future. Okay, nomad capitalist. I'm just saying that even if you take your millions that you scammed out of Medicare and you invested in South America for tax evasion, the point is, if you get married and then divorced, you could lose it. You could lose half of it and get set up on alimony and child support and a final consent decree to the divorce settlement. Talk to Abby here. She's a lawyer. Abby, how many men do you know that's lives been turned upside down because of divorce? Hello?
You call Counsel Abby, you pay her money, and she write you up a good prenup.
How much do those actually work, though? I don't think I've ever heard of anybody
They work.
not having it. Is it the money they make while they're married?
Had a girlfriend.
Happy they work.
No, it's after. The money they make after.
But when you get
Leave Pepe alone. Leave Pepe alone.
when you're married, though, isn't it?
Leave Pepe alone.
Thank you. And so, isn't all the money though that's made like around half of that's made during the marriage?
Pepe, are you a virgin?
Yes.
It's community. You live in a community property state, Pepe, New Jersey, where it uses equitable distribution. It's a little different format, but it's what's earned during the community of the actual marriage. However, prenups do work, and when they don't work and when they're not upheld, it's usually when there hasn't been proper disclosure.
there's proper disclosure, and those sites have independent counsel, and they usually are held up.
But anyone can make the claim.
When you get older, when you get money, you get yourself a good doctor, a lawyer, and an accountant. That's what they say.
So doctor, lawyer, and a DAO. Doctor, attorney, lawyer, a DAO.
Yeah, you gotta have those three.
I got it. So.
And then another thing I've been saying this over and over again, guys.
What?
You gotta think out of the box. You gotta
really?
Go out to the States. You gotta go out there. There's so much opportunity, financial opportunity out there.
Yeah, even here on Clubhouse, I think. You know?
And there's nobody like capitalism in the United States. Because when I go to other parts of the country, they're not as capitalistic entrepreneurship as we are.
No way, you're right.
So you can, you know.
Sam, do you know what the word entrepreneur means in French?
No.
Risk taker.
Oh, okay.
Risk taker.
Can you say it in French for us?
Entrepreneur.
That sounds like we go out there, guys. I'm out there. I'm seeing other Americans, and we're talking with each other when we're out there.
Other Americans, you're Egyptian.
No, I'm American. I was born in Jersey.
Sam, what do you think about Bukele's El Salvador?
Okay, so I got West Coast taxes. You're such a West Coast liberal.
Have you seen your property taxes?
He is supporting Karen Bass in Los Angeles. I mean, oy vey. Dr. Adams, come on.
Amazing job.
We have to get you on the Spencer Pratt train. What's it going to take?
Advertisements are incredible.
Yes.
I'd rather pull my toenails off one by
Oh, no. What if he gave you a check? What would be your number to get you on the Spencer Pratt train, Dr. Adams, and ditch Karen Bass?
There wouldn't be a number.
There has to be a number. Tell us your number. Woo! We got an ideologue here. He's supporting a communist female traitor. Karen Bass is the epitome of evil. And Dr. Adams thinks that her job record is really her credentials and bona fides. She's a fucking communist agitator and organizer. How can you support this woman? She's a hardcore Soviet communist type. She's evil. The woman is evil.
Politics. Let me ask you this: if you're an expert on California politics, which it's definitely a smaller market than Illinois, why haven't you won a seat yet?
I'm fighting right now to be the mayor of Chicago. I'm trying to liberate my hometown, and I used to live in Los Angeles. I used to live in Century City in Beverly Hills, and I'll be back. I will come back to LA and clean up Karen fat ass Bass's mess.
Me on my political decisions in a place that you don't even live in.
You used to live there, and I'm coming back. I'm going to clean up the communist Los Angeles mess that Karen Bass has had. The homeless crisis alone, that scam.
Yeah, but you don't live in Los Angeles.
Have you been on Skid Row? Every American is ashamed of Skid Row. We need to clean it up. Get them all out of there. Put them in a prison.
Thank you, Pepe. Like, Skid Row's nothing new. Yes, has it gotten bigger? Absolutely. Have they put, a couple of tents and an open bar out there? 100%. But all of these problems have existed.
You admit that Karen Bass has opened a bar for Skid Row? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm trying to understand, just because Spencer Pratt is saying things that you like, is there a pathway towards productivity that he's going to deliver?
100% he can deliver. This is the thing that so baffles the mind is liberals on this app, intellectual, liberal, elite Democrats. They say Trump didn't do what he promised to do the first time. It's the same type of nonsense.
This lacks critical thinking.
Really?
I can vote for Donald Trump and what makes sense for me on a national stage and more locally.
You're thinking local. You're like Marshall Rankin. I see.
In my own backyard.
What happened there? You got too close to the mic.
Critical thinking decision as to who is the best.
Yeah, critically thinking. Creatively thinking.
Right? So somebody complaining about the woes of Democrats and my house burned down, that is not going to give me confidence that this person is going to advocate for my best interests.
So Spencer Pratt isn't going to advocate for gay,
Just because somebody says
bisexual,
something, okay, so you're easily taken. That's what I'm hearing.
biracial,
Somebody can say what you
liberal,
like to hear,
elite,
and you're
intellectual
gonna look at
Democrat.
policy. Somebody's gonna say
Somebody's
what you like
giving
to
you
hear,
the left
and you're gonna
eyes.
look at policy. Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Adams, a man supporting Karen Bass over Spencer Pratt. How could he do this to us? Such a betrayal of who we thought you were.
Who's us?
Shameful.
Who is us?
He wants the handouts.
Shameful.
Who's us?
It's true. He probably wants to get something.
Who is us?
Yeah, I understand. You want the money. I get it. But that's what I'm saying. That's why we wanted to know how much would it cost for Spencer Pratt to cut you a check. The consensus. We, the people.
All this house is gonna bring your rent down and your wages up.
The rent's already going down.
Okay,
So I mean that's definitely my wheelhouse. I don't know anybody else that's spent over a decade through many different REITs, publicly traded REITs, in looking at the numbers and auditing files. So I mean at the end of the day, the rent's already going down, and the election is still going on. So I mean, what are we talking
Come
about?
on, the rent isn't going down. What are you
Let me ask you a
talking
question. When was the
about?
last time that you guys actually
Rents
shopped
don't
around
go
for
down, they
rents?
only go up, sir.
Okay, then Mark, in Los Angeles. So Sam, you live in who's complaining?
you were
Who's
complaining.
complaining? I just got pre-approved for 1.2 million. What am I complaining about?
All right, there you go.
Okay, so what am I complaining about? What am I complaining about? I can go to Santa Clarita and get $3,000 fees tomorrow. So what are we complaining about?
Everybody, and you want more.
What are we complaining about?
You want the
You don't live here. Sam, you don't live here. And again, you're struggling. I'm glad you listen again.
That's why
You don't want to live anywhere that you would struggle. You live in New Jersey and you're struggling. That's why you're going to Central America. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I am going to.
What are you talking about? So again, I want to hear the opinions of somebody who has stamina to be able to compete and be able to keep up in a U.S. market without fleeing to a third world country just because they can't make it here. No, you don't get it. That's why you're fleeing.
No, I got.
That's why you're
I
fleeing.
don't understand.
That's why you're fleeing. You're a physician.
I'm not.
You can go set up a private pay facility tomorrow and be able to compete with the rising cost
You
of
don't
living.
understand.
Again, no, I don't understand weakness. That's what I don't understand.
No, you don't.
I don't understand weakness. You're right. I don't understand
You stay where you're at. You stay.
You have right. I will stay where I'm at. Thank you.
Right there with Karen Bass
How
at
are
the
your
bar.
taxes, Dr. Adams?
Who cares? Karen Bass has got a bar on Skid Row.
High, but I also make more money than other people in my same profession in other parts of the country. That's just what it is.
Well, why are they fleeing over the border into Nevada like every month?
Yeah, they're coming into Arizona. We're really sick of the Californians coming here.
Same thing. Pepe has the same thing. And we have no tax.
They're just Americans fleeing despotism,
I can't speak
seeking
for them. I can't
liberty,
speak towards failure.
seeking
If somebody
freedom,
is leaving a place because they have
seeking
otherwise
joy,
failed in that place, I can't speak for them. I don't know what it is.
seeking property tax relief.
Well, there's plenty. I don't know, Abby. I feel like there's plenty of places where people that otherwise.
Washington mansion tax.
What do you mean a mansion tax? That's in the city limits of Los Angeles. I'm not buying a home in the city limits of Los Angeles.
I said, oh, so if you live in the city limits of Los Angeles, you have to pay a tax on the value of your house, additionally to your property taxes.
Have you seen the traffic in the city of Los Angeles? Who's living in those homes? A lot of those homes are
Seattle,
rented.
the same thing, correct? Seattle, the same thing.
Same thing about what? What's the city are you speaking to?
Mansion tax.
Okay. So, I mean, do people that hold the most wealth in Seattle, do they live in Seattle or do they live elsewhere?
They're moving to Nevada, a lot of them, and probably to Arizona too. They're getting out because of the tax. That's what's happening with the Californians.
So Mercer Island and Medina, Washington, those were not always enclaves for people that held the most wealth in those areas to otherwise move to get out of the city.
I'm just telling you that we've gotten bombarded with people trying to buy homes out of that state now. Same with California. I'm not making it up. You can look at the.
And I hear where you're coming from. And there's plenty of real estate agents in Chatsworth and in Castaic and in Valencia that will say that they've been inundated from people from Texas and from people from Arizona. and people from Nevada. I mean, you know, it's one of those things that goes both ways.
We're not domiciled. On the gambling plate, but they are having
Can't hear you, Abby. You're in the Matrix. I just want to let everybody know that
Okay, so that wasn't me. I thought it was a win. Because,
Spencer Pratt just said, I just want to feel safe again. Is it so wrong for Americans just to want to feel safe again, not to feel the victim of an ankle monitor and a no cash bail system and sucker punches in the streets 50 times, get released, back on the street again, committing another crime?
Spencer Pratt's reality. Well, I don't have in the Palisades.
I don't have a problem with the bail reform, because all bail is meant to do is to make sure that you come back to court and you're not allowed to commit crimes while you're out on free release. The problem is, though, is that the bail reform ended up being all about allowing people to just go in and out, in and out, in and out. So then you have repeat offenders. That's the part that I think is absolute bullshit.
Yep. And they go out and they kill again. The guy that lit the girl on the train on fire here in Chicago, burned her to almost to death, severely burned the rest of her life, destroyed her body, back out on the street. Guy killed a cop in the hospital, back out on the street. Guy knifed a woman on the train, back out on the street.
Los Angeles?
Chicago!
Oh, okay. So let's talk about Nancy Guthrie. How's Nancy Guthrie doing? Pepe, you want to talk about Nancy Guthrie?
That's not a random act of violence. That was
we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. And again, the mayor of the city where Nancy Guthrie
don't know. If you're gonna hold somebody for ransom, you're gonna pick the target.
Ransom. We don't know that she's being held for ransom. We know that a bunch of internet trolls heard the media story and the attention that it's getting. And they made some comments, just like you made comments on the internet.
I mean, I would say Arizona's kind of different. Like, to be a victim of a crime generally, it's generally criminals that are committing crimes against each other. I mean, yes, some people have their homes broken into or their cars stolen. There's that kind of shit will happen anywhere. We're a state that's always kind of had to deal with the car theft problem because you have the drug cartels and everything in Mexico.
Well, where do you have old ladies?
Hold on, dude.
In Los Angeles.
Hold on. You have, like the drug cartels, particularly like trucks, four-wheel trucks. And so, yes, they constantly steal them from here in the state. It's not necessarily a homegrown problem, though. And you say, well, why don't they do it in California? I don't know why they would or wouldn't do it. But we have a pretty long border with Mexico, and it's a lot easier to get into Mexico than to come in.
We have a whole entire coast. Like, what are you talking about? We have a whole entire coast, Pepe. Laguna Beach, there's people in rafts that literally wash up on shore behind people's homes. Like, what are we talking
about? You don't put a truck on a raft.
I mean, you could, depending on the capabilities of the raft. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, these coyotes, you can only speak to this because you are Mexican. I mean, we know how much Mexico spends on sending people into product over the border. So we don't know what type of capabilities they have there.
Mexico does what?
Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that. You're Mexican, so I'm not.
I'm not Mexican. I'll just troll people and say I'm Mexican. Because everybody called me Mexican for years on here. But, no, we...
Because of half the rules. Mexico is...
Who the fuck is this?
It's Peter.
You know about who Peter is? Like, who the fuck is this?
Can we get a mod badge for Peter? Can we get a mod badge for Peter, please? Can you mod Peter, please?
Do you know, young man?
We don't have murder. We have murder.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everyone here right now that Dr. Adams here a supposed conservative Republican, is supporting Karen Bass.
He's talking about the medal. He just got the Carpenter medal on his profile. He said, "You don't have medal. I have medal."
What I'm trying to tell you guys is that Dr. Adams is supporting Karen Bass, and we all have to take a step back and breathe and try to think rationally and creatively and know that Karen Bass is the problem. You got it. She doesn't separate state and economics. She is a communist. She's going to borrow and spend. LA is set up great. Every taxpayer only owes $1,500 in LA. In Chicago, we owe $50,000 to our local government. $50,000. Our city is totally debt ridden. It's completely bankrupt. Los Angeles is in a great financial position. Do not let Karen Bass destroy your city. You have to fight Karen Bass with all of your will, all of your power, all of your strength. Karen Bass must be destroyed.
I hope she's realizing the Black National Anthem.
You're looking out for yourself.
You want that cost of living improved. You want a racial identity too. I mean, what's wrong with you? That's not. This is selfish.
You're going to South America.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go make a shitload of money down there.
Right, and you're not going to be paying the
There's a lot of housing down there too. I mean,
You're not going to be paying American taxes, are you?
I'm not gonna be paying state. I'll be paying
you
federal.
know how much cheaper there you go. Do you know how many more women there are and how cheap they are to date in Latin America?
So, Pepe, let me ask you a question. You're in a place where, you know, and I'm not even being a hater, and I'm not also trying to sound weird. You're a very attractive person. So, why is it, and you know what? I'm going to give a 2-for-1. So are you, Beaver. So are you. Okay? So, I'm trying to understand, if you're not having any luck in the United States, what makes you think that you're going to go to a plighted country and experience some type of luck there?
Oh, I didn't say. I'm just saying though, if you want it, that is. Let's not kid ourselves. That's why the whole passport bros thing is real, is because there's a lot of women that let's just face it, they look at American men as meal tickets, and the cost of living is cheaper, and so.
But that's not true anymore.
That is the goal.
Listen,
it's going to be easier.
Listen to the man like Sam, okay? And Sam is a physician. So if Sam is struggling, okay, as a physician, then retired. Okay, so if Sam is struggling as a quitter and a physician, why then do you think that you're going to attain a better level of success going to another country?
Have you heard of a foreign exclusion tax of $150,000? Do you know that if you go overseas and you make $150,000, you can get that excluded as taxes?
Well, you can live in Puerto Rico and pay no income tax in Puerto Rico.
That's true. If you're a trader, that's right. You don't have to pay even capital gains.
Do you know that you can get the date rape drug over the counter in Mexico?
Oh boy, here we go. See,
Here we go.
Dr. Adams, you know.
John,
Oh, El Normo's here.
Pepe said that. Pepe, nice try, Pepe.
I know you're Mexican. Rohypnol's actually really cheap drug too. Rohypnol, is that Quaaludes? No, that's Roofies.
So as we can tell, Pepe is gifted with love language and love bombing and love poetry. Pepe, what's your...
My love language is Rohypnol, chlorophyll, that kind of stuff.
Pepe, what's your go-to pickup line in the bar if you were to approach a woman at the bar?
It's have a sip.
Is that your drink?
Pepe Cosby. Pepe, have you thought of taking your fame on social media and maybe turning that into a Jello endorsement?
A what endorsement?
A Jello endorsement.
Well, Dr. Adams, are you going to take your fame and support Karen Bass publicly? Are you publicly supporting Karen Bass?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me look at your Instagram to confirm. Please hold.
I don't think you can see my Instagram. You're blocked.
Oh, you can block 100 accounts?
You're blocked.
What
But you're not a trader if you move to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is the United States.
No, I'm sorry. When you move to Puerto Rico and you register as an IRS as a professional trader, meaning stocks and trading.
Oh, a trader.
Yeah, that. Not a trader. A trader.
You can be a doctor.
You know that.
No, you get tax exemptions. You don't even have to pay on some of the capital gains.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh no,
I went to because my friends just moved there.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. There are people doing that.
My New Yorker friends were in real estate.
Yeah, those are nomad capitalists. They're seeking opportunities around where they can get the best ROI on their money, on themselves, on what they're doing.
Well, first of all, he left LA. His two brothers. One of them left LA that had a beautiful place above Bel Air, whatever you call that hill above Bel Air, Dr. Adams, above the Bel Air Hotel, right up that street, whatever that is, I forget the name of it. Beautiful mansion, he sold it. And his brother bought it like a chateau in the Cotswolds in England during the pandemic. But then when the Labour government came in England, they just spiked up the taxes. They wanted to charge him more taxes than he was making in income.
Well, the Labour Party is a Democrat party in the United States. That's a party doctors promote.
To the left even of that. Although our Democratic Party is lurching to the left on its own.
Lurching? They're already far hard left. They want to spend trillions of dollars on Green New Deals, which is just spending scams. They're not letting that go. AOC and the Green Movement and these climatologists.
The Green camp?
100% they do. AOC's positioning herself to run for president. She was just at University of Chicago. She's in the media nonstop creating propaganda pieces of her giggling and smiling like she's going to be our new mother and savior of America. She is one of the most dangerous people alive today.
I'm one of the greatest.
Well, that's part of the danger.
But she kind of looks like a camel. She kind of looks like a camel. She's hot. Come on. She's a hot, beautiful Latina.
Well, she's a hardcore fraud. She's a hardcore liar. She doesn't tell the truth. She doesn't talk about the truth. She just creates lies and propaganda. She is literally one of the most dangerous, sexy femme fatales that this country's ever created.
She knows how to market herself really well.
It's a bunch of baloney out of her mouth.
But she knows how to. Politics is a popularity contest. It's how well you market yourself.
What are you guys talking about? AOC, Alexandria, Ocasio.
We're talking about you, Pepe.
You're making
She's cute. She's cute. The thing is, she's not. I mean, she's conventionally attractive, but it's the fact that she's a congresswoman, which is kind of, there's not many that are good looking. So.
Right. It's not like Hollywood, right? What they say, Washington is Hollywood for ugly people.
In Hollywood, she would not stand out.
Right. But she's a very pretty human being.
And she's cute, but it's just her. I don't know what it is. It's like her nostrils. It's something about them. I just.
Now you're just
hard to get over.
You're picking.
Nostrils.
She wear black or something. I'm not saying.
Speaking of the blackest of the black, where's A-Check?
What?
A-Check. Where is?
Said he was in treatment, I guess, for his leg.
There you go. Tell him to come back. We forgive him.
You got Joe. You got Joe Hero down there. And Joe Hero was saying that we have so much land in this country.
That topic is probably outside of his domain.
What topic? Well, he wanted to speak so very candidly on that. It's kind of like George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree.
Oh, no.
So, the other day you guys had this reparations room, and I'm reading this, Ayn Rand book about the virtue of selfishness. Beaver and Pepe and Cool and Joe and.
That's the part of altruism. Correct.
So. I know.
I'm different from a lot of it's where I'm different from a lot of conservatives. I'm not like completely against like social safety nets and all of that shit, which like they are, but
Okay, but the point is the separation of state and economics.
Social Security. What the fuck is he talking about?
He's talking about EBT, Social Security, Medicare.
I want to hear his specific.
Yeah, like in other words, like I don't like seeing people go without health care or like not have food and that kind of shit.
Okay, so the problem with
That's just me personally.
see the No Kings protesters put graffiti up that says Medicare, Medicaid is a human right. Now, profit making at insurance corporations and big pharmaceutical corporations is not a human right. These corporations could not make the quarterly revenue growth and profits that they do without taxpayer dollars through Medicare and Medicaid. And it's a budget. So how are we giving corporations quarterly budgets to make profits? That's not pay as you go on demand. That's not efficiency. That's bureaucracy and just quarterly spend. That has to change. We can't keep operating this way. Country's $40 trillion in debt. We spend $7 trillion, we take in $5 trillion. Instead of buying low, selling high, we're buying high, selling low. We're fucking ourselves.
Well, look at states like California. They tax so much, but where the fuck does the money go? It's just rampant fraud and abuse.
Into the pockets of the corrupt politicians. That's where it goes.
I mean, seriously, that has to be. I don't know how easily it is, how easily it can be gotten rid of, but it is way over the top. Like it, and as far as all of the people skimming, all of the fraudsters out there in different communities, like I don't know. I mean, you almost have to just start throwing a lot of people in prison. I mean, it's just at the end of the day, people are never going to be able to have, to get the help with health care or anything like that if the funds are constantly siphoned off by a bunch of scam artists.
Dude, you know how much it costs per prisoner? It's $40,000 to $50,000 for taxpayer per prisoner. Guards, food. It's expensive too. It's not cheap. It's not a third world prison where you fit 20 people in a room and feed them like soup, a bowl of soup and a piece of bread.
Those prisons are either the best or the worst to be in, depending on how much money you have.
Well, we need capital punishment, and we got to clear the books. That means anybody on death row in this country should face immediate firing squad to cut down on the spend. That's ruthless capitalism. That's laissez-faire capitalism. Because if we don't believe in paying down the debt, and we only believe in expanding the debt, we are a society of low virtue, low value criminals. And all I can say is Hillary Clinton should be in prison. Bill Clinton should be in prison.
Things need to be opened back up and you will be
There's a lot of other criminals that should be in prison, like Mayor Brandon Johnson, Lori Lightfoot, even Rahm Emanuel, all criminals, all traitors. They sold us out. They sold our streets. You can't park in the city of Chicago without $20.
The Republicans fucking sold us out too. You don't think that
sold you out? Who do you think fought the Democrats in the Civil War and died by the hundreds of thousands? Republicans. The Republicans destroyed the Democrats in the Civil War, fought them to the death. That was the real divide and separation in this country, the Republicans and the Democrats in the Civil War.
They were for a while. The Republicans were like the party of big business and free markets, and they really. The Democrats were far more protectionist when it comes to the I guess you'd say the average American worker has changed quite a bit. Now they're now the Democrats for the last.
Who owned the slaves? The Democrats.
Shut the fuck up.
Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Who enforced Jim Crow segregation laws? The Democrats. The Indian Removal Act? Democrats. Trail of Tears? Democrats. Japanese internment? Democrats.
Going back down to the loony bin. I mean, the Democrats had turned into they were the more or less the party of the American work, kind of looking out for the everyday guy or worker. Then they switched to being basically they served urban elitists and minorities. And they basically said fuck the average American worker, and that's been their messaging.
They will never be able to deliver. And when they make these false promises, and they will, and they're going to be, feel the party, feel your pain, they're going to do that, and they're going to get in, and they're just going to mess things up. You need to give things out. You got to get it from somewhere. You can't give something of value without taking a value from somewhere else.
It's true. Okay, I'm letting him back up from the loony bin. See if he's medicated.
Okay, I just had an apple, so I'm feeling hydrated and fully medicated. I just wanted to say the Democrats are responsible for slavery, defending slavery, funding and founding the KKK, perpetrating lynchings, enforcing segregation, creating Jim Crow laws, filibustering civil rights legislation, opposing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Indian Removal Act, the Trail of Tears, and Japanese internment, all brought to you by the Democrat, racist, Nazi Democrat, abortion-murdering party from hell, known as Clown World Democrats with their purple wigs. Every time a Democrat always annoys you, they always look like the clown emoji. Every single time. How is that possible? That every single time you see a Democrat like Maxine Waters, say, shut that man up! Shut that man up! Shut her up! Well, they always look like a clown. Every single time. Hello?
I have no idea what you said.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that we've got a big problem in this country because every $1 trillion that we borrow and spend is one more trillion towards complete and total Marxism. And that means the unification of the banking industrial complex with the government.
Of the Democrats you think are actually Marxists?
100%. They can't even explain to you what inflation is. They can't explain to you what inflation. It's affordability. We had an affordability crisis here. It's because of the inflation. It's because of the borrowing. It's because of the spending. Hello?
I mean, you don't think that if California was different, somebody like Gavin Newsom would be singing a completely different tune?
There you go. The ultimate another one of those opportunists.
He's perhaps one of the savvier ones, and he's a handsome, charming. He's not afraid to debate and talk to people. Like he actually walked into the Republican National Committee's convention, and while Sean Hannity was on air, just walked up to him, and that dude. How many people would do that for my?
Yeah, he's gonna sell that feel good. He's handsome. He just knows how to talk like a car salesman type of thing. Referred to as.
Yeah, it's not a reason to vote for him. In fact, it kind of shows that he's a snake. But
he's a snake. Yeah. And what's amazing is that they all seem to act a similar way. When you look at Gavin, Kamala, and Hillary, and Bill, and Obama, you'd think they went to the same training molding program. They're cut from the same cloth.
Well, they're expert at communication, and they take all the right photos, say all the right words, they position themselves and reframe Donald Trump in every single. Our politicians in Chicago create puff pieces, 15 to 30-second reels, every single day, essentially talking about Donald Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome to the max, and they know it works. Because by talking about nothing, which is just talking about Donald Trump all the time, and never about your property taxes, never about your state income tax or your federal income tax, no real issue that impacts you, and just talking about Donald Trump, that alone is an effective communication strategy, and they've proven it statistically that it works. So that's the challenge of the Republicans, to try to overcome that hurdle. The best way to do that is by buying advertisements on Google and on YouTube, attacking the liberal intellectual elites for hypocrisy and fraud and stupidity and R-word and lack of intelligence. It's the best way to fight them, but they're not really doing that. And a lot of the billionaires have just left and gone to Florida and never coming back. So the Democrat blue states are just going to become hardcore, indebted, insolvent, unserviceable, communist-run Democrat shitholes. Hello?
Hello.
J-Lo, what are you up to in your neck of the woods?
You don't really care, so don't ask.
Why are you being rude?
Because you're rude.
I asked you how you were doing today, and then you
No, that's not what you said.
I said, what are you up to in your neck of the woods? That's like, what are you doing today? How are you doing?
Yeah, no.
Did you
know when you know better.
very hostile, very hot. You're very hostile, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's it.
Love is in the air.
See, you know, what's interesting is... Yeah, that's interesting. Oh my goodness. That came out... Slat, where did you come from?
He comes from Slatistan.
That was some real ghetto gutter talk right there. That was interesting. Couldn't quite identify the race based on the intonations, but what's interesting is that, you know, a lot of times when Pepe hosts a room, it's really, I call it Pepe's emotional processing zone, meaning that for hours Pepe will sit there and fight with his emotions, and you know, eventually you realize it's just the Pepe show, but really it's the same thing that's going on in the politically correct room, which is Ban, aka Goat. Pepe and Goat are technically like the same people. They do the same show. And I just want to salute all the Pepes and all the bands in the world, because without them, it would be really boring. You know, we need these people who can't shut up and just want to talk all the time and really bring no real value and just complain at the layaway section and, you know, waste all their time. Well, John Kitover...
Steve and his show.
Same thing. Steve is a screamer. You guys are the Al Pacinos of Clubhouse. Not today, Mr. Judge. Because, you know, it's just a screaming show. And it creates an emotional response in the central nervous system of the listeners. It's purely neurolinguistic. And the problem is the Democrats will sit on their couch and on their recliner, and then they'll say, hello? Hello? It's just, see, the problem really is censorship. If we had a way to allow people at real time to say yes, 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 let that person speak, we would eventually, you wouldn't hear about Pepe anymore. You wouldn't even hear from them. They'd be so low in the totem pole, no one would vote for them, because there is a force which is like a part of the equation, which is the unseen component of what people want to listen to, which is truly the truth or intelligence. People that can accurately describe the crisis and the lack of intelligence. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you see, the difference between you and I is that people let me speak, and then of course I would make rooms that people actually go to. You have rooms that nobody goes to, and nobody will allow you on stage long enough to speak. So Given the opportunity, I don't know. I'd say you're a little chatty Cathy yourself. Hey, Soren, what's up, bud? Do you have anything? Do you have anything to say about the genocidal apartheid state of Israel today and their war on the brown children in Palestine? Where'd you go? God damn it! I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I'm sure you do.
He'll spur it out. I mean, he's funny. No, I can't do his voice even. I'm not gonna try. I don't know. I saw on the internet today. I don't know how true it is that apparently they're gonna resume some military operation in Iran. I don't know what that's gonna entail, but it's gonna start this week.
Okay, folks. Any more speakers? Anybody? Somebody? Please?
Well, I invited Soren up here and then he left. I'm trying to make it entertaining. What do you call it? So, okay, so somebody's talking. What do you call slut? What do you call it? Do you know what a slut is?
Yes, a slut.
What is a slut in Farsi?
A slut is a place, right? For example,
What?
with you or with O. A slut with you or O.
With a U?
Who? Means whore?
Yeah.
Gender.
Jinde?
Yes, gender.
So if I call a person, Jinde, she'll say what?
Exactly. What?
Okay, cool. Thank you. I have that. I'll make mental note. Thank you. I do know a coworker told me that like on or and is shit. It's like the only other.
And shit. Exactly.
Yeah.
What happened to you and Mark?
I have been, I used to make rooms and I was like, you had like like back when they had like a lot of those bigger creators on the app, they would always want me on their stages and shit. So like I was always like in black circles, I guess you could say, on Clubhouse, but like most of them left and I just kind of don't really talk about the same shit as a lot of that side of Clubhouse. So she kind of hangs out more over there. And so we're never like really in the same rooms as each other. So
in short, she went back to fucking black men.
Is
that where we knew she'd end up?
No,
she went back to the boneyard. That train is never late.
No, she texted me last night. We're still buddies. What is it? I don't know what Whack does in his rooms. I never really go in there. But then you have the other ones, like what the fuck is look, Bella. I mean, she makes bigger rooms now, which is interesting. But what do they do besides talk about gossip? Or like they gossip about each other's like personal lives, and somebody spills the tea on somebody that basically they ended up linking up in real life, or they hooked up and had a relationship, and then.
Are you talking about politically correct?
All of each other's dirty laundry. It's like kind of like the same shit.
No, it's one-upping. They have straight black men who are conservative Christians come in that dunk on Ban and basically cause him to have crash outs. That's the whole show. The whole show is Ban. Without show, First Lady and Patty, there would be no show. It would be so boring.
We're talking about the dark side of the app, not politically correct. I don't even consider the dark side. I mean, it may have mostly black people.
The trenches is
The
just.
dark side is more similar to the trenches.
Yes. Listen, you could, if you were creative and I sold a website called blackpeoplepodcast.com because recording trench conversations on Clown House is shocking. And it's actually like Cray, that Cray, his bang rooms. To me, those are some of the most like insane content I've ever heard, just audio, in terms of like audio. There's no video.
For sure.
Well, anyways, it's such a waste of time and pathetic, but this is in a way how you actually make value and make money by providing alternative content that is so shocking that it's basically like jerky. It's like Jerky Boys, or prank calls. But anyways, there's nothing quite like it. And it's really because it's a conference call and because you have all these nodes inputting into a network. And so the output is, rather remarkable. But if you suffer from brain rot, like Dr. Peepee here and Dr. Adams and other people on this app people are sending me money. See, look, capitalism in action. This is the separation of state and economics, which is true laissez-faire capitalism. And I'm being rewarded for my values. Oh my God, more money! My value is increasing because of my value. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Oh my God, even more money! Woo! 40 cents in the bag. I could maybe tip at the bar. You ever tip too much and then you didn't really get the thank you that you thought you were going to get, and you're like, I kind of gave you extra there. Yeah.
You're losing your
Oh, thanks, Jane, for all the money. Love the money, honey.
I mean, he says that when people like me speak, it's low IQ, but I mean, this is actually like really fascinating. It's really.
No, but he's more productive than you are.
Oh, how so?
Oh, yeah, explain that one.
Well, right now you're live on my podcast. I've got 20 phones pointing at my face. That's value creation. You guys are just on the plantation. I'm in the house with my cell phone pointed out the windows recording you all on your plantation. See you at the country club. Call the caddy and tell him to bring my golf bag around back.
How are you going to increase your karma score, John?
Rabono Shalom, I'm reading Ayn Rand live here on Clown House. The virtue of selfishness. I'm also playing a harmonica.
Did you do a talent show when you were in school, John?
Yes, actually, I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie in the 8th grade play. I was FDR in the 8th grade. Tomorrow, I'll love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Tomorrow, I'll love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Very nice.
When did you become crazy though? Was it high school, college?
It was embryonic stage.
Well, you would have been admitted to the military, I guess. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was an officer, so he would have gone in. I don't know how people troll about him being mentally ill, which I mean, it's definitely, I question that, but if he was an officer, he would have gone in around 22 or 23, and then at that, various mental illnesses have already set in, so.
An officer wearing the Boy Scouts?
No, the Army.
No way.
Yes. No.
No way. No way we talk.
Decorated. Service.
One to the Citadel.
Are you kidding me? He reached officer rank?
John, what's your pedigree? Everyone doesn't know. Okay. I don't think he went to a war.
I'm sorry, I was refreshing my beverage. Was there a question?
I was inquiring about your military service history.
Oh, I understand. Well, I'm a graduate of one of the most prestigious Southern military schools ever created and conceived in America, the Citadel, where they originally kept the slaves at bay and made them work. And the military at my college enforced the laws of the slaves. And so, after I graduated from Army and ROTC, I was commissioned as an intelligence officer. But then, upon going into the military, I quickly discovered there was no intelligence. So, I decided to form my own counterintelligence army unit, a top-secret CIA program known as Clown House. And here I am, ladies and gentlemen, unveiling myself to you, a CIA spy, here on Clown House, a counterintelligence army officer fighting to liberate America from the traitors, the treasonous Democrats, the former slave masters, and rebellious Civil War.
Do you remember like a few years ago when there was like several rooms going on about me? They all thought I was like a CIA asset or some stupid shit. Like I'd be wasting my fucking time.
We still think that you are. What the fuck are we talking about?
You know,
But we all still think that you are.
What would I be? What useful information would I be collecting on this fucking app as working for the CIA? It's asinine.
I don't know. You guys did a lot just to deplatform Roger. You know? So it's like what?
Everybody that's coming out here for entertainment, why would they be doing that much?
He deplatformed himself. All I did was put his picture in my PTR. I didn't say
That was the greatest thing I've ever seen, Pepe, when you did that. It was perfect.
That asshole came on here with his real name, real picture.
Defeater. Yeah, we all knew his name. It's true. Sorry to interrupt you, Pepe. Go ahead.
No, it's all right.
What's up, Jane?
I have not done anything.
Hello, Jane.
Well,
How are you?
I like the drama, and I have to compliment him.
The Karen Bass protest.
Oh, no.
To support Karen Bass.
I stand me like that. I try to.
Oh.
I just want to say that Roger Mayhem was the best campaign fundraiser Congressman Kitover ever had. Roger Mayhem raised us $600, Rabbano Shalom, and we enjoyed every penny of it.
Oh, wow, where you go?
I didn't do it.
Oh, you got
I
another
didn't do it. Oh, he's down there.
Okay. We don't want to lose our agent, you know.
Did Roger just quit? I mean, what was it really?
Yeah, he quit. He didn't lose his account. He ended up.
There's more to it.
It was bullied. He was bullied off of this app.
Pepe just did a PPR on the dude.
No, he was definitely bullied.
How so?
Because they call them fat guys. So what? They get called fat all the time. It's not really a reason to quit.
Well, I mean, what was really funny is he was body shaming so many fucking people, including women. I mean,
So do you.
amazing. So I don't go out of my way. So let's skip past
I
that.
don't go out of my way.
No.
Yes, you do. Pepe.
No, I don't.
Pepe. Listen, Pepe.
Where?
You do too. Come on.
No,
You do it more than me. I ever did.
But I own
What the fuck are you talking
I
about?
own it. I'm building a brand.
I rarely talk about.
I'm building a brand. I'm getting big back water bottles. Okay, I'm getting my big back T-shirts made. You guys don't understand how much water bottles, okay, is actually going to take over. I spend my time on this app. Oh my, it's hard.
All right.
Adams, you're just mad, Sam.
Adams, go on mute. You interrupted me when I was speaking. Jesus Christ. No, but he was purposely like being pretty harsh on a bunch of women, fat shaming him, all of this stuff. Just commenting on people's looks, period. And I was like, wait a minute, I remember that fucking podcast he did with Lunatic Libertarian. Oh shit. So I went and it was a few years ago I saw it, and I took a screenshot and I didn't even say a word. I just went on the stage with this fucking photo, and then he left. And he's like, I need to focus on other things and like brand, protect my brand or whatever the fuck that is. And it's just like, okay, dude. I mean, whatever. I mean, he was a fucking asshole. He acted like he never had anything intelligent to say, but he was really quick to call other people stupid or to say that or point out how they could I don't know. I don't know how to put it. It's almost like he used this as an opportunity not to actually talk, but it's like he just liked being the fucking moderator or having the people come into his room. It was weird.
That dude was mean. Like him and Kelly, everyone always praised them. I was always just so confused by that because they were such assholes. They were just so mean and vile with people.
I mean, to be fair, I think Kelly had like health stuff going on and. She was I would just put her as irritable. She didn't seem like, you never really heard her say mean things. She would just, because you never heard her really insult people, at least that I remember, but it was always like, excuse me, if you don't know how to shut the fuck up, I'm going to put you in the audience, okay? I'm sick of this shit. And it's like, it was like that kind of mean, which is
Shut
like.
up. In many So, Pepe, my tagline is Big Back Athleisure. Drop the weight and own the brand.
Do you have shower caps?
Don't in the black community.
I'm discussing a bonnet line. Yeah.
But don't they like back women generally? Like they would call women long backed. I mean.
Okay, that's enough retardation for one day.
Identity behind being fit. So this is actually meant to directly compete with Lululemon.
What about a smoke detector shaped like a shower cap?
I watched the whole thing. I've been the temple prostitutes and things like that. He says he's not gonna punish their daughters when they commit when they cheat on them and they commit whoredom and stuff like that. He's not gonna consider it like they did anything. He's not gonna punish them.
How the fuck is that?
So it is true that over history, the Democrats have benefited more, right, and gerrymandered more, right? But that is during the historical data that includes.
I don't see how that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The PR seems pretty bad on that one. I don't really see women liking it.
Well, and men as well. So there's actually a larger representation of men that actually, especially the novelty items, the branded T-shirts and whatnot. We're not just talking about the athletic attire, the tumblers, and the yoga mats and whatnot. Like there's a product representation for the men as well.
Our country's getting fat. My niece, a couple of weeks ago, Adams, she went to the store. I think it was at a beach or somewhere. And she was like, I couldn't find anything my size. So she's very slim. They're all bigger than me. This is crazy, man. We got to lose some weight.
Is this in the South?
Yeah. This is like in Florida, Panama. In the South, yeah. It's crazy.
I feel like there's parts of the country that are where people are yeah, I could be totally wrong, but I feel like in the South and maybe the Midwest, it's more common to see larger people.
Oh yeah, for sure. When you're closer to the beach, there's slimmer people. I noticed, but the further you go away from the beach, the bigger the shit gets. Because people don't fucking care. Like, well, you know, that's what I noticed.
A shocking statistic to me is that the average black woman weighs more than the average black man. And 20 pounds more than the average white woman.
You're right about that.
Can you believe that?
Can you post that data, please?
To be fair though, aren't like black people overly concentrated in what the fuck is this shit? Aren't they overly concentrated?
It's like 40 something, because again, you have to include twice married, 3-time marrieds. That's what brings the rate up. If you're looking at just first time marriages, it's way lower. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this shit you're talking about is just what everybody included. You're just talking about this, like what you gave, like newer marriages, like that isn't true. Isn't true.
Let me check real quick. So newer marriages, you're saying that the rate of divorce is more than 50.
It's lower.
It's lower than
Yeah.
51.
When you look up divorce stats, it only goes over 50 when you're talking about second and third marriage. It's never first marriage.
But why y'all only focus on the percent that's divorced when we talk about marriage? We only focus on the divorce rate, but when we start talking about
vegetables. Your diet is very important. Maintaining a good body mass index within normal range is very important. You gotta take your weight and your height, your BMI calculator online. You all should be doing that. Normal BMI is 25 and below. But we got a lot of Americans in the overly obese, 30 plus, because of the diet. We got a carb-based diet. Carb-based diet.
That shit makes a lot of sense. You just need to, and sadly, and we need to start to elect politicians that's going to take it to another level, because it is a matter of black and white.
We're here in New York City, man. It's like pretty rock, man.
Shit that could have been aborted, whether it's your mom, brother, sister, whatever.
Shalom, everyone. For those who are tuning in now.
Right. But quality food, here's a catch. It's a catch-22. The quality food costs more money. In the Midwest and South.
My name is Michael Coriolis. Se llama Miguel Corleone. People will pay a lot of money for that information. My name is Michael Coriolis. Se llama Miguel Corleone.
There's a lot of fresh fruit in these farms. Everywhere. I mean, you can pretty much throw it.
Anything.
Shit's gonna grow. But when you go to the stores, it's
Very. Car accident. And probably will be forever.
Monsanto's out
We will
there.
get you a million views where you don't pay.
Well, you got other countries, with lower cost of living, get healthy food for But if you're going to be in the U.S., you gotta be selective with your food. You really have to put effort into
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water.
My name is
This is why they call us Goyim. I used to think low IQ.
I know, I've known him for years.
This is why they call us Goyim. I used to think low IQ anti-Semitism is just something that they said.
I was defending Jesus. All I said is that, like, they were trying to allocate like properties of Muhammad, Jesus, and trying to justify that.
Dan is brain dead, low IQ.
And all I said was, well, Jesus would never marry a 9-year-old.
This is why they.
What is your hope in terms of the impact you will leave on this civilization?
What I'd like to do is help solve some important problems in a small way, help build the internet, and then with respect to the global warming problem, the transition from away from oil and other hydrocarbons to something which is clean and sustainable. I hope to have an impact there. And then with respect to space, I hope to have an impact in helping make humanity a multi-planet species. That's really what I would like.
It's President Trump house, always.
Got it.
Where is Matt?
He's on a date with my sister.
Okay, come on, man.
What is your hope?
Gross.
When Dropbox went out to sort.
I don't know that if it's true, that's wonderful. Happy for Matt. But she shouldn't say things like that. It's not true.
That's a get a white back bitch. What do we call it? Tortas? That's what, yep. Couldn't come up with one fast enough. I see you, Pepe. I don't have any sisters.
An aspiring entrepreneur decided to
I'm here at my parents' house.
When Dropbox went out to Silicon Valley, they came to our attention. When
Sounds like a very homosexual talk, Pepe.
Sounds like Pepe's becoming a family man. And that's your
You're not
problem.
the head of the household, Pepe. What's going on? And dog sounds a little light in his bark.
It's a chihuahua.
Her bark. Her bark.
Oh my God.
My bad. Where's Dima?
Pepe says on a date with his sister, I'm gonna punch him.
Pepe's on a date with his sister?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was gonna say Viva, but that's even more weird.
You're a good boy, huh? You good way to go. There's an old dog, and he has like really. So, my stepmom's cousin passed away a couple years ago, and she inherited their dogs. One of them passed away, so they're old dogs. But this one's pretty fragile, and he has like really bad separation anxiety. So like, you have to go out. And I said I'd watch him this afternoon. So you got a frigid boy dog. He's Nordy, aren't you? So you got a frigid ass dog? Fragile. No, I said frigid.
He said fragile.
She's the just divorced wife whose ex-husband won $273 million in the lottery. Mike Mursky never had a steady job in their 15-year marriage. And when they divorced 5 months ago, she was ordered to pay him alimony. Now, at age 53, this regular Joe is mega rich. She doesn't want a penny of his winnings.
your ex-husband won over $270 million. You were the breadwinner when you were married. You think you're entitled to any of that?
The only thing that I would like to see is obviously termination of spousal support.
Eileen says the lottery jackpot doesn't change the way she feels about Mike. The marriage did not end on a happy note.
Now that you have money, it doesn't mean that I'm I would want to come back.
Mike reacted this way. $270 million does not make me appealing to her. That's what she said in the New York Post interview. Would you believe her? I don't care.
And then, they would take turns raping me.
I don't care. Check this out. She's the just divorced wife whose ex-husband won 270.
I don't put on a show. I mean, I don't. Yeah, but you. If
This is like Pepe and his golden years. I'm gonna call this the golden.
If you have to spend day in day out, and like you're like putting on a fucking show, it's like you're always like in. I don't know how to put it. It is kind of a perishable skill. You learn to Jennifer.
She's the just divorced wife whose ex-husband won 2.
I don't care about that. Fuck that old bitch.
She has the energy to, control your audience.
What audience?
Exactly. That's what
She was talentless. She was nothing. She was just a good-looking person when she was younger. She was a mediocre singer and a shitty actress.
The masses come onto this app for entertainment, not giving the people what.
Or your religion was lying to you all this time, and you have a set of empty commandments that don't actually allow you to serve God in any way.
You have to admit that Jesus literally changed the world. He's right. Either Jesus is the Messiah, or Judaism is just a lie. It's just completely a lie.
I'll tell you what the Radak says on Yirmiyahu 31:31. Behold, days are coming, ... new covenant. Its newness is that it will be kept and not broken, like the covenant that Bnei Israel cut with God at Mount Sinai.
Yeah, correct.
Regarding this, and it says, for the prophet Yirmiyahu prophesies about a new Torah, which will in the future come to be. This isn't like a new Torah which was given at Mount Sinai, since it says, not according that it won't be a newness of the covenant, but rather its fulfillment keeping. Kiyuma, fulfillment. And behold, it says, Malachi sealed the prophets with the seal of his words. Remember my servant which I commanded him in Horeb for all those statutes and judgments. That whole section will be in the future, just like it seals. Behold, I will send you Eliah the prophet. Behold, you see that there will never be a new Torah, but for the one which was given at Mount Sinai, like it says, which I commanded him in Horeb.
And how can this be? For he is the queen of Tzedakah.
And John was Eli, and Jesus came to.
I'll just let you know, the person you're reading from, the Radak, existed after Jesus. He knew of Jesus' story. He wrote this after the Christians were already alive and killed.
Yeah, but he's quoting scripture. He's quoting scripture, Old Testament scripture.
Yes,
The Lamb.
The newness of the covenant is that the Jews will no longer violate it because it's now inscribed on their hearts.
Yeah, but you agreed with me, right? That the establishment of a lot of the covenant, the Old Testament, the covenant between God and Israel, is to establish a nation, right? These are rules for a nation.
See, I knew this was going to happen because when Mixet agreed with you on that point, he gave a lot of qualifications, and I knew at the time that people are going to forget all the qualifications and just stick to their original point.
Which I told him, don't minimize what the Torah is down to like a constitution. That's wrong.
Yeah, the Christians completely conveniently became lawless in a way.
They are not lawless.
They're the law was somehow
breaking the code. No one
it's like
Hold on, let me explain. Let me explain. There's a reason the covenant was given to Moses at that time to establish Israel. He didn't give it to anybody else, right? It wasn't he didn't give it to Jacob, Isaac. He could have. It's not like he didn't know about it. Like, he just thought of it just right then and there. He gave it to them at that specific time because they're establishing a country
in which they're able to fulfill these laws. It's more possible in that nation. Now, what would happen if you're not in a country like that anymore? You need to establish something new. Something more achievable. Hold on. Yeah, it's something more achievable that the believer can believe it, can follow, and that is what happened with Jesus Christ. And he gave it out to the Gentiles too, so the world can have God in their life. They can have Emmanuel with them. That's the point. And that's why you guys don't like this idea. And you guys you try to fight this and you try to run around it and you resist it. You resist the Holy Spirit just like your ancestors.
We're not fighting you when we tell you the correct interpretation of our text.
The Bible interprets. It says that you are a stiff-necked people, right? Even in Samuel, it states that when they wanted a king,
Let's move on.
Why he's calling them out? And you guys are also being called out.
You guys feed them. You guys feed them. You let them keep going. You gotta cut them. You gotta really tell them the truth.
Hey, but can I ask you a question?
You haven't proved anything according to logic.
No, he did. What do you mean?
No, I was listening.
What do you mean? They didn't
You guys are doing you're doubling down on the core of your theology of your justifications for disregarding the law. You're not actually interested whether or not the prophets want you to follow the law. You're only curious whether Jesus gave you permission to violate it. Like, think that through for a second.
Can I ask you, real quick, right? Can I ask you a question? Exactly. Have you read through the New Testament?
Not the whole thing, no.
Okay, so if you actually did read through the New Testament, if you read in Romans chapter 3, verse 31, where Paul was talking about the relationship between Christian ethics and the law, he says, let me even read it so I don't misquote it. He says, let me start from verse 30. Since God is one, who will justify the circumcised by faith and the uncircumcised through grace? Do we then overthrow the law by this faith? By no means. On the contrary, we uphold the law. So Paul is saying that the ability to be in the new covenant even allows you to do what the Mosaic law requires in the first place. This is why, again, the whole abrogation idea that people accuse Christians of is not really something that's justified by our theology, because we don't believe that we're operating contrary to Mosaic law, but we're actually fulfilling Mosaic law, maybe prioritizing 2 commandments: love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
How are you fulfilling Mosaic law when you're not taking the first, 3/4 of the law, or half the law? Half the law is in doing the law. The other half is in keeping the spirit. You kept the spirit, gave up the law. They kept the law, gave up the spirit. So
you can give up the spirit, screw you.
The way Jesus was teaching, right?
Yeah, you guys are accusing us of that. It's a libel.
No, yeah, I agree.
The prophets did too.
Lil Mo,
I apologize for that. What Jesus was doing is, look, the Gentiles, the downtrodden, they too must be included. You did not like that. They were like, oh, no, they didn't like the laws too much. So something had to happen. A middle ground had to be set. For that, Muhammad was sent. Neither both of you did agree with that. You don't like it? This is why you both are fighting. He doesn't like yours, you don't like his. But then something has to be done in the middle, and this is what I think. Historically, this would have to have been the balance. But then again.
Yeah, can I say real quick? I would argue that keeping the law means that you are keeping the spirit.
No, so I would say this, right?
Yeah,
so,
I'm with the Jew on that. You're right. I agree.
But that's see. So the 2 most important commandments of the law, right? Is number 1, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. The second most important command is love your neighbor as yourself. The reason for why the Jews did not follow the spiritual laws is because they ignored these 2 commandments, especially the second one. They thought they were loving God by being an ethno-nationalist cult and hating their neighbors and literally cursing their enemies, such as the Berkat Hamini. They were therefore abandoning the commandment of the law, which is to love their neighbors.
Yeah.
Do you know what meaning is?
You guys didn't keep one good
Meaning means
yeah. You know what meaning are?
1 second, one code. You violated one main Jewish principle, the one God.
Be true.
Okay?
I mean, you're right that it's entirely very specific type, specifically a type. It is an objection against sectarianism. Min literally means type. It's cursing those who deviate from Judaism. That's what the curse, the blessing of the minyan is. And God, stop those trying to cover up the Torah, the sects.
No, that's not all you pray for. You also pray for them to be
and we were talking about Christians.
Yeah, and you pray for them to be blotted out of the book of life. That is not that is not love whatsoever.
That's not what the blessing says.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I can read you what the blessing says.
No, it was
Why always with the Christian or with love? What?
Yeah, exactly. He knows the blessing better than you do.
Yeah, I say it 3 times a day. What do you mean?
He knows it very well.
So if you look at
where are you supposed to go with hate, Muhammad?
If you look at
An argument, it's emotion.
Okay, you look at the Berkah Hobby gave the original text. It did say that may the Muslim be blotted out of the book of life, but this was added under later Jewish text so that they would avoid direct suspicion out of majority Christian society to avoid persecution. Let me post a link in this.
I mean, are you talking about the songs or David says when they made it, you know?
No, this is their own. Like this is like Jewish liturgy.
Yeah, but saying love doesn't add to your argument anything. Like you saying I love you, I love you, so what?
No. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. I'm thinking that's the main command. That's the main.
Love is what removes exclusivity. Love is what unites the good and the you. Love is what.
It's also already
This was not.
And even that is conditional. God doesn't love the disbelievers. Like that's conditional.
That's not
God loves the
Love
disbelievers.
is not raised, right?
Oh,
So it's not based on classification.
It's not that God
the Bible.
According to the Bible, it's not that God doesn't love them, but he can't save them.
Condemn them forever.
He has to because he can't do anything for them.
So he loved them, so he condemned them forever. He loved them so much. Then your understanding of love is crazy.
No, if you look at Ezekiel 33 verse 11, it says, "I take no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but rather that the wicked may turn from their way and live." That's literally what Scripture says. There's no a lot of people are going to argue is ex post facto nonsense that the Bible doesn't actually.
So the 2 commandments that Jesus cites are both found in the Torah, and he starts it by saying from the Shema, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord."
Correct.
That's
What does one mean in the Hebrew when they use it? What does one?
Use the three distinct.
Hold on, guys. It doesn't help you though. This argument doesn't help you because the word that's used for one is a kod, and a kod can mean together as one.
But we gotta get more Messianic Jews here, bro.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It does. It does.
Yes,
if Euro is a Jew, he would know.
If
Euro is a Jew, he would know. He knows the Hebrew, he would know.
Yeah,
This is true.
So would you say that you understand the religion of Jew better than them?
It literally says,
I didn't say I didn't.
Adonai Eloheinu.
So
that is basically what he's claiming.
I'm asking him, is that not true? He would have to lie and say no.
Let's say
I'm not saying I know better. I'm just saying somebody can.
Then how did I understand it then?
You're understanding it from the basis of your.
They understand.
Yeah, you're understanding.
No.
You're understanding it from your own. You're understanding it.
Forget Islam. I'm saying how they understand it. What their understanding of it.
I mean, the Bible says they don't really understand it. I mean, they know it by the letter, but they don't really understand it themselves.
Even the prophets, especially Jeremiah, which is known notoriously for being the weakened prophet, making correct judgments that the Jews do not know God. This is literally what Jeremiah says. Hence why he promises that they will know God in the future after the exile.
They did not know God because they did not accept Jesus. That would be the reason. Not Jesus is God, but Jesus who taught them what it is to love and advance lifestyle.
The point is that they didn't know God.
That was violated by the Jews.
I agree, and that's why I made the conclusion based on that they do not follow the spirit of the law because the spirit of the law requires them to do that. That was the only argument I'm making. I'm not making like a whole I'm not making a emotional sermon like we should all look each other.
But you can't.
It's Muhammad. The violation of the oneness, the oneness wahid was what was happening. For this, Jesus was a necessity. So that there would be unity, so that the Gentile would not be oppressed, so that there would not be this exclusivity based on race, color, whatever. Jesus came to clean that up.
And what are the
like it?
And what are the main requirements?
Yeah, that's not true. I can make the argument for Noah. Like Noah came for all the people also.
But there's no people for him to minister to.
Everybody else died. He basically built a boat, hid out on it, let all the people die.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, as chorus point, he came from people.
Exactly.
And there was no people for Moses to save besides his family.
But that's the argument. You're making. You're saying that Jesus came for all the people.
When a prophet is sent, it's sent to correct things. This would be like a logical way to look at it.
And also,
there's some imbalance in that godly system. For example, if there is
but also if I accept that premise, and I have no problem with that premise, you have to provide evidence of the correction. Would you accept or not?
And also, I want to correct something.
Then if you believe something that they don't believe, you have to have an evidence for it.
Real quick, right?
They didn't believe
I want to correct something.
Making distinction, it was a cultural, social problem that they're facing because of the entrenchment in laws, because of drowning in the laws, and just keeping that without the spirit. They forgot their fellow Gentiles. They forgot the Goyim.
Yeah, can I say that real quick?
So what? You didn't answer my question. I said I accept the premise that they come to correct. Like I have no problem with that. But for you to make that claim, you have to provide evidence of the correction.
Of the divine law.
Of the correction.
The correction is the one which he read. The Gentiles and what did you read? Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Okay, then if that's the correction, what law is previously was wrong?
There was no law that was wrong. I agree with you. That was a crime of the Christian. The Christian didn't keep the law, right? The law was not the thing. One second, I can iron out that wrinkle.
Then I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I understand your point. Then Megzed have the right to everything he said. Because his claim is the law doesn't change. Yeah, and then what we are then what we arguing? We arguing the law wasn't kept. That's it.
Yeah, well, for who?
For everybody, even the Gentiles.
The Gentiles didn't
have a law.
They were separated. They were made. The Gentiles were not supposed to follow the law. They were separated.
But
this was their crime.
But you said the correction came with Jesus. He said, I came to fulfill the law. And you said in the same time, Jesus was from the Gentile also. So
the law. But Jesus didn't give out the law.
It's a permissive correction. It's not it's a permissive and instructive correction. It's not like a correction because of what they weren't doing. It's saying, hey, you guys haven't followed the law so far because you've been excluded from it, but I'm giving you permission to do so.
Yeah, now do it. Like, follow the law. They don't want to follow. This is the crime.
Real quick, I'm not going to respond to that, but real quick, I'm going to respond to something because that's so. He said that the only commandment of the prophet was to make Jews obey the Torah. And that is absolutely not true. If you consider how in rabbinic tradition, I think even going up to the Tanakh, Balaam is considered a prophet. But Balaam was a Gentile prophet who cursed the Israel, or who wanted to curse the Israelites until it was told by God not to. And he actually was accused of leading the Israelites away from God. So how was he a prophet if he was disobeying the major requirements for prophethood according to Exeg?
Yeah, he answered it in the first place. Like when I asked him about abrogation, he said that depends on things that they do at their time. That's it. He didn't say he disobeyed the law. He said, I think you heard him, or I have to repeat his answer.
Please go ahead, because it's not recall.
Yeah, I don't know the specific that you mentioned, but he mentioned many other examples, like David, like Ibrahim, like even the children of Adam when they marry from each other. He would say the law didn't come for them. So what they say, like they acknowledge what they did as wrong, for example, if they break the law, but the law didn't exist in their time. The final and the message that the law can complete was at Musa. This is his argument.
That's not exactly what he said. Yeah. What he said was that there is no abrogation, that the law it applies all the time. And it's not that the law didn't exist at the time that they did these things. He said they didn't know the law. So there were people that broke the law because of, which is a very different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I said didn't exist. I said I should be clarifying. It didn't exist on their knowledge, so the law always exists. You're right. They didn't
but they could have included them, taught them, been one of them. They didn't do it. This was their time.
Hey, but how do we break the law?
That's his argument. Yeah, I just explained.
Yes. So how do Christians break the law? I'm curious.
They break the law, they didn't keep it.
Such as, like...
They kept the spirit, they didn't keep the law.
I need the particular.
The particulars, yeah.
I can give you an example, like the law of...
pork, right?
Not pork. The law of the one who lived the religion. What is called?
Apostasy.
Yeah, apostasy.
Is that what you're talking about?
Apostasy.
That's the best you come up with, Mama?
I just remember it. That was in the top of my head.
Yeah, sure, is a good example, right? Like dietary laws were huge during the...
So we're saying that Christians are heretics for not killing people who leave the faith?
Yeah,
No, I didn't say that. You asked me where they don't keep the law. I give you a law that they don't do.
Yeah, but Jesus came to
What is apostasy? What is apostasy law?
What laws do you think Christians have to keep? I think that's the question.
What law? According to their Bible, the law of what God tells them to do.
But what does God tell them to do?
One of the things.
The Torah is very clear. It's addressed to the Jewish people. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, if I understand correctly. So if it's addressed to Jewish people, then what is the law, that Christians or Gentiles, according to your understanding, must keep based on the New Testament?
Yeah, the law of the Jewish people.
To love the God.
That's the Christian answer.
To love the Lord your God with all your heart.
The law of the Jewish people. They have to keep the law. They have to keep the law. They have to keep the law of the Jewish people.
No, he's saying no. He's saying why? Love the Lord your God and love your fellow man, right?
Bro, bullshit. This is their crime. They didn't keep the law of the Jews.
I'm asking, but I'm not asking. I'm asking what.
Can you repeat what you said, please, because so many talk, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I can't repeat it again.
Repeat what you said, because I think I answer you multiple times.
The laws we have to keep are to love the Lord our God with all our heart, all our soul, all our mind, to love our neighbors yourself.
Okay, if I accept that, let's say, like you repeating it multiple times, give me the verse that's the only law that you have to keep.
It's not the only law we have to keep, but
those are the summary.
Wait, just real quick. That's the summary of the law we have to do. Like, if you do those, if you do those.
Then give me a verse that says this is the summary.
No, how? There's a simple question. How do those things? Those two laws.
I think you uses by predication, right? What does it mean to love? If you understand that, then you understand what it means to love God and your neighbor.
No, that's not how we do it though.
The point is that Jesus says that this is the summary of the law, and he's talking about the Jewish law.
Hold on, the Torah talks about Shabbat. How do you do that in a way that expresses love for God? How do you do that?
They don't.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
We don't necessarily.
Right. They do Shabbat.
So again,
we don't do Shabbat. No, we don't do Shabbat.
There's a fragment of a Jewish Christian dialogue called the Dialogue of Jason and Pipiscus, which is written probably by Aristo of Pella from Jordan. But this is like a Jewish Christian dialogue written by a Jew that explains like the Christian perspective of Sabbath, like this early 2nd century. It sums up our position like perfectly. Like I said,
what I'm asking you is
my question. The reason I asked about Shabbat.
You should answer this question. Why don't we keep Shabbat as Christians? Why? Why not?
Because Jesus is our Sabbath.
But so when? No. The Sabbath is another question. I'm asking you, do you keep Shabbat as a Christian?
Do, because Jesus is our Sabbath. Jesus is the Sabbath.
So where does it say? Can you tell Muhammad where it says that we have to keep Shabbat? Because we don't. We don't have to do Shabbat. Mom, do you keep Shabbat? Because this is going to trickle on you. Maybe you have to tell us that we have to. This is your opportunity. Did Muhammad say we have to keep Shabbat?
I'm asking a more basic question. The commandments to love God and to love people, right? That's the issue. Now the question is, how do you accomplish that? And if you don't have the laws, as I've talked about before, then it is essentially up to every individual to decide what that means.
Yeah, and when Jesus mentions the two laws, he specifically references the entire law. He's not saying that these two commandments replace the law. He's saying that this is a summary of them. He says these are the greatest commandments, these two, which are both from the Torah. So he's not, in that instance, he's not rejecting the law or the Torah. And he even starts that sermon by citing the Shema. That's how he introduces these two commandments.
So, Ve'ahavta l'recha kamocha ends with Ani Hashem. So,
exactly.
But look, in the Jesus, even in the Sermon on the Mount,
Don't let this slip away. So did Jesus tell the Gentiles how the Gentiles, since he came, have to keep as non-Jews? Did Jesus ever say that? Is that never saying that?
No, of course not. The law is for Jewish people. It is not for Gentiles. And it never was. So I don't know why people get confused.
But not just the Jewish people.
Muhammad is so confused because I'm saying, where's the grafting then?
Because it was clarified by St. Peter in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16. Therefore, do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regards to religious festivals, a new moon celebration, or a Sabbath day. These are a shadow of the things that were to come. The reality, however, is found in Christ. That's why.
Yeah. And just to clear things up, because somebody made a reference to the daily blessing. If you read this blessing, it is not anti-Christian. It's very specifically cites people that are in error of the law. So it's a reference to Jewish people that have committed some type of apostasy.
So who are the Notre
The Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, bro. Do you not understand?
The Benin is...
No. The Notre... Let me put in the chat if you can see what I'm saying.
Yeah, so Nissan, if I can just get this out, right?
it wasn't just it wasn't just to the Jewish people per se, but to the nation of Israel. That's what the law was given to, the nation of Israel. And that nation that was founded under God does not exist in that way anymore today. Where those laws are implemented. So it wasn't just laws implemented for a religion. It was implemented for a nation, because those laws aren't being implemented in Israel today.
Oh, the point I was thinking,
that's not what's happening.
I'm not disagreeing with you. My point was, this law does not apply to Gentiles. So this argument that people are making
doesn't apply to Jews today either.
Well, that's a different argument, but I'm just sticking to the point about whether it applies to Gentiles. It doesn't apply to Gentiles, and it never applied to Gentiles.
I don't understand what that means.
There's nothing wrong with it.
The Jews have been applying the laws.
Do they? The Bible says they never kept the laws.
There's 600.
That's why they got kicked out of there. That's why they got kicked out of their nation.
No, there's very specific ones that's about. That's true, but that's not relevant to whether you use the law or not. Just because you are a law-abiding citizen and once in a while you don't report taxes, it doesn't mean the people as a whole.
Yeah, God understands that. That's why that's why there's forgiveness of sins. They were not keeping the laws at all. That's why they got kicked out. It wasn't.
Listen. As a practicing Jew, we are keeping the laws. There's no question. Is everybody individually doing it? No, of course not. But that's true of all legal systems.
No, bro.
I'm a practicing Christian, and I'm not following those laws because it's been fulfilled through Christ Jesus.
If God is true, then you're lying right now. They never kept the laws. That's what the Bible. Not one single person kept those laws.
We're just confusing ourselves here.
Not one single person could. This whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Not one single person could. It doesn't make sense. Okay? There's 613 categories of laws. Never mind laws. Categories of laws. So some apply to Kohanim. Some apply to women. Some apply to men. Some apply to owners of slaves. Some apply to people who lend. People who have business. Some apply to people that travel on the sea. Some apply to... Nobody could keep all of them. That's clear. Even those that apply to me, let's say, I am not 100% following them because it's difficult, because I'm tired, because of God knows what. Okay?
Because you're not in a nation of Israel.
And as a society, like, these laws were given to a nation of real people. Not a nation of angels. A nation of real people.
I understand that, right? But within the nation, it's more possible, I guess, within the nation. Now, just apply it to yourself. I'm sure they can follow the law better than any Jew could today. Simply, just logically thinking about it, because they had a nation that was the laws were implemented on. Now, you live in a Gentile nation, or even if you live in Israel today, they are not abiding by those laws. They have a totally different set of laws.
He doesn't have charisma. He always has charisma. You need to not be Donald Trump.
It's true that outside Israel, there were limitations on what could be applied. But the whole purpose of return of the people to the land of Israel, according to the Bible itself, is to now apply it on a national scale.
But they if you're just going to keep repeating over and over, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law.
That's not all I'm saying. That's not all I'm saying, That's not all I'm saying, dude. That's not all I'm saying.
You said it. You're going to say it.
I'm saying it, but that's not all I'm saying. I'm rebuttaling the way he said.
It gets boring.
I'm rebuttaling him. I mean, you guys are boring.
You don't even keep
What are you talking about? You're boring, dude. What do you mean? That's not what I'm trying to say. If you pay attention, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Go over there and start telling them to keep the law. I don't know.
I'm not saying that, dude. Pay attention.
Megatron, I think that believers are called saints. So I would rather be called a saint if they don't want to call me a Christian instead of just a Gentile. Okay?
But real quick, if you go to Isaiah chapter 59, right, and this is like very probably the words of the prophet, right? The prophets often mention very polemical claims about the majority of Jewish people saying that they do not follow God. This is very clear in Isaiah chapter 59, verse 7 to verse 8. It says, their feet run to evil, and they are swift to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts of iniquity, desolation, destruction of their ways. The way of peace they do not know. There is no justice in the past. They have made the roads crooked. No one who treads on them knows peace. Therefore, justice is far from us, and righteousness does not overtake us. We hope for light and behold darkness. So, right? So, this whole notion.
So it's 3,000 years of history. So, there, if you open the Bible, all of it, you will see there are periods where the Jews are keeping the calendar, etc., etc., and there are periods when they're horrendous and terrible and not keeping the laws and they're being nasty people. So what?
This is not about the everyday citizen. You do those 5 things, bro. It don't even matter if you don't have oil in your country. America will go there and fuck you, bro. They will fuck you, bro. Oh my God, Frank.
France is the worst, bro. I think France is worse than you.
Nah, bro. Listen, I'm gonna post here where we can buy.
They still control the CF.
As an imperial force, France is still historically worse.
Yeah, they still. Well.
France has the right to defend itself.
They had an empire for longer than America, so obviously, and then also like America's charged with accused of this sort of neo-colonial.
We do it clandestine.
Campaign. But yeah, as in America.
There's nothing we can do.
America supported a lot of the independence of a lot of these African states because obviously they had kind of more sort of sinister neo-colonialist designs on Africa, like military bases and whatever else, rather than actually having colonies. But it's not, some of the resources are really frivolous, like not necessarily frivolous, like bauxite, sugar. Just recently, those like pistachio lobbyists that were basically, hawkish on Iran, basically trying to lobby the president to go into Iran because Iran's like one of their. So it's like it's really bro.
What? The pistachio.
Really frivolous commodity.
PTR concrete and everything. I think this is a French design or a Polish design. It's a real weapon.
Yeah, what you said?
What the hell?
I said no. That was big. The lobbyists, bro.
This nigga. Yeah, don't try to ingratiate yourself with the crew by, funny jokes. Because, nigga, you are with you are feminist. You're on the outs.
Oh, yeah.
You don't like the crew. You want the crew to fucking fail.
I'm feminist, bro. I don't deny it, bro.
Yo, what the fuck?
That's my baby daddy.
Right there, they are.
Right,
but they didn't fulfill it. Why? They couldn't.
Put it in the bad part of your stomach, Ron.
This was the problem. They couldn't unify. You just did your upper arm.
So what they're chosen for is to be a light to the nations.
Right, and they're following the law, which the Christians didn't follow, by the way. Completely.
The Christians fulfill that prophecy because it's through the Jews who are Christian, not most Jews, but the Jews who are Christian, that the knowledge of God spread throughout the world. The Jews at this time period were very exclusive and did not want to associate with Gentiles.
You also gave away with the laws. I mean, the Jew was very.
That's not the point I'm making right now.
One of our greatest rabbis and philosophers from Maimonides agrees with you, Michael, that Christianity served that purpose. He also considers it idolatry. That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, and it's completely really destroyed the very concept with Jesus. So this is what the Jew would say, right? So
this inside is really good.
Bro, we just have metaphysical. We just did our homework on. But Maimonides also believe that black people are naturally inferior, bro. That's a ad hoc. That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. I know that's a genetic fallacy, so I'm not using it as an argument. I'm just saying.
What Maimonides did was posit the one God, the same that the Jew came with, was true for God.
But we didn't forget that. We did our homework in understanding God's mind and His spirit. That's all.
He made God a man. This is what the Jews are going to tell you.
Yes, it is.
But anyways, man.
I can use it and show you.
Yeah. So if you go to high school, if you go to high school,
6, you know, if you get a chapter there.
All right,
Scott, sitting up.
Trying to follow the Muslims after this. I've been done with the Jews. I'm trying to follow the Muslims. I haven't done the Muslims yet, so I'm going to follow them out.
Megatron.
You feel the time.
yo, these time read the chat, bro. This is what
Listen,
I said about like the.
Yeah, in Megatron.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. I explained to you that is a period of time.
Yeah, we're not able to. No, so.
It's the whole thing. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
take it in consideration. Like,
I know.
Ooh, but
If you look, but that's okay. I still love Megatron. But listen, in Acts. But yeah, he is. In Acts 15, it says, certain people came down from Judea and Antioch and were teaching the believers, unless you are circumcised according to the customs taught by Moses, you cannot be saved. This was brought to Paul and Barnabas in sharp dispute and debate with them. So Paul and Barnabas were appointed along with some other believers to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles about this question. The church sent them on their way as they traveled to Phoenicia and Samaria. They told how Gentiles had been converted. The news made all believers very glad. When they came to Jerusalem, they were welcomed by the church and the apostles and elders to whom they reported everything God had done through them. Then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. The apostles and the elders considered this question. After much discussion, Peter got up and addressed them. Brothers, you know that some time ago God made a choice among you that the Gentiles must hear from my lips the message of the gospel and believe. God, who knows the heart, showed that he accepted them by giving them the Holy Spirit to them, just as he did to us. And he did not discriminate between us and them, for he purified their hearts by faith. Now then, why don't you try to test God by putting up the next to the Gentile the yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear? No, we believe it is through the grace of our Lord Jesus that we are saved, just as they are.
Hey guys,
Sister,
I'm about.
that was.
No, we can't talk about this. Will take like 5 seconds. Stop. Okay, I'm about to drop off the face of the earth for a few days, so I just want to say bye. I'll be back probably later in the week.
Okay.
I love you.
Bye, Clara.
It's fine.
Sister, I have never heard the full context. The full text. That's great, thank you. I now am fully convinced that that story is apocryphal and never took place.
Wait, could you just?
Yeah,
I kind of missed. Wait a second. Well, please, I just have a clarifying question. Can you just summarize the story because I missed it with the
Are you doing the Shihada?
You don't feel. He did. They didn't stop with the exclusivity. As a special thing to keep on.
Well, can he finish?
I don't make.
Let him finish his point. The only reason why I asked is I lost the train and I'm not sure which story he's referring to.
Well, it's not, it would be unfair of me to try and summarize Mr. Kitty's error.
No, but can you just make a reference to the story itself at least?
Can you give the source maybe, Kitty?
It's in chapter 15 in the book of Acts. I will. I'll put it in the chat. It's in chapter 15 in the book of Acts. He's talking to Peter and Barnabas. They went to Jerusalem and they said, hey, all these Gentiles are saying that they're getting saved. How in the world can they be saved? They haven't followed the laws of Moses, man. If they're not following all the laws of Moses, getting circumcised, and they have to follow all dietary supplications, if they're not doing that, then they can't be saved. And what Peter and Barnabas came up with is they said, hey, listen, all of us sinners should not deserve grace, the salvation of grace, but only by Jesus will they be saved. So that is why Christians do not follow these Mosaic laws. We have Jesus.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll let you. So when Nissan finishes, I have something to say about that.
Right. So, what? I had never heard the full text. That was great. However, because you gave me the full text, I am now fully convinced that that story never took place and is apocryphal or is a much later invention. And the reason is because we don't have a concept of that, of being saved from it. That is completely Christian concept. It's not in Judaism, it's not in the Torah, it's not in Tanakh, it's nowhere. The idea that you are condemned and you must be saved, it doesn't exist.
And there's another problem with this story. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you by talking first. There's another problem that is related to what Nissan's saying. It is not the Jewish position, and has never been the Jewish position that to merit the world to come, that you have to be Jewish or that you have to follow the Jewish law. So this is simply not a Jewish concept at all. Of course, other people can merit the world to come that are outside of Judaism, and those people do not have to follow the law. And not only that, they're called non-Jews, and non-Jews specifically not only are not required to follow the law, it's actually discouraged. So it's just simply not true that there was some sort of discussion amongst Jews that, oh my God, what are we going to do with all these Gentiles not following the law? That would have been normal.
What I'm saying is that there was Jews becoming Christians.
Real quick, right? Yes, you're onto something, right? But if these were just Jews talking about following the law, you'd be right. But these were Jews who, for some reason, believed in Jesus Christ as their Lord. So they're part of this proselyte movement. And it seems that they wanted other people to follow the law. So this actually did happen. And we have reference of this basically letters of Apostle Paul himself, and also the early apostolic fathers who were living alongside Jews, which is why they dedicate are just able to avoid Jewish customs. So this did happen.
No, I understand it, and I'm familiar.
You're right. You didn't reflect that Jews believe that you have to follow. You didn't believe that you have to follow the laws to be saved, to be redeemed by Jesus. Correct. But it's a group of Jews who were Christians. So you are complaining.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I'm just making this distinction between this idea that Gentiles have to follow the law. That's not a Jewish concept. Now, if you're talking about Jews, the normal conception is, yes, they do have to follow the law.
I'm learning something here. So, Michael, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that a certain group of early Christians thought they had to convert to Judaism first in order to be Christian.
Yes.
You couldn't be a Christian unless you followed Mosaic laws, what they were saying. And so what happened, Paul was writing these 13 letters, one of which being to the Colossians, to the Colossians, to the Colossian church. He said, listen, man, you are Christians. It doesn't matter that you're Jewish. You can be a Christian, but you can only be a Christian not because you follow these Mosaic laws. That's not going to grant you grace and salvation, only through the blood of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so you're doing exactly what the Jew is doing. You're not teaching. He's saying only if you follow these laws, you become a Jew. You're saying only if you follow Jesus. I thought you become you're saying
there's no contention there, Marcus. There is no contention there whatsoever. I am 100% doubling down in saying that I don't follow. Euro's right. I'm not following Mosaic law, just like Megatron explained. I am not following all of the Mosaic. It doesn't mean that I don't follow the Ten Commandments.
But there's no reason. It doesn't apply to you.
There's no contention. There's no.
I know that, but I just want to be clear to people. It's like me saying, I don't follow the laws of India. Well, of course not. I don't live in India. It doesn't apply to me. So, there's no reason why people need to follow laws that don't apply to them. The Jewish laws apply to Jews.
It would be better more analogous to say, wait, hold on. It'd be more analogous to say, as an atheist, if I were an atheist and I said, hey, listen, I don't murder, I don't steal, I honor my mother and father. I mean, I'm an atheist. That's wonderful. As an atheist, you can do those things. But unless you accept the blood of Jesus Christ being the only way to salvation through grace and grace alone, you're not saved and you're not going to heaven. And that's what Christians believe. Not what Jewish people believe, not what atheists believe, not what Muslims believe, but Christians believe that.
Yes, they are the most biggest exclusivists, even more than Jews. Even more than Jews.
The Jews are not exclusivists.
Jews are not uniting with you.
The Jews are the opposite.
Exclusivists, and they are.
Can we figure out what laws actually apply to Goyim? Can we figure that out first? What laws actually apply to the Goyim?
No kind of laws. The laws to stop, so the laws to avoid idolatry, the laws to not consume blood, the laws to avoid sexual immorality, and the laws to not consume or destroy food. Which is funny enough, the same laws that James actually prescribed for the Gentiles who were becoming a Christian.
Acts 15, right?
Yes.
That would correlate with 1 Corinthians 5, right, where Paul gives someone to the destruction of their flesh because they suck their
father's wife.
Right. So that's sexual immorality, right? That's Leviticus. What? Esau. What Leviticus is sexual morality? Is it 18?
I'm not sure. No, Paul even doubles down by saying that that not even the Gentiles do, meaning that it was something commonly known amongst them not to do, which means that it was a severe abomination even in Gentile common law itself.
Yeah, but there's like the sexual immorality laws are explicit in multiple different ways. It's not just sleeping with your father's wife. It's like don't sleep with animals. It's like don't sleep with your sisters, your brother. There's a lot, right? There's not just like one law. Correct. So Act 15 expands.
Or dogs or brothers or cats or anything like that either.
No,
talk about sexual morality.
It's more than that because we see Lot messing it up. We see Abraham messing it up. The law comes after them, right? And the law says you shall not even be with your first cousin. So let's just look at it that way. The law is transformative. It is becoming stricter. It's becoming more understanding. Like if you went to a Muslim country like Pakistan, they're still sleeping with their first cousins. It's not healthy. It is not producing good fruit from the womb. It is not beautiful in the essence of productivity for the purpose of fruit from the womb of a woman.
Yeah, not everyone marries their cousins. Stop this.
How do you have sex with
I'm just saying
This is who cares? That's culture. They've been doing it for like years and years. This is not what Islam preaches, right?
Okay.
So saying you have to marry your cousin, and then I wouldn't like
I didn't say that. I just said it's just like Filipinos and Filipinas, narcissists, I'll go that way. They have a huge incest issue, and they're mostly probably Catholic or some kind of Protestant. Okay? Does that make you feel healthy?
It's not good. I'm not saying that. Who's propagating freaking cousin marriages? I'm saying it's not mandatory to do it within Islam. Let's see. It's been a very good day today, being extremely honest, transparent, unbiased. So Euro and me. Okay? To see through, and Cora, who left, to see through it, and from the outside, hello, what is missing to an unbiased law? To a biased law? And this should be like, we should accept the truth. The only time we accept the truth, we align with reality. And in that, there is success.
So how many of your cousins? How many
Can we not continue that conversation, please?
Yeah, we go to that now.
How many cousins did you have sex with?
I have an agreement here.
Anyways.
So you've had sex with all your cousins.
Anyways.
I don't know many of your freaking organized power structures, bro.
Gross. And so the whole point about action of
not like this is like if you these are not just regular Jews who are like Gentiles who must follow the law. Like that would be insane because there would be no proselytizing reason for the average Jew to even associate with a Gentile. Background. And you never heard the mom.
Oh, he was a stay-at-home dad, though.
Yes.
You know that?
Well, I mean, I ended up figuring it out because, of course, he used to come on here with his real name, and then I would see like, oh, your wife's family has some money, and the wife works, and you're the stay-at-home dad. Amazing, but here you are trying to act like you are this guy who worked yourself up in corporate America, and you work for a pharmaceutical company, and you're a scientist, and no, he's just full of shit.
Well,
But
Yeah, he's a trust fund baby.
No, he's not. You married a woman. He's a trust fund baby.
No, he's from a single mother in Boston.
Yeah, no, he did. I ended up talking to him. Yeah, he did seem to have like a grudge again. Not a grudge against me, but he was very sensitive. But he ended up telling me he went to like he's not a dumb guy, but he told me that like he went to this school for like I guess the more gifted kids
on a lottery, right?
And he was one of the
No. Listen. There's the METCO program, which voluntarily bused black students from the inner city into the suburban schools so that they could get a better education.
We know, that's what we're saying, Alan.
No, I was wrong because I thought he would win the maggots.
No.
He did.
Yeah.
But he wasn't from the area. He's from the hood.
Yeah, he's from the hood. That's right. But here's the thing. Not all the parents, whatever city he went to, not all the parents liked it. So he felt unjustly targeted or whatever.
But he admitted that to me. The crux of it was I asked him if they were if the white kids were racist to him, and he said yes.
Everyone in Boston is racist. Like, cut it out. It's really racist.
He won a lottery to go to the high school.
Yeah, and that's good for him. But he just wasn't what he was all cracked up to be.
We had high school also participated in that program, and we had no issue with any of the kids. I remember
You're lying,
when
you're from like the 50s.
I'm joking.
I'm joking.
Yeah, the 80s. Get it right, woman.
My bad.
Yeah, but the thing is
the only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father.
But, yeah, I mean, he's just a self-hating individual. Whether it's because he's black or white or whatever it is, he just doesn't like himself very much. And so it's probably a good thing he's off the app.
Maybe he went back to work because he really just disappeared.
He owes some people money.
But he was obsessed with wealth and money and class. That's all he talked about. My daughter's tuition is this. You guys can't afford it.
I have no doubt in my usually people when they project, like I had a guy the other day was talking about how you're broke. I'm like, what? Like, you know my financial situation? It's like, yeah, you're broke. I'm like, bro, like usually when people say that shit, they're projecting like that. They're actually broke, you know?
Yeah, it's not what you make, it's what you keep.
No, I don't think that he was lying about. I think that he is financially wealthy, but I think that he's missing out in his personal life. You know what I mean? Or he tries to compensate by saying he has a lot of money because he avoids the personal stuff.
Well, the thing is though, is like I grew up around people with money. Like I just find it so. It's just.
What's that other person that they said used to Black Debo? What's his name? Death Row type person. Suge Knight.
And I called that man's son the wrong name. It's Elliot. I called that man Julie.
Like he's the white Suge Knight or something. But okay, well, shout out to them. This is also random since we're talking about rappers. I did not realize that Lil Wayne espoused white people so much.
Chicago man. Chicago man.
I know this is sounding incredibly tone deaf for me. I have European blood. Don't come for me. At least 5 generations back, so I can talk about white people. Why is he always praising white people? I'm like, I get it, Wayne. Why a white person helped you out when you were young and you couldn't eat or something? Like, damn. He's just annoying. Okay, that's it.
And didn't he get shot? And the guy saved him? The police officer?
He's always praising somebody. I don't know if it was the police officer or it's like, and then he married Toya and then he just like lost his mind. It's like he became less New Orleans, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know, every time I hear a story about him, he's just really disappointing because I love Wayne Down, right? He's a New Orleans rapper, 504, hey, but I'm just like, bro, I don't know, he's just gotten, the older that he gets, I don't know if it's that lean or whatever he been smoking or drinking. I'm like, Wayne, everybody's against him.
And like, how many of you were born upper class? Nobody raises their hand. And like, how many of you were born middle class? Everybody raises their hand. And you do get the people that don't want to look like privileged brats to their peers, so they do like kind of hide the fact that they have money. And just like you have people who are embarrassed about growing up poor, and they hide it. And it's why I just think it's when I hear people talk like that, first of all, the type of person that generally makes it, in whether it's in corporate America or profit, generally the first thing that comes out of their mouth is not going to be how much money they make, and then asking you how much money you make. It's just not, I never witnessed that.
That's true.
No, that's not what they did.
Strike the master.
Jazzy, it's considered low class. Most of them are low class. No, most doctors are by nature, most doctors are absolutely not low class because it takes a person who's pretty studious and intelligent to become a medical doctor, right?
Yeah,
they're literally not going to do that. That's going to mean that they're not low class.
Just change a little bit.
Class means you're like fucking dumb, lazy, dysfunctional, that kind of shit.
Holy fuck, bro.
Once again, so
You gotta change a little bit.
most of these people are being smart and all that stuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't give you a class. Like, you're just smart, you can do the job. But they are assholes, they're dickheads, they're jocks, they're bullies, right? And then they make it, and then they bully other people. This is not new. This is not uncommon.
It's not. Maybe if they're like a cheesy salesman or some shit like that, but
Holy fuck.
to have a professional job, generally
You
not.
can't, bro. Can we have a conversation?
Dude, shut the fuck up, Mountain. I've been quiet for the last couple of fucking hours. I started speaking like 15 minutes ago.
Really, that's crazy to me. Really, you've been quiet the whole time. Fuck.
Literally.
Bullshit. But really, though, man, like I had a buddy who just got new wealth, and man, he wanted to like rub it in all of our fucking faces, man. I mean,
Because he's white trash.
Well, I
But
mean,
you're
whatever.
acting like white trash doesn't make it to the top, and that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell.
there's a difference between you can be somebody who opens up a
Jesus
business
Christ, bro,
and you can be rather successful. You can be a salesman, make a lot of money.
It's not
But
shut up.
that is not. But what I'm talking about is he's somebody who tried to make it sound like this bachelor's degree, working at pharma, at the executive level. Like, in other words, somebody that would not be low class, somebody who would have status. And so this is where it's entirely different.
Because you're a podcaster, right? So I think at the end.
I'm not a podcaster. I don't have a podcast.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're
fuck you, shit,
You
bro.
don't go to work.
Yeah, you don't
But
work.
long story short, I think that.
I don't talk during the day on the weekdays most of the time.
Oh, you work from your home. Okay. But listen, I'm just trying to make
Not really as much anymore. It's why I don't talk it anymore during the day, really.
Okay, you don't do what he does or what any of these other people like Goat does. Goat has access to the National Archives, and I'm not.
Goat's the professor.
I'm not trying to pick up for them. What I'm trying to tell you is once they get around people that don't have these credentials, they feel better than you. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just telling you what happens. You got people.
I don't.
I'm not done. We're in a clubhouse, right? A lot of us came right here talking, and a lot of people are working these fields, so they look down on us, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing new to it. Just like Dr. Copeland, right? We weren't allowed to say anything about COVID around him because he was going to correct us. So I'm just saying, like, this is Isaiah. But to call them low class, sure. It doesn't negate the fact that they have money created, right? So you can say that, but they have money.
Well, I would say I read Goat a lot differently. Perhaps maybe he does like to be the smarter one in the room. That could be, I don't know. But I have felt his pain. Look, Goat is compared to, and I'm just going to speak specifically to the black people, he is probably the smartest black person that remains on this app by a long shot.
You are.
No, I'm dead serious.
I'm not gonna lie.
And you do get a lot of stupid people that are overly confident that think they're arguing a decent point, but they do not realize like how fucking low IQ and just dumb they are. And they often act very confident. And then I'm like, what is you talk about me dropping the hard R? What does he do? What does he do? He drops it all the time when he's having to deal with the low class blacks.
He's always the well-spoken black person, not the.
I said the smartest on the app today.
Not the smartest on the app.
Oh, who's smarter? What black person is smarter?
Pepe, there's a lot of smarter black people.
Which black person? Okay, you should be easily able to correct the black person.
Samoa's pretty smart. Samoa's pretty smart.
You've been bamboozled. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I've actually listened to him. He is a pretty smart guy.
But also, you have to walk away from the experience with a lesson learned too.
On his app at this time. He wasn't the smartest person on the app, 3-4 years ago, but I would say today he's definitely the smartest one.
No, okay. But you're not that smart, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Amazing. You're the smartest, Jazzy. You're the smartest. My bad.
Not me either, but it sure isn't him. I think that's about Isaiah.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as unit.
It's mostly just performance art.
An aspiring entrepreneur.
Yeah, he's very performative, but he's very performative.
But Pepe doesn't know that yet. I hope he sees it soon.
I've talked to him for years. He is somebody that would directly come into my room to try to debate me. There is. Yeah, well, not necessarily. Because the thing is, though, is that what I would do is, those topics that I would have in my rooms, those were all things that I either had experience talking about, and I would make sure I looked up all of the points I wanted to make up, what the rebuttals would be, and the counters to those rebuttals, and all of that shit. And I generally picked things that were rather easy to defend, and so I would not. If I ever made a room about a topic where it was like more in the form of a value judgment or an opinion, I always made sure to preface that and to say that I could be wrong.
If you use this sound,
making a falsifiable claim, I can't be proven false. But the things I would debate, generally, it was falsifiable, and it would be nearly impossible to falsify, at least the claim I would be. So it's never really, it's how do you win a debate against somebody who would use that tactic? It's pretty difficult.
So you're saying
if I made outrageous claims, then it'd be a force to reckon with.
So Isaiah has a master's in racial studies, is what you're saying.
I think he has a master's I'm not sure.
Yes, theater. I would say he had a lot of time on his hands with reading, and so he'll read the news headline and get like 150 black people that are listening to his performance art, and then if you try to talk to him, he will definitely try to use strongman arguments or try to put words in your mouth or try to set you up to fail. It's really, like, for instance, me and Brad have had issues, or Viking. Whenever I come in, he lets everyone know before I talk that, I did certain things to Brad, you know what I mean? So basically, I'm unqualified to even be heard, but it's just, he's weird, man. He's weird, but I've dealt with him for a long time.
He likes to humiliate people. He gets off on punching down. That's what it seems like.
And he's a president, and I mean, nobody told him I said this. I don't really care, but I think he preys on black people who value education. He postures himself up by being a professor.
And acting like he's the only voice that matters, right?
And he has
I know.
stupid people with degrees who value what he's saying. He has a cult over there, and they've been riding strong for like 5 years.
Yeah, they worship him.
Fucking worship him because he's like the only informed voice, but not really informed. He's propagandist. It's fucked up, bro.
And he's an advocate for women. He stands up for women all the time.
Yeah, I'm here now, guys, so you can mind me up.
What's up, Acoustic?
What's up, Jazz?
What's up, Jazz?
How's the baby? Good?
Yeah, all good.
Hey, yo, Prashant. Say it, Augusta.
My foot for sure. As a man, though, I really don't want to talk about another man, especially when they're not here.
Well, I mean, because you're here and you're a man. The person that we're talking about is not.
That's right.
That's fine.
Well, sometimes, man, you just gotta call things out as it is. And so if we're afraid to call things out, then we're just gonna, people live in ignorance. I'm not afraid to call that shit out. Especially on a fucking audio app, though.
Calling things out for what? For what?
It is what it is.
For
You know
what?
what I'm
Because
saying?
because the man has an opinion that you don't like on the man?
Yeah, if I have a different opinion, so he'll call me out. I'll call him out. That's what I'm saying. So who cares? That's what I'm saying.
This is what I find very weird on this app. People can't have conversations on this app and in these rooms and leave the shit there. Like, I mean, what the fuck are we doing?
What are you talking about, bro? We're just talking about a leftist man a propagandist, man. What are you talking about? We're calling out the left. What the fuck are you doing? Well, your fucking moral fucking compass or your morality. Shut up.
As a man,
Yes, because calling politics out on the internet does anything aside from make yourself feel better. You see what I'm saying, Marshall? Please take away to me. This is what it is. Making yourself feel fucking tattoo all over the internet, y'all.
Exactly. The internet.
Wait, Jazzy.
That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you don't do it because of any greater thing.
Jazzy, did you hear Marshall talk about how he found out his family had slaves last night?
It was because of me. So what? He's already admitted. Like 3 years ago.
Well, I'm not a fan. I'm asking if she heard how
she was in the room with me 3 years ago. I'm the one who researched and found his family. I'm not gonna say their last name, but I found them in
A whole entire county.
A whole county named after his family.
So I asked him how old he was. He was 12. He went to a family reunion.
Jazzy told me the other stuff.
Okay,
why there were black people there.
Well, Marshall's a liar. I'll tell you why. He told me and Oscar that Adams here about you. He didn't know that he owned slaves. That's what he told us in his room.
No, I asked my mother about it, Jazzy.
Okay, Marshall.
So I see that
You're the person who told me about the rest of my family, but I asked my mom about that as a kid.
So, Father, I see that you're here today. I saw that you had a nice room about me last night, like way to go, Pepe. You have the Pepe hour. Good.
Yeah, just
very nice.
I just created it. Yeah, I like it.
I don't know about America, but do you guys in America also have a lot of people sharing the same last name, but you don't even know each other?
Smith is the most common surname.
To choose their surnames, but they didn't have one. Because only noble people really have one.
Do you have a system?
A lot of
surnames.
Everybody just chose the last name.
Do you have a system of how, like for example, for example, you'll see like son, S-O-N will be at the end of a name. It's pretty common. It will mean like it's somebody's son, or it could be like an occupational last name, like goldsmith, or shoemaker, that kind of stuff. But do you have any do Persian last names work the same way? Do Persian last names today, like for example here, like if in English you'll have like son at the end of a lot of names.
Oh yeah.
You know that you were some.
Now ye shall know that the chosen fears the knocks of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the Prince Priest beneath. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is sun and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows of splendorous serpent. 19 hours your living woman upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto them. are fools that men do. Both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill. 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of newly. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are mine, awaketh not soon. My joy is to see your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are mine, awaketh not soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference.
hearts is in the pool, not the pool in the cups. Mine worship and the cups, and behold, my light shed over you. And let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new meat to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Knowledge, my secret sense of my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed while I was the minister of Borpakrat. It's because it's in the home, not the who in the cast. I worship them the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given one unsaved deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white. I invoke by the song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triumph, nor reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the threshing of hay that I wear. is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy king by the sword of voice of the five and the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and a conquering dawn. Horror, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy vision. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the safety, the voices, every heart of life. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. I'm a head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. Allow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure.
It was on the pillars of sex. You were loyal to Muslims alive.
Mine is the red triangle reverse disciple of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. I'm an I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, and the flashing of light that I wear. I'm a robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the infinity. Like I'm a robe I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. While my fingers are in.
I'm talking about our fucking Bible.
It's a religious book.
Yes, so should we in America be allowed? Okay, is there anything wrong with a movie like The Passion of the Christ being made?
What?
Is there anything wrong about The Passion of the Christ being made as a movie?
I don't know the movie. I don't know that.
Okay, is it wrong for us to make a movie about the Bible?
Listen, making a movie about the Bible and the way it depicts another group.
If we depict it as it is depicted in the Bible.
I don't know about that because that could go for all religious books, and there are some. You have to admit there is some things
Where
that
is it from?
I don't know if you want to
always good.
Why should we not want to depict it? Why should we not want to
Oh, an eternal story. It has never started.
By the way,
Before man had language, they had this story deep within their soul.
Why is everyone dogpiling except? We're giving some space for.
They're all trying to reject the existence of historical figures. I don't know why.
Yeah.
We're not doing
Yes,
they are.
Yes, and they just like reject shit. They're just dumb. You're not a historical figure, see?
Yeah, I'm not. What exists? Your AI.
Well, who else do I have that referenced you in antiquity?
I
mean, if someone referenced me in antiquity, that would be quite extraordinary.
the archetype style, please. Like
But contemporary to me, yes, I don't think it would.
Yeah, you read it the other day. Exam wasn't the rule. Getting flustered also there. Right? When you don't take like the freaking message of the message, instead you want to hold on to the messenger so much. So much. That your entire identity is tied. And lineages are tied. This is when like worldviews come.
Yeah, it's just another poem. Fine.
I'm just saying, like.
No, you're not saying
It's not come
right? See, what I just said was saying something.
Accepted Jesus as exclusivity would have gone. This is fucking politics.
Do you have a clear thought?
Yeah, this is what the Christian is telling you. Jesus too was necessary. And yeah, you denied him. He came to save thy neighbor. Because he wanted to eradicate.
You can be quiet. You don't have to say anything.
No. I love this. So we're saying Moses never existed and Islam's true? Or is that even possible?
Yeah.
No, none of the historical figures existed, and we are all living through stories which were developed roughly 50 years ago.
Because I'm gonna
The non-existence of an archetype doesn't mean that the whole religion is wrong.
Megatron, this isn't you.
Megatron is motivated. This is so deep. One second. Danny, can you tell me?
Listen, man, this isn't you.
Why is the
There are
Exodus?
church fathers.
Why is the Exodus story in that book then?
Yeah, so there are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian. Yeah, so specifically
now, Benny. I don't know why you're using church fathers.
I'll tell you why. Because okay, that's fine. I'll tell you why. There are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian school, who took the Old Testament stories, specifically the Genesis, like first 5 book stories, and Joshua as like metaphor, as
the church fathers that took them literal.
Yes, that's true. So I'm saying that both are acceptable within Christianity. So you can have my position and still be a Christian. It's not problematic.
It's an honest position what Benny has.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, so can
Muslims are probably gonna have a hard time.
Muslims are
Muslims never had this whole school of thought.
This is why they're done. So they're done according to you. You just prove them.
Yeah, of course. Benny and I did it the other day, like in a room, back and forth. I'm sorry, you can't deny historical method. You can't deny.
Reading.
If you don't take it the way Benny takes it, Islam doesn't collapse. If you take it the way Benny is taking it, then Christianity doesn't collapse. But Judaism doesn't collapse. If you take them physically and you say that these have to have been there for this to be true, yeah, then it collapses. You're also motivated.
I want to prove you're a heretic for a second.
We're gonna say
he's definitely a heretic, by the way. There's no way that the church fathers of Alexandria allow him to deny the historicity of the Exodus. It's a
It doesn't mean that the story, the person doesn't have to exist, but the moral needs to exist, right? They need to show some sort of continuum from this truth principle. There are archetypes, such as Moses, that existed. We just don't have any evidence of Moses' existence as of now, right? We don't have enough of Jesus, we have enough of Muhammad. This doesn't mean all three are true or either one is true.
That was fun.
Right? This doesn't mean Judaism is
somehow. But we exist now. So that whole thing of him not existing was just for what? Why did we do all that?
We don't have evidence of it. There were archetypes such as him who came with this very similar message. Like, Daniel read it out.
No, he didn't.
Bring out your document.
Nargis, I'm sure you were very impressed when Daniel read a long list of different people and characters in Moses. But what you failed to do, because you didn't actually care to listen to what he was saying, was you never checked when the story started. You're lazy, Nargis. You accepted it as whatever. When were those published? No idea. You know where it started?
I didn't put him in the audience. He moved himself.
Okay. Again. Are you confusing me to the audience? And by the way, I didn't listen to what you said while I was down there.
That's fine. Okay, I apologize for doing that. That was an.
I'm just saying, like, whenever I'm in the audience, I don't listen to what you guys are talking.
This is not a collapsed religion. This is to see through the truth of it and cherish it and value it for what it is. Yeah, some of the stories have been circulating from time immemorial, and these stories repeat themselves in different geographies. You're well aware of this, what I'm about to say. With the same moral of the story, people traveled, these stories kept circulating, names were different, storylines remained the same. This was interesting to the human psyche, and archetypes who came to change the state of their people often held to these stories and said, remember when this happened to this and that happened to that. This doesn't demolish the great value that the messenger, the archetype, whatever the Lord was trying to do. It doesn't take away the principles of religion.
Yeah, and to Narya's point, like stories have certain values in terms of the underlying truth they are imparting to one. So getting overly stressed about the historical accuracy, you're sort of missing the point. So when you read the story of the three bears, right, or Goldilocks and the three bears, the question isn't
what year did this happen, and was there really these talking bears? Hopefully you're able to.
Okay, what would you say is the most pressing question to understand the origin of that story, Euro?
What's that?
What? Okay, I'll tell you. Like, if you wanted to know the meaning and origin and true sense of the story of the Three Bears, you would first look at the date it was first published. You would then look at who is publishing it and who is accepting and reading it. Now, in the case of the Goldilocks and the Three Bears, I believe that was part of Grimm's, although I might be mistaken. But if it was Grimm's, then that means it was an oral tradition held down by German language and codified by the Grimm's brothers when they were grabbing the fairy tales of the locals of Germany and sort of carving German identity. That is the origin of the story, and you can then go into the folklore era and go further back. Again, just as I don't know if Goldilocks is one of them.
No, I totally agree with you, but my point is, all I'm saying is, it's part of the historical analysis to look at, what's the history, what's the origins, etc.
And the publishing date.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you can get a lot of the story irrespective of its historical origins, because there's something to the story. So
the story is a thing unto itself, but in tracking the history of a story, you need a publishing.
Yeah, exactly. So I can read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and I can get a lot out of it without having to know, this is.
But it is what kind of building it is, and upon anything, and just.
I don't really know.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know.
Is not really to make just take a positive drive.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is
underlying all that is
my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my father. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I know.
Jesus. Taking a fight as far as I can. Producing. Turning the other cheek does nothing. We need results. Let's real American values. And conquer evil
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, and my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I am holy. About me shiny raiment of radiance, white and pure. I their brightness. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me. So every spirit, whether of the first
They make it sound like they've never done anything wrong throughout fucking history. Nobody would ever say Christians have always been this pious group of fucking people who are always good throughout. Never gonna fucking happen. Jews are no fucking different. They thought, what was it, with the Maccabees and whatever, they fucking slaughter each other even, okay? These people are not fucking perfect. You can criticize these assholes as much as you fucking want, just like you can criticize anybody else. If they cry and bitch and say it's anti-Semitic, who gives a fuck? These people have to live by the same fucking rules as everybody else. Their ethnic group and their religion does not, and that's that. And so don't even use World War II and the fucking Holocaust as a part of your fucking part of how you even try to process, the shit that Jews do. It's fucking stupid. We live in America. We're Americans. We weren't American lands contemporarily. Do not buy into that.
Fuck Jews and fuck niggers.
Okay, that did not help.
Well, Brian, I wanted to ask you, what was the name of the series? I forget.
It's called The Chosen.
Yeah. Are there any gay rabbis or black rabbis? I'm wondering if they're following the DEI dictates of Hollywood.
Oh yeah, I'm stroking my cock right now.
Yeah.
No, it's 5 seasons. I think they have 2 more seasons yet to go. They're about to release the 6th season, which I believe will spend on the crucifixion. A couple of days leading up to it, maybe a day or 2. I don't know exactly how far they're going to go, but
how many episodes is season 6?
It's usually 10, 8 or 10, I believe.
Jeez, how long is the scourging scene going to go for?
Yeah.
4 episodes. They ought to get I'm sure the S&M crowd will be watching from now on.
And I just wanted to say this too. We are the country that Jews have been the most successful in ever. In fact, they do better than other groups in the United States. And we are ultimately the ones who defeated the fucking Nazis. So, dude, we are the last people. You just gotta call it out. Whenever they try to pull this victim card or try to use up tie somehow you to the evil things the Nazis or other groups of people did, do not fall for it. In fact, you should be offended and you should call it out and say, no, how fucking dare you? You don't project that fucking bullshit on me. It wasn't me who did it. We ultimately have been the greatest country to Jews, like ever. Literally.
Did you see the attacks on Jews in the past months, or did you not internationally, not just in America, but internationally? Did you see?
That's not, and which country is literally doing the most for Israel right now? America. So once again, Americans should not be guilty. And if they want to make a movie like Passion of the Christ, they should just shut their fucking mouths. I mean, really, if it's biblically accurate, I mean, that was fucked up. They crossed the line back then. I'm surprised anybody would even and I guess it's mainly Duplo. But nobody should have to tolerate that.
And it's kind of the Barbara Streisand effect. I mean, if they had said nothing, it wouldn't have been controversial. It really wouldn't. Especially, having seen the movie, you're watching it, and nobody equates rabbis of Jesus' time with anyone today. We all understand it was over 1,000 years ago. Those people have nothing to do with anyone today. Are those people from 2,000 years ago? I mean, I don't think, first of all, it was the idea of it. Second of all, they didn't watch the movie. I'm sure they didn't. I'm absolutely sure, because now I am remembering, and the guy, I don't know, whoever it was who said it, a fraternity was showing Deep Throat on my college campus. Somehow they got permission to do that. So I'm standing in line with my girlfriend. We're standing in line, and of course the feminists are all prodding and bitching and moaning. And one of them gets in an argument with the guy, and they're going back and forth, and finally the guy says, "Have you seen it?" And she says, "Yes, I have." And he says, "Well, I haven't seen it. Let me decide for myself." And that shut up her pie hole, and that was the end of it. She walked off. I think all of us can decide for ourselves how Jewish people were portrayed in the Passion of the Christ. And if they trusted people just a little, they would come out of the other end of it, and it would not do anything and create any anti-Semitism.
I agree.
Yeah,
it was their response that made people, I think, if anything, anti-Semitic. And what the fuck did that movie show? That you were not taught in a fucking church. I mean, this is fucking retarded. That's why it was so retarded.
Oh, I don't know about that story. As a person that has to look it up, can you explain to me why it says that Jesus was crucified by the Roman authorities under Pontius Pilate? I'm not trying to be rude, I swear to God.
Sure. He was crucified. Yeah, he was crucified by the Romans. So the head rabbis there, of course he was. They said he was leading a revolt. He was falsely declaring, in their eyes, he definitely was falsely declaring himself to be a god. And, to them it was punishable by death. And, they're like, no, it can't have this fucking behavior. However, they wanted to do that. So they ended up detaining him, basically. And, however, they had decided, well, we have to go by the law of the land. The Romans are in charge here. And so what they did is they ended up going to Pontius Pilate and pleaded the case to him. And stated how, yes, he's going around saying he's God, he wants to lead a revolt, and, it's super serious, and basically he ended up getting talked into to prosecuting Jesus, and then the Romans, of course, because it was the Romans that found him guilty of those charges, they were the ones who put him to death. But it all was spurred by the rabbis that had said, "Oh, look, you're trying to lead a revolt and you're a false god and all of this other shit." And so they're the ones who kind of initiated it.
So some local religious leaders were involved in it.
They're the ones who literally. The local leaders were the ones who did it.
Yeah, Pepe, I think it's a little unclear what you said. What happened is the Romans, what Jesus was saying, the Romans viewed as potentially him trying to overthrow or go against the rule of Rome. So he was brought in initially for that, but and that's what he was charged with. But then the Jewish leaders were like, no. He needs to be put to death. And Pontius Pilate said, I don't see anything that this guy is guilty of, other than what we've charged him with. And it was their insistence that he be killed, which is why Pontius Pilate said, okay, and he was condemned to death.
And all Christian denominations agree on this?
I've never heard of of Christians having a difference, and that story being different, but I could say that is the Catholic story, which, as you know, the other denominations are largely offshoots of Catholicism, and Catholicism is the largest one. So it's not like this isn't something that that people would never have really known, at least regularly, or went to like a Christian school when they were younger. But we were never taught it in like the lens that it was the Jews who killed Jesus. It was I don't know how to put it. Like I never got the sense that the Jews were ever to blame for the death of Jesus. I mean, Jesus was, yes, like Pharisees at the time, right? They were the ones that's the group he was with, and the Christians, but that's also Jesus' people and the original Christians were all Jewish. So it wasn't really about blaming an ethnic group. I mean, you had, basically this was like a religious and ethnic dispute amongst people from the same ethnic, I'll just say same tribe. So there's not, I never got the sense that they were trying to pit Gentiles against Jews. So it was like not I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain.
No, I get it, because I do remember when I was younger, of course I had most of my friends are Christian, and that's why I asked, because I do remember now when I was younger that they never mentioned that the Jews were behind it, rather they would say that it was the Romans, but
the Romans didn't like what he was doing, and as far as like rabble rousing, they just looked at him like he was an annoyance, like he was, just getting people stirred up. It was the Jewish rabbis who were, I think, religiously offended and threatened. So I think they leveraged the Romans' dislike of Jesus and his followers to really ignite the end. The arrest and the crucifixion. I think the Romans just kind of looked at him like he was, just this weird guy that, caused trouble and made speeches and, things like that. But it was the Jewish rabbis that really, I think, accelerated and emphasized the violence and the arrest and all the end.
Right, so they whispered in the ears, you say. So some people whisper in bad things in the ear, another group of people about them. And the things that they whisper about this group of people to the other group causes them eventually to attack and kill.
Well,
doesn't that
he was tried, so like.
Yeah, to the rabbis, he was a blasphemer. I mean, he was, he was committing a mortal sin of claiming to be the Son of God. And that was a whole different level of just this guy who goes around, getting people stirred up and fights and, getting the commoners, if you will, agitated and all that. The religious aspect of it was, I think, what led the Jews to really like the match.
Yeah, and you have to, for the times, you have to, like, look, even early Christians, if you were to say that you were, like, the new son of God or some shit, you'd probably get put to death. The Muslims would have put you to death. Look, this is, like, during this fucking Stone Age. You know, these people are barbaric in comparison to people today. It's not, I guess, I'll say this. So, when it comes to, if it wasn't for those rabbis, it's questionable whether or not, historically, if this is coming from a Christian perspective, you know, obviously Jesus planned, he knew he was going to be put to death, but at least with the events as they're told, without the Jews basically approaching Pontius Pilate, had they not done that, like there's no other indication he was going to be put to death. But the one thing though about Catholicism, you know, the main branch of Christianity in the West, was historically they did blame Jews for the death of Jesus. That was sent for centuries and centuries and centuries, so that was a commonly held belief by Catholics, and amongst other things, they kind of walked some of this stuff back, but they were like a supersessionist, in other words, which Catholicism largely kind of still is. They just, I can get into that, but well, they basically said their covenant was fulfilled with God, and the new covenant is now with the Christian people and the church, and so therefore, basically saying, however, the Catholic Church will still say to this day that their religion technically died, almost 2,000 years ago. So they still don't really, they think it's a dead religion.
You know, I was going to say the irony of blaming the Jews. It's not that, you know, everybody played their. The point was that Jesus needed to die on the cross so that our sins in this world would be forgiven. He died on the cross so that we may all be saved. And with that in mind, Jews needed to play their part. Judas needed to play his part. Pilate needed to play his part. The Romans needed to play their part. Everyone did what they needed to do so that we could all be saved through his sacrifice. So to say, well, yeah, Jews killed Jesus, you know, they did. But that was what was supposed to happen. And so that any animosity, and this is the way I've always felt, any animosity towards Jewish people over the crucifixion is really misplaced. You know, there's a theory, which is not widely held, that Judas is always seen as the great betrayer of Jesus. And there's a belief that Judas was actually his most trusted disciple and was the only one that Jesus could trust with the act of betrayal. Now it's kind of a stretch to get there, but it's still, again, when you view it as everybody needed to play their part, then no. It's the idea of blaming anybody for what happened to Jesus is kind of ridiculous.
It's ignorance. Exactly.
It had to happen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been saved.
Yeah, you have to remember, Jesus orchestrated all of it. I mean, he was intentional. He was deliberate. He was pulling the strings all along the way. He knew where it would end. So in the ways that the people kind of filled those roles, as Alan was saying, it was not unknown. It was not a surprise. It was not unscripted, if you will.
Exactly. And as a Catholic, I have to completely disagree with Pepe because
I'd love to hear what I said that was wrong. Tell me.
You said that the Catholics blamed on Jews.
Historically, they absolutely did. Yes.
No.
Yes, they did. Are you serious?
As hard as that.
No. That was the church itself, the Vatican itself. Yes, did basically blame the Jews for the crucifixion of Jesus. Like that's why Jews are so when they talk. If you talk about the original like Christian anti-Semitism, that is largely coming from Catholics.
Okay, so like I put my faith and trust in God. So like if whatever the Vatican says, like I trust in God and God's word, and like everything Alan said, I second that. And anything that I've ever learned in the Catholic Church, I've never heard that.
Do you know what happened in 1965?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, do you know what happened?
I guess not, unless you inform me.
And do you know what the Second Vatican is?
Okay, yes, but that was under what?
I'm talking about it. Pope Paul. That was before. I know it was one of the Pope Pauls, but when it comes to the Second Vatican, that is where they explicitly stated that they were not going to hold Jews responsible for the death of Jesus, and they also made a change regarding where they used to say that their covenant was fulfilled with God, and then that the new covenant is with us. They changed it and said, well, the Jews still have their own like relationship and covenant with God, and we have ours. So they really backpedaled. But no, they like the Catholic Church was hella anti-Semitic. Like they thought Jews were wicked and needed to become Catholic. That was their actual fucking stance.
Don't Catholics want all other religions to become Christian?
Yeah, they were definitely intolerant of them. I mean, I can promise you that. Just like they were intolerant of a lot of Protestants and other Christians.
Right, but the main point is that what happened was supposed to happen. And God, Jesus, had a hand in all of it. So it was supposed to happen that way. So to place blame is just completely ignorant.
Well, I mean, you can say it's ignorant, but like if the Vatican and the Catholic Church is blaming the Jews, and these wicked people with their wicked religion that are not accepting Jesus were responsible for that, you're at the end of the day, and you have to understand a lot of the population is left illiterate because the fucking Vatican didn't want these people to be literate. Just because it'd be easier to control. They absolutely ate up everything the church said, and they blamed the Jews for it. I mean, you can look at the history in Catholic countries, what they thought of Jews. They never really I think they got emancipation from Napoleon, but for the most part, they were treated as absolute filth. They're just dirty people, and so they get dirty jobs, and they don't ever get the same rights as us. And, they're just disliked, and religion played like Christianity played a large role in that.
Well, I'm a Catholic. Ask me what I feel about the Jews.
But you weren't born but you were not born in the 1600s, so it's irrelevant.
Well, right, but what you're saying, you literally just said the Catholics did not let the Jews.
Yes, that was the official Catholic. That was literally. But why are you trying to ignore? You're trying to say a Catholic today is the same as a Catholic for over 1,000 years, up through the medieval times. It's not the case.
I have a question about the Vatican, and so the Vatican, is obviously a important religious school
school, you could say, where people get their interpretation from, you could say, and their way of thinking and their way of life. But those are still people, and people are not perfect, and people, people are not perfect. So my question is, do you follow the word of God and God Himself, or would you follow with the interpretation of some people at that time ruling, saying something, saying their interpretation at that time?
So that's kind of the thing. So there's been a break with some of the Protestants. So were they? Hold on. No, she was asking.
I was asking Anna actually.
Yeah.
Oh, you were? Okay, she doesn't know shit, but go ahead.
But Patty, remember you always say that you're not religious. So like, what do you?
Yeah, I know, but I know more about your. I went to Catholic school. I know more about your own religion. I went to Catholic school and all of that shit. You didn't.
No, you don't, because I have faith in God.
That does not mean. That's like saying I have faith in Allah. Therefore, a non-practicing Muslim who went to a madrasa knows less than me. That is so stupid. Okay. No, she doesn't know the answer to your question. So she would, like, for example, I'll tell you this. You have sola scriptura, right, which some of the Protestants did have. If I ask Anne what that is, she will. Well, actually, I'll invite her up. Let's see if she knows what sola scriptura is. She raised her hand. She doesn't know what it is, but we'll go ahead and watch this. Because that's very relevant to your question.
It's faith alone.
No, it's not. It's not what it is. No, it's not a sola scriptura. No, what does sola scriptura mean? That is essential to. That is essential. It means reading the. It means reading the. It means going. Yes, reading the Bible for what it says. Okay, but that's not. That is where okay, but why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? If you're a Catholic, you do not believe in sola scriptura. This is exactly why you were not prepared. Why can sola script? Why can you not? Catholics do not believe in sola scriptura.
Listen. So what is the Catholic Mass? What is our Catholic Mass? I know that you've been to multiple Catholic masses.
Mm-hmm.
What is Catholic Mass? It's all from the what?
From the Bible, but then
exactly.
They tell you how. Yeah, but they teach. Yeah, then they tell you the lesson. But hold on.
Thank you.
No, okay. So you're gonna go back down the audience because you're stupid. See, she's fumbling.
Hey, you're not letting her talk.
Yes, but I have to.
What the hell? What's going on?
But hold on a second. Shut up, Monica. You kicked me from the room earlier, and I was just in the audience. So you know what I'm gonna do to you today? You know what I'm gonna do to you today? I'm gonna remove from room by Monica. You don't get to contribute today. See, I never move people out of the room, but
what
you get moved
today. You just moved me.
I moved you down because I was in the middle of answering the fucking question and you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, sola scriptura. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Anne. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I answer Glow's question?
Jesus Christ. Will you just shut the fuck up until I'm done? For fuck's sake. Now, when it comes to, throughout, especially through, like I said earlier, a lot of are kept illiterate by the, okay, you're good. Now I'll just remove you from the fucking room if you don't stop. Like, seriously, shut up.
Don't do that.
Now you're gonna go in the fucking goo. Okay, now, when it comes to, like how I said, they were kept illiterate deliberately in the past, okay? Now, they would go to Mass. By the way, a lot of the Masses were in Latin. They were told what moral they should take from the story. It was basically interpreted for them. There was the whole sola scriptura, just reading the fucking Bible. That was not practical throughout most of Christianity's times, especially in the Catholic Church. When it comes to even today, where almost all Catholics are literate, the Catholic Church does tell you the message that you're essentially supposed to take from each part of the Bible. It's not meant for you to interpret yourself whatsoever. And so that is kind of where it's, if that makes sense, like you don't, when I say they don't do the sola scriptura thing, they don't just read the Bible and people interpret it how they wish to interpret it. It's interpreted by the church for them.
That sounds very familiar because in Iran, that also goes the same way. So the Ayatollah's word And the way he interprets things is the way that everyone should. And if you don't, that'll be a problem. And I do not agree with that way of life. But everyone has their own opinion, of course.
I mean, you can come back up, and you were just interrupting way too much. Like, it's so rude. And how can you prove what I said was wrong? That this is like the most basic. This is the most basic difference between, for example, Catholicism and some of the Protestant religions. We don't just get to read our Bible and interpret it how we want. It's not even. Nobody debates that.
Okay, do not touch my PTR. Okay? Do not touch my PTR. Do not touch my PTR, or we'll have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem with you, right?
It's fine. I'm not talking anymore.
Right, you're interrupting. You're interrupting.
Okay, well then don't talk to me. Just say what you're gonna say.
So, hello. To answer, what was your question again? And I'm sorry, I was kind of being ping-ponged.
Sure. I asked if the Vatican at a certain time has a certain interpretation, and do you then go for the interpretation that is being taught at that time by that Vatican, or would you follow the Word of God, and would you have your own? Can you still rationally make your own opinion?
Yes,
You're allowed to do that.
Right. No. I got your phone. I go by the Word of God. I worship at the Catholic Church. That's where I go to worship. But I go by the Word of God. And so I can't speak on what the Vatican did back then. I guess I would have to study that, I guess. But as far as I'm concerned, it's my place of worship is the Catholic Church. But I go by God's Word. It's not that hard.
Thank you. I totally agree with your way of life and your way of worship. Definitely, because I know what comes from the other way, unfortunately.
Well, God bless you.
God bless you.
To be fair, the Bible's been translated in like a bunch. It's been translated a bunch of times, and even when the Bible was compiled, to think that it was not meant to have a specific message, like the amount of history and to be like really an expert on something like Christianity or the Bible. I mean, these people, you have to have it's Greek, Aramaic, some Hebrew. Then you have to look at the historicity surrounding the times. Like there's so much shit. It's like so fucking complicated that is where even somebody like myself who's not religious, I don't trust people to just read this book compiled by people that was meant to put across a message and think that you're going to be able to then somehow preserve this knowledge and pass it down generation by generation without having the context explained to you by, for example, a church. That's where I don't. That's my only issue with just quote unquote reading the word, going by the words of the Bible. There's so many things we can read in the Bible, and people will come to different conclusions. And I can tell you, I am not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to know how I am supposed to interpret a good chunk of the fucking Bible. That's why I don't know. I'm very hesitant to ever read the Bible word for word and take my own interpretation seriously.
Well, you know what's really, and I find this, like, what's so amazing about the Bible is that, is many times I've read it, every time I learn new things every time. Because there's something that I saw that I didn't see that now I'm seeing. So that's what's so amazing about the Bible. And, you know, Bible studies, you know, they have Bible studies, and if you have a trusted friend group, like when you can do Bible studies and kind of just run your ideas and through each other, and then your discernment that God gives you. I mean, God will speak to you. And sometimes we can get it wrong. We're not perfect, and we're all a work in progress. You know.
Do you think the Bible is something that? Because obviously this is your holy book, and it comes with a message from God. Do you think that it should be something that should, under any circumstances, be misinterpreted? I mean, if I was a religious person and really believed in Christianity, I would not want to guess what I'm supposed to interpret from the Bible. And the amount of knowledge, just for example, a priest will have, they will be able to put things into context and know what the message is supposed to be in the Bible in ways that you or I would simply not be able to do. And that's why I don't think people should just read the fucking Bible. I think they should actually, like, I can read the Quran and the Hadiths back to back a bunch of times. There's not one Muslim that would say I'm an expert on Islam. Like, there's so much more education that goes into it.
But you know, like, so anytime that I, like, have questions, again, like, I can go to my Bible study group, or I do ask the priest. So, like, anytime during the week, I can just pop in and talk with Father Roman, or after Mass, I can say, hey, I have a question, I'm kind of confused about this, and run it.
My question for you, Ann, do you take what the priest or the father tells you as gospel, or do you kind of just allow it to inform how you're evaluating whatever the text is?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Father Roman has to say to me, and then, you know, and then I let it all process, and I come up with, you know, my own.
Have you ever taken your confusion about a text to the Holy Spirit to reveal it to you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Sure. So obviously, so like when something is like, no, I don't want to even expose.
Let me ask you this: Do you believe that the Bible is the inerrant, infallible Word of God, or do you believe that it is not?
Yeah, it's the infallible Word of God.
So you don't allow for the possibility that it might have been mistranslated or misinterpreted through time by the various people who are translating it?
I guess I would have to learn Hebrew, and then I would be able to read the Hebrew Bible to answer that. But to be honest, because I don't think that any of us know the language of what the original Bible was, and even that in itself. So back in Jesus' time, they spoke Aramaic.
Aramaic.
Yeah.
So what's been revealed to me is that the Bible is the word from God and not the word of God, meaning God definitely inspired the men who wrote the words down, but I think through time it's been mistranslated. So that's for us, the readers, to take it to the Holy Spirit to illuminate whatever the truth is. But it's not the word of God, it's the word from God.
God created all things. God created all things. So all of those people that did the different translations, God created those people that wrote those books.
Right, divinely inspired. You got this, Ann.
Yeah, so that in itself, so we see when we have other books that are not Jesus is God, like we have the Holy Spirit and that discernment that says that is not right?
But everybody has different discernment, though. That's
right. So that's because the reason that is because different people are different levels of spiritual maturity. Some are just, just beginning their walk with Christ. Some are years into it. Some are not. So yeah, as you read that, you can read the same text, and based on your spiritual maturity and
Yeah.
your life experiences, you might read it differently. And that's okay. You know, our personal journeys in life are personal. There is no one particular way of interpreting any particular thing. I know that makes it difficult to have consensus on various things, but that's how God, wanted it to be. So rather than, you can question it, but don't doubt His plan. His plan is perfect, but we have to recognize that there is no one interpretation of the Bible.
Well, I know there isn't, and but this is where somebody who's not religious like myself kind of thinks it's really funny. It's because you have Eastern Orthodox who think that the Catholics are heretical and the Catholics think they're heretical. Then you have all the schisms between the fucking Protestants and the Catholics, and they have some pretty different. They read a very similar Bible, if not the same, and come up with very different conclusions.
Right.
And I guess, okay, well, obviously, which one is the true Christianity?
Well, that's not for us. We're not going to know that. We're not going to know that here in this existence. Whatever the truth is going to be revealed to us in the thereafter. Whatever the actual truth is on what these various, schisms are. Oh, I believe it this way, you believe it that way. That's not going to be resolved here on earth. It's not.
But Catholics would say that they have the one true way.
And that's fine.
And Calvinists think 44,000 people are the chosen ones.
I'm sorry, we can't have many people talking at the same time. What did you say, Bree?
I'm agreeing with both of you. Like Calvinists also believe that there's only 440,000 chosen people. Everybody's got their own. Your belief system's going to be your belief system.
Right. That's why it's called the belief system. So Pepe, even though the Catholics assert, domain over this, we know best. That's their prerogative to do that. I don't know how God's going to judge that at the end of the day. I don't walk around with this pious mentality that I have it all figured out.
Oh, I don't either. But I'm basically just having a conversation about this. This is more just like a debate, because logically this doesn't make sense to me, because the Catholic Church is either wholly right or wholly wrong. Either you have to be Catholic in order to go to heaven, or they're wrong and you don't have to be Catholic to go to heaven, or it could just be there's no heaven or any of that shit if you really want to go there.
Well, my question is, obviously the thing to me is that as an individual who's been exposed to various faiths, you said that you've researched. How did you end up with not having a faith at all?
I wouldn't say I don't have faith at all. I'm a very skeptical person in general, I would say. It's just a lot of things don't add up. And I think that it's, I was somebody who's indoctrinated. And so a good part of me is I still feel a connection to Catholicism, but I don't, I don't know, when I look at it, just the totality of circumstances, just regarding religion in general, and even just Christianity, a lot of it seems like it would take a lot of blind faith to believe in it, and I find a lot of it to be logically implausible.
So faith and logic almost live on opposite ends of the spectrum. So logic is something that you can see and kind of think through. Faith is a suspension of logic, and it's like a belief on steroids. It's like you believe something, but you believe it to the point of faith. It's how it informs your life, how you operate. What I'm trying to understand is you've been exposed to all of this, and yet you said you do have a faith, and you're skeptical. And I think even God, well, I might have presumed what God would think, but I'm just saying, I think even God would encourage you to have questions, but not to the point of doubt. I think I have questions too. Why did He put the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden to begin with? I have a lot of questions that are just why did you do this, God?
The answer's easy.
But wait a minute. But I default to the position
person of he knows best. He knows it all. Whatever doesn't make sense to me in my finite viewpoint, he has an infinite view of the world from beginning to end. He lives outside of time. So what doesn't make sense to me, it probably shouldn't make sense to me. I have a very different outlook than the creator of the universe. So to try to take the creator of the universe and pack him into your viewpoint, which is very, finite, that's not logical in and of itself. The question to you, why not?
Right, stop. Why? He's talking.
So the question, Pepe, why not question him instead of doubting his? I don't know if you doubt his existence. I don't know where you stand. But I'm saying, why not just have that healthy level of skepticism? And why let it descend into whatever? I don't know. Can you explain where your faith stands?
I'm sure somebody who wants to believe it more. I want to believe it's true. Like a large chunk of my world, my most formidable years was believing in Christianity, and it's like, I'll get to go to heaven one day, see my family again. That kind of stuff. When it comes to the logical part, it's and I think everybody's different. I do think that, like with me, I look at just like how religions have been put, like everywhere on the planet is, it seemed everybody had their own religion, whether it's like animism or, paganism, Christianity, or, it's people are just, I think that's a part of human nature. Could be, I don't know what it is. Could be that, there's a God, all that. But then we just kind of, I can get into how I find a lot of the stories, even like, what do you have? You have like these Canaanite fucking religions, and then Zoroastrianism, and then it kind of evolves and somewhat similar to Judaism, and then there's another guy who claims he's a Messiah. Then now we have Christianity. There's like, even in like Mormonism, for example, which I don't think it's a real religion, you had Warren Jeffs. Now you have a new guy out there in Colorado City, Arizona, who has convinced the people that he is now the successor to Warren Jeffs, and they married off some of their extra wives and daughters to him. It's just like, I almost feel like this is something that there's a high likelihood that this has happened throughout time, and a lot of the people that we revere could very likely have just been cult leaders, if I'm being honest. This is that skepticism part. I'm not saying I want to believe this, but this is where my mind will naturally go. And I just, I think about the war against teaching evolution in schools because it goes against the biblical narrative. And I surely don't think that we were on the planet at the same time as the dinosaurs, so I don't even entertain that. And then I just look at the fucking book and...
Have you had a personal relationship? Like, has God personally revealed himself to you?
No, I don't even know what that means.
Like, for instance, have you had an experience that can't be explained through coincidence? Like,
no. Something
that happened to you that's like, this is way too coincidental for it to be a coincidence. This is someone's hand is on this. No. So that's so either you're sensitive, you're not sensitive to God having his hand in your life. Your perception for God working in your life is off, like you can't sense it when it happens, or you have yet to have that experience. And if you have yet to have an experience where God has revealed himself to you, whether it's some people, I know someone on this app who had a near-death experience in an accident or something like that, something that just can't be explained. Like, if you ever look at the writings of George Washington, for instance, there's something about him fighting an Indian, and they shot multiple things, and every bullet missed him or something like that. And he completely made it through, and even the Indian who was trying to kill him said, God is involved here because we tried to kill him, we threw everything at him, and he somehow made it through. So what I'm saying is, until you have a experience where God reveals himself to you, or maybe he has, and you, like I said, your ability to sense it is off.
Well, I would say my brain would maybe process an event like that differently. I would perhaps process it in a way where anomalous events happen and to...
What is it? What was that word you said?
Anomalous, like it's an anomaly.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a really rare event. Things can happen, and so I don't... My mind wouldn't necessarily go to the belief thing, but even... Okay, for example, this one I've always thought was weird. So, like, I'm somebody who believes in evolution for the most part, and if you believe in evolution, like with, for example, Homo sapiens, you had non-anatomically modern Homo sapiens, you had archaic hominids that were like, I guess you could say, somewhat like cavemen, or like somewhat of a hybrid between a monkey and, or I should say like a I mean, we're part of the great ape species, but in other words, let's just say like an ape man type of person. Now, at what point in this evolution does this religion start to be applied to quote unquote humans, when we were like literally cavemen and we were 60 IQ and just brutes, although markedly more intelligent than chimpanzees, still a far ways away from being what we are today as modern humans. When does that religion start to kick in? I don't even know that anybody could begin to answer that. And it's just, to me, it just seems all of this just seems logically plausible. And I'm somebody who, my brain doesn't work well with in particular, just having faith or I'm somebody who finds safety in something that I can reliably predict or count on.
Can you be accurately described as godless?
No, I don't see how things could have just been created. I've tried to listen to these people. So I've never been a person who really debated atheism or any of that shit, but I've never heard a satisfactory answer to the question, like, how is everything created? Where did it come from? To me, it could just be that we as humans, or just me, myself, cannot conceptualize what even nothing is. Like, who knows what nothing is? I don't think anybody can explain what nothing is. And how did things come to exist?
An absence of things.
But what does that look like? Does it look black? What does it look like? Is it solid? Is it water? Like, what is it?
But even if you can't get
it's devoid of anything.
What does that look like? You couldn't answer that. Nobody can.
Like what we would consider limbo, I guess.
Nobody knows what nothing looks like.
Well, it doesn't look like anything because it's nothing. But if someone can't give you a satisfactory answer to that, which I don't think anyone can, because only God can reveal that to you, why does that kind of keep you separate from the belief and faith in God? Or do you have a faith in... I guess let me ask you, do you have a faith in God?
I mean, I'll pray, and I still do some of, I'll pray occasionally, like, to be honest.
So when you hear certain testimonies, how do certain testimonies that simply can't be explained by mere coincidence, how did that sit? Okay. Have you ever heard of the testimony of a person by the name of Patrick Bet-David?
I know who he is.
Yeah, or maybe
This is only. I want you to listen to this. It's only a few minutes. It's like 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes. He's going to explain how God revealed himself. So this is just an example. And he was like you, very doubtful believer. Listen.
Believe in God. I don't read the Bible. But I sit there, started praying 3 times a day. My prayer started like this: God, I don't believe in you. I think it's fake. I think it's for weak people. But if you're out there praying, I want to know something. One of the nights, my girl and I, we're in the car. We get into a big fight, and we break it off. And she leaves. I'm in the car. It's 1:30 in the morning. And I say, God, I haven't spoken to my mom for 5 years. But if you exist, I would love to talk to my mom. 30 seconds later, my next tell, I get a call from a block number. Brother, this is like, I told the story. It's a very weird moment, my scariest moment for me. I don't want to answer the phone, and it's my mom crying. So why are you crying? She says, I got the feeling you were in pain. How'd you get this number? She says, I just got it 6 months ago. I said, but do you know what I'm going through right now? What are you going? I said, no, nothing. But I don't know how to talk to her. I hang up the phone. I sat in that car that night. Top of the hills, chills all over my body. I'm like, oh my God, either this is ironic or this is real, but the level of coincidence is a little too real. I could have chosen to say it's ironic. I chose to believe it was God, and He has my back. I don't believe in God. I don't believe the Bible.
He made a decision. But it seems like even if you were in Patrick Ben David's position, where you've gotten in it, you ask God to speak to your mother after not speaking to her for 5 years. 30 seconds later, your phone rings. It's your mother after not speaking to her for 5 years. And something tells me that based on what I've heard from you today, that even if you were in that role position, you would have chalked it up to coincidence and continued to live your life. But the difference with Patrick Ben David, he chose to believe at that point that this was God attempting to communicate to him. And he accepted it, and his life has been forever enriched by that. But you have to make a decision to invite God into your life. But if you continue to it seems like you have a heightened level of skepticism and doubt. It's beyond questioning God. We all question. I have questions for God as I sit here today as a firm believer. But your questioning leads into doubt and an unhealthy level of skepticism, which is keeping your back turned to God. If you would just turn around and accept that these coincidences that you have dismissed in the past are really God's attempt to reach out to you.
I think and I would say, like, if that exact thing happened to me, obviously, if you're the one experiencing it, and you're the one who was praying in your intense mood, and then it feels like it, God reached out to you. I mean, perhaps that could have been convincing to me. I don't have a similar experience, so I just don't know.
An outsider, as someone who's hearing Patrick Ben David, unless you think he's lying, then we can just throw it away. But if you believe he's telling the truth, you think that that's a coincidence?
Well, there's no way, and as I'm sure you know, there's no way to tell for sure. It's not. He's making he's not making a falsifiable claim, so it's totally possible it was a coincidence. But like I said, if that happened to me, perhaps that would be like I would feel something like he did.
Now, have you ever scanned your life, scanned your experiences in retrospect and said, this experience probably was something that I kind of just overlooked? Do you think that there might have been some experiences that you really can't explain through coincidence if you take a closer look at your past?
I'm trying to think of
because I think you can.
Miracle. There's only one weird thing that I had, but once again, I can like chalk it up to possibly that it's just that like my grandmother died in like 2000, and for whatever reason I was like, turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. Turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. And I turned on the radio and it was like Spirit in the Sky was playing. I was like, that's fucking weird.
Oh, she was reaching out to you, bro. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my God, that's beautiful.
Shut up, dude.
I'm serious. No, bro, I have a similar story. That's real.
And so, like, I thought that was, like, I think the only thing I can really think of where I was just like, odd. And I like, because it happened, it's like such a good moment, I like, a strong part of me refuses to believe, in fact, I won't even try to question whether or not it was real, or whether or not it was a sign, because I don't want to jinx that, you know?
No, bro, that was 1,000% real. 1,000%. I relate a lot because I used to be an atheist, and like, what shook me out of what opened my door to spiritual beliefs was my grandfather passed away when I was 12, and the whole house was awake at like 2 a.m. It's a whole thing. And my mom's super spiritual. She's like, oh, let's light a candle. I think Grandpa's passing away. I want to say goodbye. Mind you, there was no reason for us to think he was passing away. And I used to make fun of her for her spirituality, but she was like really distraught. So I said, okay, I'll do it for you. But in the back of my head, I'm like, this is ridiculous. We go into the backyard, we light a candle, we see a bunch of crazy shit in the night sky. That's a whole thing. My mom's jumping up and down like, you see it? You see what I'm seeing? You see it? And I'm just like, am I fucking crazy? But she's reacting at the same time I'm seeing shit. We're describing the same thing. I go back to my room later. I can't sleep. I sit on my bed till the sun comes up. I come back downstairs like, I guess I'm not sleeping. I'm like, my mom's getting off the phone with my uncle, and like right as I hit the bottom lanyard case, I look at her in the kitchen, and she's getting off the phone. Okay, thanks, love you too. Okay, bye. Click. Looks at me, makes eye contact. Grandpa passed away last night. I'm like, what the fuck? But the way, so how I first internalized it was like, ironically, my same scientific materialist mind was still present, where I was like, well, look, to be honest, humans have been talking about shit like this for thousands of years. And to be fair, you're probably not going to believe shit like this until you experience it. And this is some spooky shit. Does this mean, Yahweh or Buddha? I don't know. But it means something spooky's going on. And maybe spooky shit is real, to whatever extent that means. And then over my life, I got closer and closer to Jesus because I kept searching for it. It's literally my truth is because after that, I was forever changed. But what I would do is just invite you to open your heart, not your mind. Don't question, just because the thing that connects you to your grandma is not reason. It's not logic. It's not what she could do for you. It was just love. You just loved her. You just had a connection with her. And that's why God created us. And that's what gets us closest to the veil, if that makes sense. Or at least from whatever I know. So that's what I took away from it all.
Thank you for sharing. I would just say, Pepe, it seems like may have experienced some things that because you need to understand how things work, that need is overwhelming your need for faith. And your need for faith will bring you more peace, will bring you, but you shouldn't do it for that reason. You shouldn't do it because it's going to bring you more peace. You should do it because you see it as the right thing to do. But God is waiting at the door, but you have to turn around and open your arms to Him. He will, once you invite him into your world, you already have an amazing foundation of an understanding of life. You've been through a number of experiences. I've heard you on this app. It can be very wild at times, but you've been informed by a number of amazing life experiences that you would let God in your life. And I believe that will take you to the next level of living.
But man, tell me, where is this door?
Where is this door?
Describe this door that you're talking about. I'm talking to Mando. What he said?
Talking to me? I said door. That's proverbial. It's not like literal. It's figurative.
Yeah. Okay.
So for me to tell you what it looks like would belie the truth because it's not an actual door. So I can't tell you what it looks like. So that goes along with why is everybody talking at one time?
Yeah, thank you. I was talking, so that door would be just as that door would be the same as.
Say that one more time, sir.
So that door would be the same as your God. I said that door would be like you describe God. You can't see it. You would only want to believe in it. You want to say it's somewhere. Because I'm kind of like Pepe. I'm born Catholic Church, Baptist. I've done the rosary beads. Things of that faith don't live here no more. So now I'm not no one else's belief. I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that. All that and trying to make you either.
Is that like a thing that's prevalent in the married community where people don't be doing it like that? I don't know.
I literally, my girlfriend is married and she's cheated on her husband several times discreetly.
Oh, my homegirl has too.
She's married to a wife.
So how are we going to cheat?
Go ahead.
Shorty, I said cool, right?
Shut up, bitch.
I ain't call her honey.
Shut up, bitch.
Do you see how you just bring irritation to everybody's presence?
Yeah. Plus,
What's your problem? You're supposed to. Oh, wow.
You're supposed to enjoy your gas. You running the fucking people away, stupid ass nigga.
yeah, nigga.
And we shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Can you conclude and summarize your position in one or two sentences? Okay, well, just this one right here. The so-called meaning of God are rising.
That those numbers actually reflect the zero factor. Those don't even reflect the war yet. So that's why I said it. Okay. Yeah, nothing seems like this.
Faith, it doesn't require knowledge.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince, priest, beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and shield.
That's the minimum baby.
But to him is the winged secret but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, of splendor serpent. 19 arms your linen woman. 20 The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto
Ugh. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For to the children's heart is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep. Glow starry blue are mine, wank of naghorn soul.
azure is the naked splendor of newly. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are wide awake at night, sweet. My joy is to see your joy. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wind of the starry blue, her mind awake of my joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, O warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet off deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed, my eyes, the minister of all content. 8, the cubs is in the pool. Not the crew in the car.
is so obvious that science is not supported. And as years they've been going for a long time. That's why I have people like we have to reclaim science education a whole lot more. Because that's why we have these people they end up becoming lawyers, they end up becoming judges, they end up turning people, they end up letting people out that shouldn't be out. There's no bill. Anyway, like I said, I'm not trying to get too long-winded, but I hope y'all get the multiple variables that I'm going to lay out that we have to deal with.
See, some of you thought we were in line with having the Epstein files released. That was important. But apparently now they were like, no, because it's not currently on par with what Donald Trump says was changes by the outlet because he's a liar. Then you are not American anymore and leave this country. It was wild to see how like violent on Zach.
Was that during the was that was okay, this is box about San Antonio, Tucson, maybe Vegas. Calling it Soldier Boy, Father of God. All the fastest rides are going to be there. Every night, so you take a break. And thy sight is keen as the republics. When are you coming back? Probably not for like if you don't like moving hard, I don't know if you're about you or some blog that you're all the drugs and all the nicotine. Because you charge me to help me. So I want you to have whatever you want, what I want to. For what? We'll just shield back together. You never use it. I hire you to use the chef. I don't want to do it. I gave you the view. It's a clear. Because it's a shot. This was never my intention to fly away. It's you're too weird. Stop fucking saying that. I didn't know God. No angel can ever do that. I would dream about some chick with big juicy nuts. If that makes you a god, you're God every night. I am God!
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, the temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let it begin by ritual as followeth. H be the